Manzul with the top deck of a lifetime.
He has to go for lethal.
There it is!
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Another game
Oh,
5.
dear.
Welcome, everyone, to the last chance qualifier for the 2019 Master Series Championships. I'm Lasergician. I am joined once again by the wonderful Silver Fuse. How are you doing today, Silver?
I'm doing fantastic. How about you?
I am so excited. We have watched these people competing over the course of the last little while in all of the qualifying championship tournaments, and now all of the top point earners from those qualifiers are going to duke it out, see who can punch the last 2 tickets to QuakeCon for this year. Let's check out really quickly what they are fighting for if they happen to get there with the prize pool. Silverfuse, do you remind me a little bit of what we're looking at?
So right now we're in the last chance qualifier. So these players are all point earners who have essentially these are top 8 point earners besides the 2 that qualified, and they are looking to staple their ticket to the QuakeCon Masters or the QuakeCon Master Series, which first place will be winning $20,000, second place will be winning $10,000, third and fourth place will take home $6,000, and fifth and eighth place will bring home $2,000. And these are
so exciting.
Yes. So these players are all like the super high stakes tournament because only the top 2 will be qualifying, and there's also a chance there for the third and fourth place there will be a game played just in case there is a substitute needed for QuakeCon.
Yep, in case anyone for any reason cannot make it to QuakeCon, we will have substitutes lined up. So every placement matters today, and we are going to be so excited to check these out. I think what we're going to do next is take a quick look at the most popular decks that were brought today. There are significant changes today compared to the other qualifying tournaments, and it's always good to get a lay of the land. We can see that Aggro Halalu, one of those old standby tournament staples, has been brought by 6 out of 8 players. Rage Ebonheart, half the players. Rage Guildsworn coming in at 3. And then Control Tribunal and Mid-Range Battle Mage, one that we have not seen very much at all in the qualifiers, is also making a little bit of an appearance. What do you think about these decks?
Well, Halalu's just been a powerhouse for so long in these tournaments. We've seen it perform extremely well. It's really no surprise to see 6 of the 7 players playing to bring Halalu. It just makes perfect sense. We've also seen earlier on in the qualifiers, such as 1 and 2, we saw a lot of the Packed Rage decks, and they performed very well. Thulder and Frenzy both won off a final game on Packed Rage with Flush Astronach OTKs. The Rage Guildsworn is probably the most surprising list that we've seen. We haven't seen this that much whatsoever. Aini and Thulder have played it but after that, we just haven't really seen this deck, so it's interesting to see that 3 players decided this was the best thing to bring. Control Tribunal has just always kind of been a boogeyman that we see here and there, and mid-range this is something we've seen Flo bring every single week, but August also brought it this week, so it's really interesting to see that he also decided, hey, this mid-range Battle Mage might be underplayed, and I'm gonna bring it too.
Yeah, I really like the mid-range Battle Mage being included. That's something that has been a time-tested tournament staple for forever. I think this QuakeCon lead-up is probably the first time in competitive history that mid-Battle Mage hasn't had a dominant presence. It's something that was all around very, very frequently and fell off the map a little bit, and looks like it's starting to pick up a little bit of consideration. Let's take a look at some of these decks in specific. We're going to spotlight 4 decks that we want to really dig into right now and see what we're going to be looking at over the course of the day. The first is, of course, going to be that Aggro Halalu, one of those very low to the ground lists, likes to get in your face and close the game out really early, hoping to close out by turn 4 to 6, somewhere in that range.
Yes, and this deck is arguably one of the most optimized lists that we have in the game right now. It's been around for a while. You can see that a lot of the players in this tournament have gone for very, very low curves. We see additions such as the Aspirants, and then we have, of course, the Deepwood Trappers, the Mudcrab Merchant. Overall, you just don't want to miss your early curve on Halalu. We have seen it happen before, but it's part of the reason why we see these low curves. And on top of the Oathman activator is very helpful when you have a lot of low-cost green cards and red cards as well. We do see some players opt for a different number of pit lions, and then we've seen Penisaculous Agent and Halalu Sharpshooter being super, super common.
Varen Aquilarios, also one of those new Alliance War cards that has been making its way into almost, if not every yellow list. That card is a workhorse, keeps your life total high for racing, and can also keep your life total high if you don't need to rely on rune breaks and destructions for keeping your hand full. Divine Fervor, staple yellow aggro. Midrange Battle Mage, one of the other decks that we are going to be seeing today that has been a little bit out of favor lately, but is making a little bit of a comeback. A deck that tries to use and abuse the various ways to ward and ping between the blue and red colors to get a nice board up with the Breton Conjurers. Mighty Conjuring is very easy to proc in these lists, as you will often have several creatures at or above the 5 power threshold. What do you think? Is this a list that you have a lot of experience with?
I absolutely love Mid Battle Mage. It is probably my favorite deck in the game right now, so seeing it being represented is absolutely amazing. It's very, very strong on turn 6, or even 5 with the Blood Dragon, but just 5, 6, 7, the Mighty Conjurings, and even just Moose getting the advantage through cards. It's an incredibly strong deck. The wards also make it very strong too. So I absolutely love this deck. It's one of my favorite decks to play, and I'm really excited to see it. This looks like a very strong build as well in this meta.
I think the thing I like the most about Midrange Battle Mage is how flexible its play lines tend to be. Sometimes you draw the more reactive side of your deck, sometimes the more proactive side of your deck. Sometimes you're the beatdown, sometimes you're the one who needs to stabilize the board first before you can pivot into the aggressor. So Midrange Battle Mage, a very true mid-range deck, can go over the aggro lists, can go under the control lists. Really, really fun, flexible deck that can thrive in almost any situation based on the pilot's skill. Now, deck number 3 is going to be Rage Ebonheart, one of those ones that we've been seeing through every iteration of the Last Chance Qualifier Tournament lead-ups. All of the Qualifier tournaments so far have had some presence of Rage Ebonheart ever since the very first one.
Yeah, we have seen this deck over and over and over again. Its ability to beat pretty much any other control deck on the field has been very big, as well as the fact that with the low-cost removals such as like Archer's Gambit and Skaven, players have been able to hold off the aggro decks as well. On top of that, we've pretty much seen everyone go in favor of the Flesh Atronach OTK because this is just such a strong win condition paired with the Valkyrie Defiler in the Rage. So the fact that you can pretty much get a bunch of really chunky creatures out on the board with Defiler, or you just kill your opponent outright because you played a big creature, played Improvised Weapon, played Rage, and used the Breakthrough in order to just OTK your opponent.
I think my favorite thing about the Rage Ebonheart list is that Fork of Horripilation finally found a home. It's one of those cards that everyone thought was going to be really strong if you can make it work consistently, but it took a while for it to really find a place where it can slot in and always be able to get some value. Rage Ebonheart has been able to use it to great effect alongside other draw engines that it may include, to be able to refill its hand very, very easily and very quickly all at once, which makes it really, really good at these attrition-based matchups where you want to go late game and use your resources more efficiently than your opponent. Now, deck number 4 that we're going to look at, the very last spotlighted deck, is going to be that Rage Guildsworn. This is a deck that, if I'm not mistaken, Thuldir has been working on pretty extensively in the last few weeks and has kind of popularized it through a lot of the competitive scene. Things like Rage as a win condition have been really, really good. However, this deck tends to run a bit more mid-rangey as a Rage deck, where Rage itself is the win condition, whereas things like the Rage Ebonheart just use that as a stabilization tool a lot of the time.
Yeah, as well as the fact too, the Wilds Incarnate for resource extension is really nice, of great win condition. There's a pretty large amount of prophecies in Guildsworn, and as you can see, this list is no different, where we do see a lot of prophecies, and that's one of the ways that you're able to hold off aggro, but still have win conditions against such as the hard removal decks like Tribunal, for instance. So you kind of get the best of both worlds where you can play this mid-rangey, but you, as you said earlier, you can have the Rage as an OTK, or not as the OTK at the end, but as a win condition at the end, just being able to outvalue your opponents. And overall, it seems like a really solid deck. A little bit surprised we haven't seen it more, but as I said earlier, 3 players decided, hey, this is the right thing to bring today in a very high-stakes tournament, so I'm really excited to see how this deck performs.
I am too. I think Guildsworn is still relatively underexplored. I think it has a lot of room for very powerful decks, and just personally, I'm really glad to see Guildsworn getting a bit more attention than it did in the beginning of this tournament season. We're going to take a quick look at the bracket, see who is competing today and in what order and against who. Silverfuse, can you walk me through exactly what we're going to be seeing today?
So the first game that will be casted, which all of them will be casted in the winner's bracket, Bo will be playing against Immortal August, and then we'll have Empire Oathman versus Mayo. Would you like to go over the second part of the bracket?
Absolutely. Fafal will be taking on Turquoise Link third, and unfortunately, SN Prook had an issue submitting deck list, so he has been disqualified, which means Flo will be given a bye into the next round. So congratulations to Flo. Prook, very unfortunate situation, but these things happen. Otherwise, I think the lineup is really stacked today. I am incredibly excited to see all of these matches, actually. I don't think there's any match that I think is going to be less than stellar. Is there one in particular you're really looking forward to today?
Oh, wow, that's such a hard question. I really want to see how the third game of Link vs. Fafel, seeing those lineups against each other, I think is incredibly interesting. So I want to see how that game goes. And lucky for us, we get to cast that one.
I am excited about that. Everyone make sure you tune into that game because those lineups, the way they pair off against each other is really, really cool. So make sure you stick around for that one. In terms of what we're going to cast first, though, Really Bo versus Immortal August, let's learn a little bit about the two of them. Really Bo has been playing since the end of closed beta. Fun fact, he was actually the first streamer for the game I ever saw. A person who has been playing for a very, very long time, also known as Boom's Life. You may know him by that moniker instead. Favorite card, Master of Thieves, as he was known for his Pilfer Monk gameplay back in the early days of the game. And he was actually a fairly significant streamer at the beginning of the game. I would say that if it weren't for him, as well as a handful of other contributors at the time, Tesla streaming wouldn't be what it is today. So thanks to Really Bo and Boom's Life, Legends is doing really, really well. Hence why we can do things like this. Silverfuse, talk to me a little bit about Immortal August.
Immortal August is from Canada. He started playing during the Houses of Morrowind. His favorite card is Satan Courier. It's been a long time favorite of his. He's always said, hey, why doesn't anyone play this card? It's great. And then I know Charmer, who you'll see later, has also been a big fan of that card. His favorite deck is Aggro Crusader. And his greatest accomplishment is, if you've been to an Eola stream, you've seen him make Eolas believe that an autofill deck is a legitimate deck.
And I mean, honestly, I can't blame Eolas. Immortal August is such a good player that if he told me a deck was legit, I would just believe him. I don't know what I'm doing, but he does. And if he says something is good, who am I to say otherwise, right?
Oh yeah, and you never know. Some of those formulas for autofill decks can be fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, let's take a look at the decks that these two have decided to bring for today and see what the bans look like. Really Bo, one of the people bringing the Rage Guildsworn deck, along with Immortal August. However, only one of them will get to play it, as Immortal August has had the Rage Guildsworn banned away from him. Really Bo is also running the Control Tribunal, the Rage Ebonheart, which has been banned away, as well as the Rage Crusader, popularized by Eine's high-level finishes on the Legends ladder a couple months ago, a control deck that has been seeing a good amount of play to different degrees of success, usually based on, in my opinion, the pilot's familiarity with the deck, as it is a relatively weird playstyle of drawing tons of cards and healing a bunch, and then having one large swing turn in order to try and stabilize, but you're really kind of playing with your life total along the way. So a deck that a lot of people choose not to bring, really Bo, decides, yeah, I can bring this one. This is what I'm comfortable with. What do you think about August's lineup?
August has brought the mid-range Battle Mage, and then he's a well-known aggro player, so it's no surprise to see the Halalu and the Crusader come out from him. The Guildsworn Rage was one that he decided to do later, which I would love to hear his thoughts more on it, of why he was like, you know what, this is what I need to bring is the Guildsworn, the same thing that Bo also did it too, where that wasn't a list that we saw before, but both of these players found these lists that they liked.
Yeah, interestingly, Immortal August has been running quadruple aggressive lineups in several of the qualifier tournaments. And like you said, well-known aggro player, it's done him very well, gotten him plenty of points to get into the last chance qualifier today. I also would love to know why he decided to steer away from the heavily aggressive based lineup. But who knows? He probably has something up his sleeve.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Bo generally has played Control in the past tournaments, so the fact that Control generally has a little bit of an upper hand on aggro, bringing 4 aggro decks, you have a chance of just being swept by a Tribunal. Well, I guess you would probably ban the Tribunal in that sense, but some of these decks definitely could just sweep quad aggro, so it makes a lot of sense for August to diversify a little bit here.
I think I also want to highlight a point you just implicitly made. Everyone in this tournament has had access to the bracket for the last few weeks. So everyone knows who they will be going up against in the first round, which means that they've all had plenty of time to analyze their opponent, figure out what they're likely to bring, and try and potentially counter Q. Do you think that August will probably have an advantage for the lineup that he brought, or do you feel like really Bo can manage to stave it off?
Honestly, looking at these bans, I feel like there's some mind games going on here, because to me, I'm very surprised to see August got both of his aggro decks, and August being someone who's pretty well known on aggro, I probably would have expected Bo to ban the Halalu or the Satyr instead. And then August, I was surprised too that he banned the Ebonheart. We do know there's an ability for the Ebonheart pack to high roll aggro, but at the same time, I guess his mid Battle Mage and his Rage Guildsworn both do pretty well against the Ebonheart in some ways. I guess the Guildsworn's a little bit of a toss-up. So seeing these bans, I found really surprising. It's really hard to say if someone has an advantage over the other, just because those are not the bans I personally would expect. Does not mean that they're wrong in any way, but I feel like there are some serious mind games that obviously, because these players had access to each other's deck list earlier, they probably tested and were like, oh, you know what, these games aren't going very well for me, or these ones are going very well, and that's, I mean, because they had time to test, they have something up their sleeves.
Well, we'll see whose ace in the hole is going to be stronger as we get the Crusader, not Mirror. We have really Bo on the Control Rage Crusader, and Immortal August opening up with his Aggro Crusader. His Crusader list is predominantly yellow. It is running the allies that can buff everybody up, the Resolute ally that you can see on screen right now in Mulligan, and he has a very high density of yellow creatures all the way down to the 1-drop 2/2 Solitude Stalwart. Just to get that ratio up, be able to get the Resolute ally proc percentage up as high as possible. Do you like the way yellow Crusader is positioned, or do you think Hybrid and Red Crusader have a little bit of a better positioning right now?
I think right now the Yellow Crusader is just in a bigger favor. It has really good synergy. Even things like Gavel are just very good against a lot of these like lethal type decks. Something that's interesting to note in this deck, there is no Witherhand Cultist. Instead, we have the Syl and the Garnag and the Raiding Party, which was something I actually kind of asked him about last night because I was interested in it, but really just feeling like those cards got him more in these different matchups, since a lot of the control that he expected Bo to run was going to be creature based. So I found that extremely interesting.
There's one of those Solitude Stalwarts. A turn late, but still a 2/2 is nice development, can line up pretty well into most things that the Crusader would be putting down in the early game, shy of maybe a Grey Viper Brigand. Probably looking to get the Pit Lion going within the next turn.
Yeah, being able to set up an early Pit Lion is really big. And here August is going to be using his Magicka efficiently and playing the 2/3. This also sets up the pit line, as you said earlier, by just being able to smack a Nord in the shadow lane, get a little damage in, and then play a pit line.
Do you favor the pit line play or the Resolute Ally play? Probably pit line.
I would say the pit line, just because Resolute Ally is a fantastic, because it gives the buffs, it just allows you to trick trades extremely well, and it just kind of coming out of nowhere and then getting all these favorable trades could be really good for August.
It's also the Divine Fervor principle, right? Divine Fervor is better when you already have a board built that can capitalize on the buff that you're handing out. Same kind of way, Resolute Ally, the value is much higher when you already have a board built up and you can buff a lot of creatures, as opposed to getting just a couple buffs here and there. So I would agree. I think August probably looking at getting a larger board first, and then Resolute Ally can come down in another turn. Compare that with the Solitude Stalwart next turn. Be nicely Magicka efficient, as well as get a wide, powerful board. Looking a little interesting this turn, though. You want to put the Firebrand down, but it doesn't line up very well into the Bruma Profiteer.
Yeah, to me, I think you consider the 5th Legion Trainer and the Solitude here a lot more, and then in the future, next turn you can play the Nord, play your pit line, and then kill the Bruma, and you're in a really nice position, or you set up for a great Resolute Ally next turn. On top of this, you do have to be mindful that this is a very prophecy-heavy Crusader Rage deck. So hitting a Prophecy Javelin and losing your pit line all of a sudden, the game becomes very favored in Bo's favor if a early prophecy is hit like that. As well as there being other prophecies, such as the Golden Initiates.
So August seems to be committing to the ally plan because Bo can trade off into the Nord Firebrand in one of several ways. He can be pretty confident that pit line is not going to be available next turn. Really, Bo getting a good amount of cycling going, and alongside the Vanguard will be able to clear off almost all of August's board already.
Yeah, this is a very tough spot for August to start. Just running low on resources. On top of that, we see Bo's hand is pretty fantastic. He has the ability to play a 5/6 guard the next 2 turns. And against Crusader, there's not really much Crusader can do against that.
Yeah, the aggressive Crusader lists run very few, if any, prophecies. Immortal August is running the 3 Cleric of Kinds, but I believe that is nearly, if not literally, it as far as prophecies go in that aggressive list. So being able to stave off this much damage and this much board presence this early is huge for Really Bo.
And a first rune prophecy, what could it be? A Golden Initiate. Wow.
Oh,
that
this
is
deck
so painful.
This deck has so much healing potential, and that Golden Initiate is one of the best ways that healing can be accomplished in the deck, aside from Ravenous Hunger Rage. Crusader's Assault is going to offer even more healing, all the way up to 29, evening the life total and drawing 2 cards. Not going to have a follow-up play, but really, do you need one at this point? If you're Really Bo, you're probably thinking you're in a fantastic position right now.
Oh yeah, you're in a very, very nice position. You don't have to worry about running out of resources anytime soon. You got plenty of guards. You got interaction with your opponent's board, rapid shot to cycle a bit. And August's turn is just very strange here too. I mean, he has the pit line, but after that, he was Orclan captain, and I guess you hope for perhaps a Resolute Ally or just something good here. Resolute Ally would be nice just to keep this pit line alive, or else it's going to just be eaten.
Crusader's Assault isn't bad either. Does manage to get through a little bit of damage with the Pit Lion. Also get 2 draws, which is always welcome. Question is, do you Orc Clan first, or do you hold on to that? Because you could Orc Clan and Assault on the Resolute Ally to trade through instead.
Before we get too far here, I think August also has to consider how much the draw is worth too. You could make the argument for Orclan Captain and playing it onto the Resolute Ally, getting 1 draw, and then being able to push some extra damage and keep your pit line healthy. But you do have to worry about the potential of, say, a Javelin coming out, and now you've just lost out on a card draw to get 1 for 1, essentially.
Dawnbreaker, a nice buff, however, not going to get much more than a +4/+4, which really, you're fine with that. That's plenty of stats. No second rune prophecy for Bo. August putting on a little bit of pressure, but Bo has a lot of tools in hand to try and stave this off. is going to be able to full clear the field lane with the double Skaven after that rapid shot.
Yes, this double Skaven is incredibly brutal for August here. That was a lot of damage to remove. And on top of this, he's now lost the field lane. There's really nothing he can do with the field lane. He's forced into Shadow. We can see on Bo's hand, he has the answers with Shadow. He's got the guards. He's got so many guards.
Oh man, Bo's hand is so well equipped to deal with a stacked Shadow lane. And Immortal August, you're completely correct, has no other option. Thankfully for him, no prophecy on the third rune. Really, Bo drawing a Bruma Profiteer is also nice. That incidental healing can absolutely add up over time. Is going to slam that down alongside Phalanx Exemplar number 1. Getting a little bit of health and a lot of bit of disruption in the way of Immortal August.
I mean, he does have the ability to trick the trade here with the Dawnbreaker, which is nice. And he's chipping away. Crusader has so much reach in it. August is not out of this yet.
Oh, not by a long shot. There are several chargers in the deck, including both natural firebrands and those from any raiding parties, which I believe he's running 1 or 2 of.
Yes.
1 of them, correct.
1.
And as well as Divine Fervor can offer that board-wide buff, which is basically reach where X equals the number of creatures you have on board, which can be an enormous swing if you have a board already established, which right now, really Bo has ways to stop damage from coming in, but doesn't have any removal to use other than creature combat. No Prophecy Javelins have come up so far, no Javelins are in hand. So if August can trick these trades effectively more than once over the course of a couple turns, there's definitely possibility.
Yeah, it's also important to note here that August does have 2 Gavels in his deck. This would have been extremely nice here, just being able to trick the trade. But with the future cards, even just being able to trick a trade with a Hive Defender, if he does find Gavel and finds a relevant time to use it, that could be a decent swing for him.
Is going to throw the buff down onto the Bruma Profiteer, smack Bo down to 9, make that 7. Does Bo have an answer to this? Rage would be a board clear. Dushnik can clear off pretty effectively.
Yes, August has to be extremely happy not to see a Rage come down here. Although...
Bo's going to get a little bit of life gain as well from that Bruma Profiteer proccing twice.
Yes.
And 2 guards coming down is rough for Immortal August and just a godsend for Boom's life.
Yeah, he really needs to find another Crusader's Assault. It's big to note he only runs 2, and he's already played 1 of them. So the likelihood of finding another Crusader's... Wow!
He's 100% apparently!
Wow, that is such a good draw for August.
Is that a reverse caster curse?
I guess so. You
Gonna
know
be
what?
able
We
to-
can secretly control the games. No one knows this.
Yeah.
It's not for us, but you
Of
know.
course, everything is determined by casters. No, that is going to allow Immortal August to get 2 more draws, push a little bit more damage. We'll get so close to closing this game out with just a couple draws going the right way.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to use it on here. He could find just some way to... I think I'd be tempted to use it on the 4/4 and just kill the 3/3 and then hope to find a Penizoculatus agent to take the guard from the Hive Defender and push this last bit of damage and then just find that a little bit of reach. Does
Is
decide
going
he'll kill
to-
off the Nord, which makes a lot more sense than what I was saying because then the Hive Defender will not just completely eat up whatever it gets traded into.
Those are 2, I don't want to say lackluster, but not exactly high impact draws. The Marked Man is relatively nice as it can defend the Brigand, and Varen is nice because it's a 4/6 at this point, and a 4/6 is a nice stat line. You can do a lot with that. It can trade pretty well. The effect of healing when a rune is destroyed is going to be largely inconsequential at this point, because really Bo is not going to be attacking anytime soon. Hive
These
Defender
guards.
coming down.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
That is one of the worst draws he could find. After getting a good one, then you do have to get a bad one. That is the Newton's law of card games.
Balance in all things. The House Carl is a one of in Immortal August list. Really good at snowballing an advantage. not great at playing from behind, not great at closing a game out. August is going to have a pretty weird time right now trying to figure out how these trades are going to work, if at all. Do you force Bo to make the trades for you? Probably not.
Yeah, these are, like I said, it's just a really tough spot. House Carl would have been nicer earlier when he was actually breaking runes, but he needs to find ways to get past these guards, and unfortunately, he is not finding them. And yet alone with one card getting past two, there's no intimidates in this list, so we're not going to be seeing really any easy ways of getting past these guards.
And this is why you always ought to run Bushwhack, according to Aeolus.
Yes, Intimidate and Bushwhack. The new meta.
That Javelin is a pretty nice pickup. That means that the Varen can be traded into, and then the Javelin can clean up the rest of August's board presence, and then you can develop the Gold Initiate in field, start getting your life total back up. Stormcloak Battalion going to come down as well. Is not going to put down the Javelin, but that's probably not too big of a deal. Rift Thane, not really going to accomplish a whole lot right now.
Yeah, that Bruma getting as much value as it did too was pretty big for Bo. He's sitting at a comfortable 12 life. He's seen 2 Crusaders assaults go through. He's seen the House Carl, which didn't make a difference in draw anyway. So essentially, August is out of draw. Like, as Crusader, there's... The only thing that really happens here that Bo loses this game is if Bo prematurely gives August cards and August is able to swing the board that way, which Bo is a good player, and I don't really see that happening, but you never know. It's a tournament game. You play 2-year outs.
Yeah, every time you... I think that's actually a good point to make now, early in the tournament. If you see a player trying to stick in the game longer than you would expect, that's exactly what's happening. They're trying to play... you always play it out. You always see what happens. Orc Clan Captain, however, if that's the thing that's happening, is probably not going to inspire too much confidence going forward for the rest of the game.
No, there's... I mean, we have the Nords and Divine Fervor, but I guess Eastmarch Crusader, a chain of those, now that I think about it, he does run 3 Eastmarch Crusaders. Yeah. But
It's
the likelihood of
right?
that is... It's low, but that is
Something-
the only other draw options he has.
One weirdly relevant thing is that Immortal August playing the Bruma Profiteer earlier has allowed Bo to swing twice with that Golden Initiate without destroying any runes. That's 6 points worth of healing coming out of those attacks for free. Belligerent Giant is going to flip that Orc Clan Captain back to hand. Nice tempo play, 7-4 for free. Raiding Party a couple turns ago could have closed things out a little bit late at this point.
Yeah, it is just a one-off, so it's not too surprising not to have seen it earlier. It's kind of just like, hey, we may or may not see that card, it's a one-of. Just overall, tough spot for August. Bo just keeps on adding the creatures, which I like a lot, because he wants to set up this 1 or 2 turn lethal. At 18 health, though, you're good.
Really nice and safe at this point. That's kind of come to fruition in this game. Is August built the way he built is very, very resilient in the early game. Are for the early game can trick that combat. The gavel can be a complete blowout when you're fighting for field lane control, but there isn't a lot of staying power built into the list like a lot of other Crusader builds can have. Staying power in the beginning of that effect in the late game. Marak coming down, going to take the Orc Clan Captain. Will no longer be triggering for Immortal August, as that 8 power Belligerent Giant is going to always maintain control of that lane effect.
Yes, then on top of that, Bo's just going to lethal him next turn. August is our only running Cleric of Kindness Prophecies. There's no Cloud Rest, so there's no way to actually stop the lethal next turn.
Bo is going to be able to turn the corner, try and take game 1 for himself at Immortal August. Again, you play to your outs, you see what you can do. You probably throw the marked man in the field lane, as there is no breakthrough damage potential there, but August will tap out. Really, Bo gonna take game 1 in the Crusader, not Mirror. What
Yes,
do you
two very different satyrs.
Yeah. What do you think August runs next between Mid-Battle Mage and Aggro Halalu?
I would say I'd probably go for the mid BM just because the wards are harder for the Crusader to deal with overall. I mean, Crusader's Assault becomes harder to get off. The guards are easier to deal with because you play a big creature and then you ward it up and then you trade into the guard. So it's just easier to deal with overall, I would say.
I think I agree. It also invalidates a lot of the removal options that the Crusader runs. Things like the Rapid Shot and the Skaven Pyromancer that were so important to maintaining field lane control for really Bo in that game, which, if you ask me, that was the turning point of that game, was being able to establish that control. All of those things become invalidated with the wards. However, August, disagreeing, is going to go with one of his signature trademark decks in the Halalu. Fifth Legion Trainer and Awakened Dreamer opening on Ring is real good.
Yes, having the ring here with this opener, pretty fantastic. And you kind of debate, do I keep the Sharpshooter or not? Because we know this deck is jam-packed of guards. We saw them all game last game. So having an answer to those, like, that is very tempting to just full keep that.
It is. It's also noteworthy the Awakened Dreamer is a one of in the deck. It's a card that you love to see early in the game, and you can get it snowballing, get a lead early, and demolish a game as fast as you can. But if you draw it later in the game, it can be a basically dead draw after your opponent is stabilized. So having it in the opening hand, as opposed to later, is a huge boon for right now. Looking at really Bo's hand has the Bruma Profiteer, a Javelin, and Phaedon. Those are not really going to do a lot. Ooh, interesting. August decides to pitch the Fifth Legion Trainer.
Yeah, but surprise, it makes a bit sense too, because he doesn't have the low-cost tokens he's looking for. He didn't have Deepwood Trapper or Marked Man, Mudcrab Merchant, so it makes sense that he'd be wanting to get a lot of value out of Fifth Legion Trader. But it does, I think his curve did become a bit worse though, unfortunately for him.
He does have 2 through 5, however, going 1 for 1 as Halalu against a control deck is really not the game plan. You want to go a little bit wider. You want to see if you can get just a little bit of board control on your side as early as you can. Second Pentatus Oculatus agent, really not bad, but not great either.
I would say overall, it's pretty bad for August. He really needed a 2 or a 3 drop, or even one of his 1 drops, which his deck is just full of them. I mean, Shining Saint would have been pretty nice here to trick or trade, but that's just a one of. But overall, he's missing his curve, and that's the last thing you want to see on one of these low curved Halalu decks. Like,
Yeah, going double 2/3 openers that are basically just vanilla 2/3s for all intents and purposes.
yeah, and having to use a ring charge for it on top of that if he chooses to do so.
And I imagine you have to, right? You can't just not play anything for the turn.
I don't know. It's a tough one for sure, really, but I think you do have to, as much as it does. It sucks really bad. That's pretty much all I can really say about it is it's just a feels bad moment.
Well, and I think you especially do, given that you have another one to back it up in the next coming turns. Deepwood Trapper can help the curve a little bit if you really want, but this looks like just Candlehearth to me.
Depends on how you want to use your ring charge here. Because the Deepwood Trapper in some ways does the same job as the Candlehearth Brawler would do, except the Candlehearth Brawler is a little bit more of a surprise. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him go face, and there's a potential of just playing a Deepwood Trapper here, even as bad as it feels. I think preserving that ring charge when you have Candlehearth and a Nasi in your hand could be very relevant.
Yeah, with
This
the density
Nasi, though, in this game could be nuts.
Absolutely. The density of guards and drain creatures, basically keywords in general that a Nasi can interact with, would be potentially huge if used at the right time.
Yeah.
But do you think Immortal August has time to be patient?
Well, with his hand, he's kind of forced to be patient, unfortunately for him.
It is going to take his time on deciding the right play. Another thing that you always do in a tournament situation, use your turn time as much as you need. Some turns are very clear cut, sometimes a little bit less so. Is going to go face. Petatus coming down to steal the drain away. Ooh,
Nope, no
preserves
Deepwood.
the ring charge.
I'm surprised.
Really Bo gonna miss a drop this turn.
That is really, really big for August here.
That is huge.
That is absolutely huge. And he knows that there's no Hive Defender, so that's a pretty big knowledge for him. But after this, we see Bo's curve is fantastic. It's really, really good. He can play the 5 cost, and then the Thadon here is going to be drawing him cards constantly.
The Thadon is going to be nuts if that can get down early.
Wow, this execute pickup.
Oh, that's enormous. Felix
But he
Exemplar,
doesn't even need it. Yeah, he doesn't even need it, but still seeing it, I was like, wow, that is an answer.
Withered Hand Cultist is also an answer. Not going to be able to come down this turn, however, will be able to get some really nice value thanks to Patented Caster Vision if that comes down probably next turn. There is also the option of Withered Hand, Trader, and Deepwood Trapper. You can dump your hand with the ring if you so want to, but I don't know. That gives this Phalanx Exemplar a lot of value over 2 turns.
Yeah, it's a rough call overall of like when do you get forced to the shadow is kind of the question here. And last time, as soon as we saw him go in the shadow, we saw guard after guard after guard after guard. And he's used 2 of his ways to deal with guards, 2 Penisocular legislations, and then he has a Nasi and 2 sharpshooters left, which we see the Anasi in hand right now. So his thought could be, hey, if I stick all this stuff in the shadow and he does play a guard, then I do have a Nasi to follow up, although there's just not that much damage left here overall.
No, there's
August. It's just,
no Cliff Racer is very little burst. Looks like he is going to go for the shadow play. Nope, just developing a little bit into shadow. I kind of like this idea because you can.
I like the shadow.
We'll go all shadow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you at some point do have to give up on the field, and because you do have a Nasi, and the cultist helps too. So like, say if he plays a Nasi, and then there's a javelin that comes down, that's Bo's entire turn.
Yes.
And that's very significant.
The Deepwood Trapper makes it even more significant because, sure, you get to use the Piercing Javelin, but then your trades are slowed down immensely thanks to that shackle effect.
Yes, the shackle on Deepwood Trapper is just absolutely nuts at times. And the fact that you also have the opportunities to decide what it shackles to, because it is whenever it takes damage.
Anasi looking pretty good right here. Does allow a whole lot of damage to be pushed. I can't see any other line that August would seriously consider, but we'll see what actually happens.
And I assume we will see in the shadow just for the reason that the Deepwood Trapper here will be able to stop this 5/6 from attacking. Although it loses out on a damage, I still think that's relevant.
I actually
the trade into Mortal Trader.
Agreed. There is also the option to put it shadow or field rather, so you can keep it from trading favorably. However, August will go ahead and just proceed to face with a Prophecy for Really Bow on room number 2. There are a lot of these, so that is not unexpected. Piercing Javelin for free is phenomenal. We'll take out that Anasi.
Yeah, it is tough to literally see, oh, I played this great Anasi, and I hit a Prophecy that killed it.
And it's gone.
It's gone.
This execute is phenomenal, avoids the shackle effect, and will get an extra guard from killing the Mournhold Trader. That is a very nice stabilization turn for Really Bow.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to have not seen the Deepwood Trapper attack into the 5/6 to prevent that. You know that Bow has ways of dealing with the 1/3, and that would have kept the Mournhold Trader alive as far as we can tell.
Right.
So I'm a bit surprised to not see that trade made. Maybe frustrated after seeing that Piercing Javelin could definitely be a factor. I know I would be.
Noting the Halalu build for August has a lot of the same traits as the Crusader. Has a lot of ways to establish board control early through things like Gavels and Shining Saints, but is lacking in a lot of the cantripping effects that a lot of Halalu builds will have. It's not running a lot of the Crusader's Assaults, I don't think. It's only running 2 Gamblers as opposed to 3 that a lot of lists will run. So August draw options are relatively limited. And Really Bow having that second Piercing Javelin in hand after trading into the Withered Hand Cultist things are looking real good for the control player right here.
Yeah, once again, just really in a good spot overall. And August running out of cards pretty early on, getting a pretty awful start. I have a hard time seeing a way that he's going to be able to push through here.
And really, Bo hasn't even needed the Thaydon draw. He's been able to keep his hand very nice and full the entire game, has a plethora of options to deal with all of these situations so far.
Yeah, at this point it's just a
Giant gonna
one
come down.
more.
Yeah, you don't need any more cards at this point. Belligerent Giant is a very nice tempo play, getting to put something down yourself while removing something from your opponent. Halalu Oathman, basically a dead draw. It ends up being just a 2/2 as you do not get the draw, as there is no red card to proc that half of Halalu Oathman's effect. We'll get the mana refund, but to what avail, right?
Yeah, I think here as August, I think you just start holding and hoping that you're able to get a board going into hopefully no rage for him. As we see, Bo doesn't have a rage right now. Does have generally decent answers, just even the Moose being a 5/6 guard for 7 Magicka is pretty nice for Bo here.
Yeah, a 5/6 guard. Hey, having a 4th and 5th copy of the Phalanx Exemplar already in your hand, I'd take that, sure.
Yeah, hey, why not? I mean, at this point, he doesn't need to have perfect Magicka efficiency uses
not at
when
all.
his opponent just doesn't have cards and will not be using their Magicka efficiently unless they maybe chain some East March or they do find something with Halalu Oathman.
Yep, there are still 2 Corner Club Gamblers that August could use to fuel some hand draw. Really, Bo is going to go ahead and decide... Sorry, Immortal August is going to decide to play the cards out, try and put some pressure down next turn.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised not to see the push of 1 damage there before playing. Because at this point, you need every damage you can get. Bo has plenty of cards already. If you do break a rune, I guess the Initiate could be pretty harmful. That would be one of the bigger things, I would say. But at that point, like, you're at 6, like, he's at 16 health already, so I kind of feel like you need to be looking to chip in every single damage that you can get. But really, it's a tough call still.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashland Punisher is a one-of inclusion in this deck. Something I really like. I think it's a really neat inclusion. Not going to be tremendously impactful here, but it will push a little bit of damage through that 2/1 guard next turn if it is allowed to live. Really, Bo finding a Ravenous Hunger with a Rage that could represent back-breaking amounts of healing. That is the one thing missing from Really Bo's hand to close this game out. That said, it's really not necessary at this point either.
Yeah, and we'll be developing it anyway, knowing that August does not have a way. We've seen both the Pindus Oculatus agents come out, and there's no activator for Sharpshooter. So this 4/1's going to be draining, maybe by hitting face here, but he could 2-turn pretty easily from here. Bo can.
Yeah, the Deepwood Trapper not going to accomplish much at all right here. Crusader's Assault for Really Bo already in the hand, along with Belligerent Giant. 2 separate ways to be able to still push damage if that's on the agenda right now. Hive Defender can go into the field lane, lock down all avenues of attack for Immortal August. Crusader's Assault is going to come down on Ravenous Hunger, offers healing, does destroy a rune for August, but there are so few prophecies in this list. East March Crusader, not going to get it done either. Really, Bo is going to be looking for that 2-turn lethal. Cliff Racer would have done it a couple turns ago. That would have been a very nice draw, but at this point, a little bit too little too late. Oh my god, a second one as well. Look at that. Steel Scimitar. Man, if this had happened 3 turns ago, Immortal August would have been sitting so pretty. But now, gonna have to use that to trade, try and stay in this game, avoid a 2-turn. It's a tricky one.
Yeah, I mean...
His hand really didn't set him up for success, kind of from the get-go, though. August has been sort of fighting an uphill battle all game, just kind of given his draws.
Yeah, he
And
does
really,
have to
Bo,
trade a Cliff Racer here, too, to be able to
Yes.
live. So he's calculating the damage right now, deciding... Like, there is a time where you... Like, say if it was really close, you would consider killing the 2/1 if it was just by that much damage. But you do have to consider Crusader's Assault being the extra reach. does kill the 3/4 instead of the 5 attack, saying that I need this to live in order to have a chance at winning. But
The Nords must take back Skyrim.
It's like you were saying earlier, always play to your outs. You trade enough to live and then hope that you can win on the crackback.
yeah, you
Bow
really just
does-
never know with these games.
No, absolutely not. Hive Defender coming down, solidifying just a little bit more. Will
Yeah.
hold off on the attack. Ooh, Varen, another one that like 3 turns ago would have been enormous.
Yeah, even though we see Varen will calm down, but we have the giant in order to just answer it right away, and then we'll just see the lethal presented by Bo. I wouldn't even be
Absolutely.
surprised if after the belligerent giant comes down, that Immortal August just concedes.
Very likely. There are, again, effectively 0 prophecies, 0 interactive prophecies in Immortal August list. So really, Bo can feel very, very confident going ahead and swinging in. Also noteworthy, this tournament is open deckless, so anyone who is in the tournament can see their opponent's lists. So really, Bo can crack that open, see that there are no meaningful prophecies in August lists, and feel very safe going ahead, swinging away for lethal here. Gonna take game 2. Ooh, the aspect of her scene even more so. If anything did happen, that would absolutely wrap it up the turn after. But no need for that. Really, Bo is going to swing away, is going to not take any rune skips here. Full runes are destroyed, and August gonna go down 0-2. Really, Bo taking game 2 with that Control Crusader list. So that's going to leave Immortal August on the mid-battle mage, going to try and get the reverse sweep. How do you feel like the mid-battle mage can work against all 3 of these different control decks that really Bo is going to be running into it?
I mean, mid BM has been long known as the 50-50 deck. It has a pretty
Yep.
good, or at least a alright matchup into everything. It's not necessarily incredibly favored against everything, but it's not going to just, belly up against most things either. So there's a chance. There's a deck that I would never really count out.
Yeah, a phrase that I've heard used as a describer for that deck a lot is depolarized matchups. It has very few matchups that it hard loses, very few matchups that it hard wins. So going to be very dependent on how the opening hand looks and piloting skill. Piloting skill, Immortal August definitely has on lock, and draw is looking not bad right now, but we do see that really Bo has an execute in hand, which can answer so many things in the early game so very well.
Yeah, and August here will actually, the tomes can be very relevant in this game, being able to get that draw when you are having to go against a control deck. Being able to draw through the tomes can be super relevant, and also just putting things out of execute range or making javelin targets.
Is there anything you're specifically mulliganing for in the battle mage position right here?
You're looking for Crown Quartermaster. He's going to have to still be the aggressor. He has a little bit more resistance to some of the cards, but you're looking for Crown Quartermaster because you want to be able to get into the field as soon as possible and try to get an answer for the Crown Quartermaster. We do see that Bo does have 2 answers if he were to choose them, now 3, but essentially is you want to get on the field quickly. So finding a 1-drop is a big deal, but he did find a 2, which is good as well. And wouldn't be surprised if I can see holding it just because at the end of the game, or the middle of the game, I should say, which will probably end up being the end between these two, you are going to want to pair Lezra with a big threat and be able to make 2 big threats at a time, because that's a lot harder for the Crusader to deal with if the lanes are split, because it only has things such as hard removal, such as Javelin, and the Giant as well to flip it back, but more resistance is better there.
Absolutely. Immortal August does have a backup Daggerfall Mage, which is always nice. Pair that with the Crown Quartermaster. Has one of the original value engines in the game with Breton Conjurer. Can self-break that ward and reward several times over. Get a bunch of nice big 5/5 guards for your trouble. One of those decks that you're looking for the mid-game spikes pretty strong, and Breton Conjurer, one of the reasons that the deck can use those spikes so well. Interesting that the Dishnik comes down Shadow. Makes sense because you don't want the Daggerfall Mage to be able to get the ward immediately. Channel
Yeah,
Storm
being
can
able to
get rid of
deny
that if you
that.
want to.
Yeah, try to look for another execute, or you don't necessarily need the silence, but you do consider silencing the Daggerfall Mage here just because of what you're playing up against right now. And it looks like August saying, hey, I know you don't have an execute because you most likely would have used it on Daggerfall Mage. He's considering playing the Breton here without having an activator just because it's a threat. And if that gets javelined, he's very happy with that because he has a lot of top end. He has multiple moose. He has the giants. He's able to really grind out these control games because he has 3 moose in this deck. He wants to just keep his health and his runes and be able to get card advantage.
I love that play. Phalanx Exemplar is going to come down. Immortal August finding a Blood Dragon to follow up with. I'm looking at, are there ways to get multiple 5/5s out of this? The answer is yes. Can attack and also Lesser Ward. And then Cradle Crush to get 2 of them. That would clear off the Dushnik and leave behind the Phalanx Exemplar as a 5/4 guard. So you'd end up trading, and with an extra 5/5, that's not bad.
I think.
However,
yeah, I was gonna say you just play the Candy Crush here because you effectively, if you do that, the Exemplar will be trading into one of your 5/5s. But instead, I guess you could do that too. I was thinking that you could just put the ward onto the guard itself, and then you keep it up either way. But you're essentially getting the same thing, and you play around Javelin better this way, I would say.
yep, you're not putting all your eggs into one warded basket.
Yeah, one warded basket. I guess against Javelin, very, very, very relevant.
Really, Bo has a lot of ways to interact with this. Can get 2 of these Atriox removed at the same time between a trade and a Javelin. But then that leaves you with just Rapid Shot as a play. I guess using just a Rapid Shot to clear off the Breton Conjurer is a legitimate play, but it doesn't feel very good. It doesn't feel like you're working toward a position where you feel favored.
Yeah, and on top of that, you're taking a lot of damage to face here. You're pretty much relying on prophecies at this point, and August does have an answer to a Golden Initiate, for instance, because he can just play the Channeled Storm on it, which would protect his Candy Crush Giant pretty well.
I love Channeled Storm in this deck. I think it is a fantastic inclusion. From a Profiteer, ooh, the Hunger going to be able to be answered by that Channeled Storm really nicely.
Yeah, imagine if he had a second Cradle Crush Giant.
Imagine a Lundra paired with a Blood Dragon. I like that as well. However, you really need to get rid of that Ravenous Hunger, because if Bo has a Rage, then that is a problem.
Yeah.
Prophecy for Bo off of Rune Destruction number 1 is going to be a Cloud Rest. That is really, really nice. That is something that can definitely help early Bo stay in this. August has ways to deal with 1 creature. What do you think the priority list here is? Do you think you need to get rid of the Hunger first, or is there something else that is more pressing?
I think you have to get rid of the Hunger because you have to respect the Rage. At the same time, though, after seeing that Cloud Resolutionist go into the Shadow, you don't think Rage anymore. Like, why would he kill his own creature at that point?
Yeah, absolutely. That does signal pretty significantly. However, if Bo has been paying attention, he would know that the Steel Dagger is still in hand for August, so Rage in the Shadow or trade in field. But either way, I think you're very much correct in that. That means there is no Rage in hand.
Yeah,
And
killing it
will
off
take-
anyway to respect it, I think, is smart.
Bo has a pretty nice line of plays here, though. You can trade off into everything in Shadow as well as Javelin onto Daggerfall. Yep. That'll leave August with a mostly empty board.
Yeah, August needs to find a moose here pretty soon, just because he needs this resource extension bad. Very, very bad.
Rapid Shot is a very nice pickup. You can still be Magicka efficient between that and the other cards in hand already. Rapid Shot will only be resource extension at this point. Still is a nice pickup.
So you have to decide here, do you wait for the Ledra Sill combo? Or do you need to put that pressure on right now? Because if you put Sill down alone, then you do set up the potential of Mighty Conjuring if it can't be answered. We do know Bo's hand that it will be answered by a belligerent giant, but...
Do you play around at this point? Or do
I
you
mean,
think
at
it's
this
right
point
to...
you need to put pressure on, but I like pairing the Luzra and the Syl together right away. And if the Syl does get flipped, there's potential of just making 2 Dementia lanes, which is a little bit
Which is
chaotic,
great.
but also great.
Oh, that can get
yes.
out of hand so quickly. So Bo, for the first time in this series, after winning twice, has finally found an unstoppable rage.
It
So
is actually
August
quite
has been-
nuts.
Yeah, and a 50-card deck too. August has been playing around it and respecting it all game long, so that's not gonna change anything. It may change the read that August has on Bo's hand, that Bo hasn't been able to use one so far. But you play around it anyway, right?
Overall, yeah, you have to respect rages. Trying to decide if he uses this giant or not. I think it's pretty much his only choice, though.
It does get a little bit of incidental healing as well, which is always welcome. Rapid shot, probably not going to be all too useful right now. You can remove the Bruma Profiteer, but Immortal August deck has a lot of large threats, particularly in increments of 4 and increments of 5, between bolts, battle maces, and big chunky things like the Blood Dragons and the Frost Atronauts that you can summon. So being able to push damage if you can maintain board control is not particularly difficult for August. So in my opinion, the Rapid Shot probably better to save. What do you think?
I think there's a chance that you just play the rapid, that you do play the rapid shot on the 3-1. At this point, he does need to find Moose, though, too, is another thing that you could consider the rapid shot. I think you kind of need a cycle, because you can pair it with a Luzra and the Syl right away. And on top of this, I don't think, like, playing it on a Breton Conjure isn't going to be game-changing.
With the Crown Quartermaster, August can trade into the Belligerent Giant if he wants.
I think you got.
That room,
Yeah.
and I think Syl is going to be the play here. Yep.
You gotta push damage. I mean, this
Those
is a scary
nice
board.
props. It really is. That's what, 13, 17 worth of stats? That's kind of frightening.
We did see the Hive Defender, but still, playing Hive Defender into that lane, there's another follow-up for a 6 cost or more. Luzra gets a free trade into Hive Defender and Syl procs as well as Go's Face. Like, and 2, both forced you to break a rune or use Execute onto those 2 too. And knowing that
Neither of which
August
are good.
runs Moose, that's a hard decision as well. But it looks like we will be seeing both rune breaks, denying Moose in the future, but at the same time, August is getting 2 cards, and he can't really complain about that.
Oh, Belligerent Giant and
Wow.
Abner Tharn. Those are both fantastic. This will be lethal
That's-
for Immortal August next
Yep.
turn after a Belligerent Giant flip.
Yeah,
And off
there's...
the deck of the Silproc. Yeah, there are prophecies that can stop this.
Or Ulfric Stormcloak.
Yeah,
Is that still
doing...
lethal after the killing? Oh, it's one short.
One.
Nope, the
No,
Crown Quartermaster dagger.
Quartermaster.
So August is going to need to dodge prophecies here. You can destroy the first rune and skip the second with Syl.
Yeah, losing Syl too is... Ugh,
That would be really bad.
that would be incredibly bad. But I think you have to go for it in this position. You can't really afford not to. Bo has
Especially
plenty
with
of
the-
cards.
And the density of prophecies that you're working with already. Using Abner Tharn first, going to probably flip the Hive Defender with that. Oh, gets the second buff onto the Luzra off of that. No prophecy. Immortal August takes game 3 with that mid-battle mage. Really well piloted. I like the way he played that a lot. I particularly like playing out the Breton Conjurer on turn 4, saying, you know what? I think you don't have an execute. I'm going to get a whole bunch of value off this. And he did. 10-10 worth of stats off of that, as well as getting nice trades. That was really, really a good first showing for the mid-battle mage on the day.
Yeah, and I mean, people often will criticize the Naked Breton Conjures, but sometimes he read there is no execute. He saw a Daggerfall die early on, and then he saw the next one not die. So being able to read that saying, hey, you have to javelin my 1/1 or I'm going to do a bunch of fun things. And that's exactly what happened. And of course, Bo also didn't have a javelin at the time to answer that 1/1.
Fun for me things, not fun for you things. Just so we're clear.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the game's only fun when you're having fun.
oh, of course, who cares about your opponent's fun? It's all about crushing their hopes and dreams, achieving victory, and going to QuakeCon, right? That's what the day is about.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Well, what I'm here for is deciding whether or not Boom's Life is going to play the Rage Guildsworn or the Control Tribunal next. It's got to be Control Tribunal, right?
I would think that you would bring the Control Tribunal just because the Rage Guildsworn, the healing in it can give Immortal August issues, but it's very similar to the Crusader in a lot of ways.
It's Crusader plus blue cards.
Yeah, hey, a few more Prophecy blue cards and some Ward Crafters, call it good.
Yeah, Shrieking Harpy, really good card. Who knew? And also, I think the Guildsworn has a lot of removal that is conditional, the same way the Control Crusader has Rapid Shots and Skavens and things like that, and a lot of guards for creature combat removal. Whereas the Tribunal has hard removal more often than not. So all of those little tricks that Battle Mage has, like the warding things up, being able to proc Breton Conjurer several times, are all significantly more difficult against Tribunal than it is against something like the Guildsworn. So I feel like Tribunal's got to be the play. It also depends on, is Boom's Life feeling lucky? Does he feel like he's going to hit 4 out of 5 prophecies off of Rune Destructions? You never know. Maybe sometimes you're just kind of feeling it, right? Like something in your head saying, no, play Guildsworn. Guildsworn is the play.
There's definitely a chance for that, but I don't know. I think I'd just go for the Tribunal, but
Oh yeah,
I can really
agree
see
100%.
I can see either one. Like, I don't think either one is like strictly wrong or anything like that.
Well, so the other thing is, the worst case scenario, you have to play both of them anyway. If you lose one of them, then you have to go to the second one no matter what. So at worst case, it's a non-decision. So we're gonna see which one he's pulling out right now. Really, Bo? Yep, Tribunal it is. Immortal August still on the Battle Mage, as he will be for the rest of the match. Bo is on Ring. Immortal August is on a bunch of cards he's going to mulligan away.
There's a chance I was gonna say, he might just keep the Wilds Incarnate here. The whole point of running the Wilds Incarnate in this mid-BM list is to be able to outgrind these control lists. And he even gets the one drop off a ring. It's
That
beautiful
is
for him.
so nice. We see that really Bo has the Barrow Stalker, which is answered so well by the Rapid Shot and the Ground Quartermaster. Could also Steel Dagger it up if you feel like holding on to the Rapid Shot for something like a Breton Conjurer play later.
I think it's important to note here that Bo's list is not like the general list that we've been seeing for Tribunal right now. For example, he is running Divine Fervor and the Mirror Shrine in this, so this has a little bit of a lower curve in some ways. It does have 3 soul tiers, which we have not seen much. I think Thulder's original list from the first qualifier did run 3 soul tiers. There's only 1 Shrieking Harpy, which is something that we generally see most players play Shrieking Harpy if they are playing Tribunal, all 3 of them, but not in this one.
Yeah, I don't want to call that unheard of, but it's definitely unconventional.
Yes, it's not super common overall. So essentially
Noteworthy.
here, August doesn't have a fantastic hand. Bo only does have 1 Firebolt in the deck, so playing Morgul Gatekeeper doesn't feel all that bad, and we can see from Bo's hand that he just has the Galin to be able to contest, and after that, his hand is a bit clunky.
Well, not only that, but there is no good target for Galen to shuffle in either. I mean, shuffling in Maroc, sure, why not? It's a good card, but it's not one that you really count on. It's not something that is very, very impactful immediately.
And especially as slow as it is against mid-BM, it's very slow. We might not even get to turn 11. There's a chance of it. I could really go either way, but mid-BM just has so much swing to it. Does top deck the Necromancer to be able to shuffle that in instead. Something though scary in the future is that the cast at a time on Moose could be extremely brutal for Immortal August if it comes down.
Immortal August, same situation as before. Blood Dragon is going to be really nice next turn, but in a very similar situation to last turn, where sure, you can, bring out the Rapid Shot if you really want to, bring out the Skaven if you really want to, but neither of them really accomplish much at the moment, and those are both potential tools to utilize later in the game. This is a fun one where you have to really decide how you want to utilize your resources.
Yeah, and really August thing here, I'd rather just put the threat, and if you use a Firebolt or some kind of low magicka thing to deal with my 4-1 to kill my 2-3, I don't really care. He knows he has the Blood Dragon for next turn, and it'll be really big to see if Bo uses the hard removal on it, if he uses cast or not, because as I was saying earlier, cast on the Moose against Immortal August could be kind of devastating. That is part of his major win condition in this game. But now he also has the opportunity to, I guess you wouldn't make the trade here because that's way too slow. Might as well just develop the Blood Dragon instead, and because the wall cannot attack, then you can really just let it be until you decide you want to trade into it.
Yep, there's no worry about retaliation at all. Blood Dragon can come down relatively free. Are you worried about casting into time? Because you probably value your Wilds Incarnates over the Blood Dragons, right?
On top of this, Immortal August is only running 2 Blood Dragons in this list, so if Blood Dragon gets casted, he's like, alright, you can do that.
Good for you. Congratulations. Has not played it yet, is still deciding if that's where he wants to be on this play. I feel like probably yes, is going to go Shadow. No attack, just as you called. Well spotted. Divine Fervor is an interesting one, but Cast into Time will just come down now.
August probably pretty happy to see that cast with the thought of, hey, maybe my Moose actually doesn't get casted. But against Tribunal, you don't know. Maybe they have the second one, maybe they don't. There's a chance that sometimes you have to just play your cards. There's a chance that August tries to find another Moose before playing anything else, or before playing the first Moose as well. But with this hand, I don't know if he can afford to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I like this play from August. Going to just go ahead and put on pressure. Interestingly, 20 Wallop Spikes. Yeah, me too.
I think just developing the 6/4 in Shadow would have been potentially just better because he has Firebolt, Rapid Shot, things like that. I don't know if keeping in the field is all that important for him here. Especially when you're taking damage. Top of that, unfortunately for him, it did give Bo a play as well.
Yeah, I think that is the first thing played so far that Necromancer could pull back, if I'm not mistaken. Wilds Incarnate is going to come down. We'll get Immortal August 2 nice free draws, which always feels good. Ooh, Lesser Ward? Not bad in this situation if you want to trade into the Pointy Wall of Spikes. You can prevent the knockback damage. Also could save that for later and just say, all right, I don't need to do anything this turn. Will, in fact, hold it. This leaves Bo a relatively good Ice Storm.
Yeah, because it is just a very reactive card, although we'll get punished with this Divine Fervor coming down, which is
even better.
Seeing the 2-cost kill your 7-cost is not a fun time for you.
No, that always feels bad. Immortal August, low on gas. A lot of cards in hand, but not a lot of threats to put down, not a lot of proactivity in the hand. And this is one of those things that it happens with mid-battle mage sometimes. You draw the reactive, interactive side of your deck before you draw any of your things. You can slam down and say, okay, deal with this next. Okay, now deal with this. You had a couple in the Blood Dragon and the Cradle Crush, but not being able to follow up with anything particularly meaningful just yet.
Yeah, Bo's hand really isn't looking that much better overall. I mean, he's got a buffed Necromancer, and it pulls back Galen, another Necromancer, and Barrow Stalker potentially. Like, those are his options. And those aren't very high impact options. Of course, you know, making a nice big board of, hey, I can have a Necromancer into Barrow Stalker can be relevant at times for sure, but it doesn't give him all that much.
Agreed. August looking at the hand, thinking, all right, what do I do with this? I would be tempted to Rapid Shot into something a little bit more impactful. but then you lose the flexibility of trying to trick combat with that. You lose the optional Breton Conjurer value from that, especially now that you've already used your Skaven as well. Sidonin going to come down, diversifying threats just a little bit with the buff onto itself. Ice Storm for 2. You take it. You take those.
Yeah, Bo having no second thoughts on that Ice Storm, and August just finding the wrong part of his deck, just in every way. He has so much top end, has even drawn too deep into it, and just nothing. I mean, even finding like a Daggerfall Mage here and being able to rapid shot your own Daggerfall Mage and tome up would have been so much nicer, but finding that another lesser ward, and just knowing he has so many tied in, like, big threats that could help him out. And Bo reading that, you just saw a Battle Mage on turn 9 with multiple cards pass. You know he's in trouble. And Bo's saying, alright, I'm gonna go put on some pressure then.
Yeah, worst case scenario is your game plan is pressure me. You are not pressuring me, therefore I can take this opportunity to pressure you back and hope that you fold under the pressure that I'm offering. August doesn't have anything in the deck except for Cradle Crushes as far as AoE. So even that right now wouldn't be enough to get out from under this pressure.
Yeah, it's just... those are some scary threats, is essentially what it comes down to. Very, very scary threats. And at this point, Maroc is starting to become a lot more relevant in the game, which is funny enough to say. And August just not finding anything. Just a Crown Quartermaster that does nothing for him at all.
That's so painful. Crown Quartermaster is effectively worthless. At this point, it actually would be in really Bo's benefit if the Crown Quartermaster was able to swing in for, what, 2, 3, 6 damage after the Sentinel Battle Mace. Really, Bo would love to get 2 cards off of that. Or even better, just take it. How many cards does August have in hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? So August would overdraw if Bo swung in.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Crown Quartermaster Harpy come down.
Yep, looks like that will be the case. You can slow down Bo a little bit, which is not something I thought I would be saying at this game. A second Divine Fervor to buff everything up even further.
Repel the Outlanders.
And I think that's still an overdraw at the end of the turn? I may be mistaken, though.
Just, that is 10 right now, and still just not finding anything. Wow. Just have the Breton Firebolt, Lesser Ward Firebolt, I guess.
You can do that.
The Firebolt's actually
3
really
times?
big. Yeah, picking up the Firebolt's actually really good.
Yeah, there's 2 Firebolts and 2 Lesser Wards. You could leave it staying warded at the end of the turn after both of them.
Yeah.
There might also be mana for Lightning Bolting it too. 4, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, he could get 3 5/5s out of this play.
You just kill the 5/4 instead, though.
Yeah, yeah. It's
I can't
probably
drain
more
in.
helpful.
It's more safe.
But that's not as many big stompy things.
Yeah, there are no Dawn's Wraths in this list. So Immortal August does not have to fear about, I mean, even if it was, hey, you killed your board too to kill mine, I'm okay with this, and now I have cards and you don't. Even though my cards are really not that great. But I assume that's what we see is just, alright, we found a Conjure and we have Lesser Wards, let's go!
Yeah, at a certain point you have to say, you know what? I'm going to go, but he's going to decide to go with the Sentinel Battle Mace instead of with the Breton Conjurer. May still do 1 or 2 of them, yep.
Just going to push one into the shadow, or into the field lane to pretty much try and prevent lethal, knowing that there isn't really just a bunch of reach from Bo. Trying to set up his own lethal here instead.
Yep,
I mean, he has 13 right now, has the bolt in hand, could find the Ancano, but he does have the steel dagger as well. So that is, if no prophecies are hit, that's 11, 13, 14. Yeah, that's enough. But we're going to see the negation.
Yeah, we see plenty of ways for really Bo to deal with this.
We can see, is there a full clear here? I think there might be.
Negation along with Javelin, and then Fire Bloom, I think, is very
Yeah,
nearly,
you don't need to do that, but yeah.
but you could.
You could. You could if you wanted to.
Assert dominance, just show that, you know what, this is my board and you have no place on it. Death Priest gonna come down, turning that moose into a mummy instead. Not the M card August wanted to draw. Earthbone Spinner isn't gonna accomplish much here either. This looks like a 3-1 victory for Really Bow on the next turn, unless I am missing something meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, the rune skip is there. There's no way to set up like, hey, if I get a Prophecy Bolt, then I win the game. And he's only running 1 bolt anyway, which is in hand.
Yep.
Yeah, that is going to be the series.
Yeah, that'll be Really Bow 3-1 over August. August with a couple really clunky hands. Really Bow with some very, very nice corralling Immortal August into the Shadow Lane in a couple matchups. Having nice guards to deal with all of Immortal August aggression over the course of the game. Well done, Really Bow 3-1, going to advance into semifinals. Immortal August, well played to you as well. Just getting here is very impressive. Really great player, has managed to do really well in all of the qualifiers so far. Really Bow is going to be the one to move on, though. What a series! What do you think so far?
That was, yeah, there's definitely some great play overall there. I can't really complain too much. Like, it was a good series. Both played those games extremely well. Highlighted them, yeah, just really incredible.
Well, that is going to do it for series number 1. When we come back, it is going to be Dead Broke Nerd and Charmer taking us through the second matchup. So don't go anywhere. We have lots more legends for you, brought to you by a lot of really great casters. So don't go anywhere. Next series coming at you real soon.
Hello friends, my name is Lord Costa. Today I'm going to talk about the different types of decks. I'm sure most of you have heard the terms aggro and control thrown around, but what do they actually mean? Across most collectible card games there are 3 core deck types: aggro, mid-range, and control. All of these have different goals and different approaches to how they want to win the game. If you enjoy fast-paced matches, you should definitely take a look at aggro. Aggro decks are based on overwhelming your opponent with pressure and reducing their health points to 0 as quickly as possible. They run low-cost, early-game cards and often flood the board with creatures. Classes frequently used for this archetype are Crusader, Warrior, and House Hlalu. Notable cards that you will come across when playing against an aggro deck are Mournhold Traitor, 5th Legion Trainer, and Divine Fervor. If aggro is too fast for you, and you're the kind of person who likes to take things slow, then control might be just the right thing for you. Control decks focus on stalling in the early stages of the game. They rely on strong guard creatures to shut off both lanes, and on removal cards that destroy the threats their opponents play onto the field. Then, once they have accumulated enough magicka, and their opponent starts to run out of cards, they establish a strong board presence and try to win the game in a single turn. Some of the classes often used to build control decks include House Tribunal and House Telvanni. Cards that represent the archetype are Hive Defender, Ice Storm, and Odahwing. Now, if you don't like your game plan being set in stone before the match even begins, and you enjoy playing a deck with lots of options, then midrange might be exactly what you're looking for. Midrange decks like to establish dominance on the board with powerful, overstated creatures. If played correctly, they have the ability to stop aggro decks in their tracks, as well as break through a control deck's defenses. They usually have a smooth magicka curve going from 2 and 3 drops up to 8 or even 9 magicka. The downside to midrange decks, however, is that they are generally considered more inconsistent compared to the other deck types. Because they have both low and high costed cards, it's possible that they draw the wrong part of the deck and are unable to establish any presence on the board at all. Some of the classes associated with midrange are Battle Mage and House Dagoth. Cards that have found their place in these decks include Cradle Crush Giant, Blood Dragon, and Telvos Magister. I hope you learned something new today, and maybe you even found an archetype that you want to try out yourself. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for more amazing matches.
Ahoy there, Elder Scrolls Legends fans, and welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier. I am Dead Broke Nerd, and with me is Charmer. Any thoughts on the day so far, man? How's it going?
Well, which question do you want me to answer first? Thoughts on the day or how's it going?
It's all the same thing, man.
Okay,
The day is how's it going?
Thoughts on the day? Matches so far are brilliant. How's it going? Terrible, because I continue to exist. No, all jokes aside. All jokes aside, I thought that first round was very fun to watch, and I think the rest of the day is also going to be fun. It's a bit of an homage because we're going to see a lot of cards get played that will no longer exist in their current forms and fashions. So
yeah,
it's a nice send-off in many ways.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, lots of cards. I mean, just looking, I was just thinking wistfully about the Cast into Time as they were discussing removing the cards from the deck, and I said not for too much longer. But what we're gonna do is take a look at the bracket real fast for anybody just tuning in. We've already gotten one of those matches wrapped up, which was Immortal August and Really Bow, with Really Bow taking the win. And I think we got the bracket coming up soon, I imagine. Aha, there it is. Yes, so Really Bow took that match 3-1. Next up, we have Empire Oathman versus LMAO, which that is what we will be casting, Charmer. And then we will come back for the last of these to be resolved, which will be Fafal versus Turquoise Link. But right now, we're focusing on Empire Oathman, the favored son of Cyrodiil, versus LMAO, the master of mayonnaise. Tell me a little bit about Empire Oathman, Charmer.
Well, for the folks at home, they can see the bio on the screen, but what they need to know about Empire Oathman is that during his top 8 run before, I kind of lambasted him for not running a fully themed lineup. He did have an Empire lineup, but he did not have a Scout, Spell Sword, etc. as the rest of his. This time around, he's made it worse, and he didn't even bring Empire. Like this is what I need to talk about here, not his made up, loony, profile here. What I need to do is say, Empire, what are you doing? You bring Empire at a minimum. If you're not going to go full theme and you don't want to catch flack, like, you at least bring Empire. But no, didn't do it. How dare he? I've lost all faith. He's not the favored son of Cyrodiil any longer. He is the infamous most wanted. Unbelievable. I've never been so disappointed.
How did I know you had a hot take on this one, Jarver? I was excited to hear it. Rant over, but I'm sure we will touch on it a few more times as we see his non-Empire decks. But let's take a look at LMAO's player biography here. LMAO started playing November 1st, 2017. Oddly specific, but it's fun fact for everybody. Favorite card, Journey to Sovngarde. Interesting card that has created several decks on its own. I cannot disagree. Favorite deck, Exodia Battle Mage. Well, you know, that's one of the ones I haven't tried yet, Charmin. I haven't tried that one yet.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. It takes a little bit of time to get used to, and then even once you do get used to it, you've got to be a bit of a masochist. LMAO and myself are probably the types of people who enjoy that kind of list, but it's not for everybody.
Well, LMAO certainly seems to enjoy it. He's very proud of how far he's come as a streamer. Very popular streamer. Love the the hair Photoshop job that he does on stream, which is some of the funniest stuff. And the stash, of course. So definitely two very interesting characters that are actually going to be duking it out today. Let's take a look at the deck lineups that they brought. We're going to see some interesting stuff here.
Let's please. So the bans are correct. They're on the screen, right? Mid-range Guildsworn has been banned on Empire Oathman's side. LMAO will not get a chance to play his mid-range Tribunal list, but let's take a look so that I can once again say Empire is bringing great dishonor to his family. As a caster, I'm supposed to be impartial, but I am actively rooting against Empire Oathman for not bringing Empire. If you want a heel for this tournament, if you want a bad guy, you have found it. It is Empire Oathman. How dare he?
Well, if you're done lambasting the competition here, Charmer, tell me a little bit about these bans. Why do you think we're looking at the same bans that we that we see here?
Yeah, so from an actual analysis standpoint, LMAO's ban makes an awful lot of sense simply because you're running up against 3 aggro decks essentially, and then 1 outlier. If you're going to have to face aggro over and over and over again, why be specific on the one? Maybe you target Halalu if you just really think that's the best of the best and it is the most represented list. But if you're going to face aggro over and over, you might as well just take out the outlier and know what your game plan is for the entire series. On the other side of things, I think that the mid-range Tribunal list, if you know you're going to be playing aggro decks, and Empire is a bit of an issue because it has a great way to fight for the board, but also pivot and gain a bunch of health. So of the ones that could give you trouble, I think that one stands out the most. And so both these bans make an awful lot of sense. I'm not really seeing a surprise here.
Now, I was looking at the lineups before we started this cast here. I think what interests me a lot, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, is this aggro Dagoth that Empire Oathman has brought. We saw the aggro Empire last time, and I don't want to get too far down that road again. But can you talk to me a little bit about what Dagoth brings to the table in this environment?
Well, I mean, it brings a lot of things. Typically, we see this particular list to be a little bit more mid-rangey because you've got some powerful tools like Hand of Dagoth, for example. But what it really gives you is very sticky creatures that can hit the board early. And then also, because of the presence of strength in this lineup, gives you access to things like Withered Hand Cultist that you know is important for the control matchups. So you get things like Ward Crafter, for example, which is a really powerful tool for early trades against other aggressive lists. And then in your control matchup, you still have access to cards like Cultist. So it kind of lets you play the middle ground, even though it's not like a true mid-range deck or a true mid-range Dagoth list. It gives you some of those tools both ways. So it's a good switch. If you're not going to bring Empire, how dare you? It makes sense.
All right, so it looks like we're getting in game real fast before it starts. Charmer, do you have a prediction for how this match might work out?
I think that ultimately it's going to come down to who gets the most value out of their Halalu lineup, if I'm being entirely honest. The Halalu Mirror has kind of decided entire series in past qualifiers, and this one could be a very similar one. The the Telvanni list that LMAO brought is either like going to sweep or it's going to brick on itself. Against this mini aggro decks, I think it'll probably brick on itself at least once. So I think it's really going to come down to how much value LMAO gets out of this Halalu list.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a reason why we saw so many competitors having brought Halalu. It is, I mean, you know, if we take Empire Abomination out of the formula, which we've done for this event, I think we're looking at the real boogeyman being Halalu. So as far as starts go, Empire Oathman managed to bring out that Wordcrafter with the help of the Ring of Magicka. And LMAO, hey, he's not going to be too bad off with these 2 Mournhold traders ready to jump on the board for 4/4 stats on 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the one downside is the Wordcrafter opener kind of forces them to go into the Shadow Lane. It doesn't happen right away, but a Wordcrafter can theoretically trade into a Mournhold trader over time. So you kind of get pushed to the Shadow Lane. Not the end of the world, but it's a bit of an annoyance when you have powerful 4/4s to start with.
Oh man, there is the Mud Crab. The players went shopping. Skywatch Vindicator picked up from Oathman and went ahead and picked up a gift for LMAO as well, which was a Dark Harvester. Which interesting because it does provide a little bit of healing and a guard. I imagine kind of a tough one to want to hand to the opponent, even if it is very slow at 7 Magicka.
Yeah, in that decision, you're kind of taking the proactive play versus the reactive one. The hope or the goal is that by the time Dark Harvester should come down, you should be in a position where you can either deal with it or be winning by so much that that is a low impact play because it's going to take your entire turn by the time you get to 7 Magicka. Whereas the Vindicator gives you the opportunity to answer the board a bit, buff something, maybe get a little bit of reach to push for lethal. So I think it's the right call here. I will say the Satanine here was an interesting play onto this Mud Crab because it did kind of telegraph what your plan was for that Mournhold trader, and that allowed LMAO to very, very nicely answer with that Trapper.
Yeah, Deepwood Trapper, just so much value for the price of 1. A 1/3 with guard that also has the kicker of being able to shackle things at damages. I mean, that's one of the, I mean, if I'm being honest, I would value that as one of the most powerful 3s in the game. It's raw skill at protecting powerful, but, things like the Mournhold trader that you don't want it to die. That said, we do see the Morkel Gatekeeper come down, buffing itself to say, hey, if you don't have a way to trick this, you're going to lose one of those traders and give me a guard.
Yeah, these Mournhold traders are still presenting a bit of a problem, though, because Oathman essentially needs to have the health lead when these Royal Sages come down, and the traders are making that really, really difficult to kind of keep pace. You're hoping and praying there is no answer on the side of LMAO, because otherwise you kind of can't take that back. But we see this Cloudrest Illusionist as the likely play. It's just a question of, do you want to put it into the field and try to contest there, or do you continue stacking Shadow? It looks like Shadow is the decision.
And Cloudrest deals with this so well. I mean, this was the exact thing that you have to imagine Empire Earthman saying, well, maybe not a Cloudrest, and without a Cloudrest, we're probably sitting pretty here. And has the Cloudrest now. I mean, look at that Shadow Lane. Look how much damage LMAO has over there. I mean, it's just and the poor little Mud Crab is shackled down and can't respond.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was mentioning.
Ooh, that's a
is that
prophecy.
now there is no way, even without this prophecy, there was no way that you could take the health lead back here. So it makes these Royal Sage plays incredibly clunky, and the draws did no favors to Empire Oathman as well. Steel Scimitar isn't going to allow the Satanine Courier to trade in to one of the traders. Daggerfall Mage is an okay development choice, but
And this is looking absolutely terrible for Empire Oathman at this point. That Cloudrest Illusionist pickup, I mean, it's not even about the summon ability. It's just purely the fact that there is 16 damage. and about to be 20 if that Divine Fervor comes down, which I would expect would happen. But,
yeah, the Fervor.
I mean, wow.
Fervor makes an awful lot of sense here because it means that these creatures can no longer single trade into the Mournhold traders. So you're going to, again, force Oathman to commit multiple resources to just getting them off the board. You are miles ahead in this matchup if you're LMAO. Everything that you could possibly want other than maybe having opened with a 1-drop has went your way. Trader on 2 is great. Second Trader with a 1/3 Trapper is fantastic. You had proactive Cloudrest plus Prophecy, Cloud Rest. If you drew a matchup up, this is what you would want.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I mean, so gonna take 10 damage in, trade a couple little things, and I think that's a really nice choice there, right? Because I mean, we know, and we can actually see it now, having picked them up, how many items exist. So a little, 0-1 Satanine that can receive a Battle Mace, a Tome, and all of a sudden trade very separately. Now the Skywatch Vindicator, LMAO had no way of really knowing what that was, but it does come down, helps finish off that trade. There is a guard there. We're looking at LMAO's hand, though. I mean, there's resource extension in it. There's some proactive big boys that can come down between Garnag and Baron. I mean, it's the little Mournhold Guardian is just a speed bump at this point.
Yeah, I really liked the previous play where LMAO did decide to trade for the board as opposed to going entirely to the health total of Empire Oathman, making sure that your opponent has no way to kind of get back into the game is oftentimes a much better game plan than just kind of going all out. And as we can see now, because of that course of action, Empire Oathman is still struggling to find ways to deal with the threats that LMAO has developed. It's a fantastic way to snowball your lead in these kind of aggressive mirrors by just making sure that you have control of the board.
So we're probably going to see that trade into the trader to get the guard, which is desperately needed. And you got to imagine, right? Like the sharpshooter removes the corner club? Or do you have to... I mean, man, there's not really much better of an option.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take a trade and pull 5 damage off, you might as well do the one that also denies them from drawing. So I think that this is the correct play. I like playing the item here. You're just, kind of hoping that they don't have an answer. And that's...
Unfortunately...
Yeah, Oathman's been just kind of hoping for a lot, but...
And with the Steel Scimitar, that is going to be a rune skip on the last one. And LMAO will take this game 1 in this quarterfinals match. That was a pretty impressive performance. What did we say right at the beginning? I think, Charmer, that you said that what's going to make a difference is how much they can get out of Halalu. And I think Halalu offering just demonstrated its raw power. Let's be real. That first rune prophecy definitively helped, but even without it, I mean, we're looking at the ability to trick trades. We didn't even see any lane swapping, but I mean, that could break the game open. There's so many tools that allow Halalu to deal with the opponent's stuff while still establishing, building a board, and eventually driving all that damage face.
Yeah, absolutely. LMAO basically proved that you don't need the Ring of Magicka to win. You just need Halalu and a prayer to Cthulhu, and you can wrap things up very, very nicely because some sort of ritual or rite was performed. That draw was flawless by LMAO.
Absolutely beautiful. And here we are going to the next game. Empire Oathman is going to bring in the Dagoth to try to take down the Halalu from LMAO. Let's see what happens here for the opening draws. LMAO going to be on ring this time. Empire Oathman looking at a Hand of Dagoth, an Orc Clan Captain, and a Halalu Sharpshooter. I mean, I don't think you really care for too much of that. Maybe the Captain.
Yeah, even the Captain is questionable because it's not the most proactive 2-drop. I mean, making sure that you have something to plan to is always important, but typically Clan Captain is the sort of thing you want to follow up later on. In my opinion, it shines as like the best 2-drop you play on turn 4 in the game, where you develop something on turn 2, something on turn 3, and then you play a pair of 2-drops on turn 4, and that one's kind of buffing your existing board. But just leading off with it and praying that it survives is typically feels bad.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're going to see LMAO ring out the 5th Legion Trainer. An amazing opener at 1-3 stats, especially you get it down on 1. It is just going to make it really tough if LMAO can protect it. That Shadow Shift is really nice. I gotta imagine, though, you're just gonna take the Rift Thane and say, okay, Empire Oathman, you need 1 more point on that Awakened Dreamer if you want to get this 5th Legion dead. But the longer you can keep that 5th Legion alive, you just creep up in win rate percentage.
Yeah, to be honest, I would not be shocked if we see the Shadow Shift. I think that moving it so that you can protect it, because you're playing against a deck that's going to be running Clan Captains like at a minimum. There are some other tools that you can use to buff that up. If I got Raiding Party in my hand, I think that saving this 5th Legion trainer to guarantee that that becomes 4 damage instead of 2 is incredibly important. If Raiding Party wasn't in the hand, I think you're correct. But here, there's got to be at least a strong consideration to use it. Or you can just use the Raiding Party now.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting here because with the trade, it doesn't die. You do get to set up the Firebrand, and you've got another one in hand ready to go in the future. Yeah, definitely like interesting choices there. I think that I actually kind of like this because, I mean, if you shift your 5th Legion out, then you'd be putting your Rift Thane with the ring in shadow and basically abandoning field. So getting control of that field lane here, I think that worked out really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, there's a merit to both courses there. If you do kind of abandon field, that is not ideal, but it would have allowed you to be a little bit more reactive with the Raiding Party while still developing the Rift Thane. So it delays your aggressive game plan, and I don't know. I guess me, as somebody who loves to go face, I want that 5-2 with breakthrough on the board sooner rather than later.
Certainly. I mean, I can certainly appreciate that. Rift Thane, extremely aggressive card, and it really feels good when you get that 5th Legion proc on it. What do you think happens here? I mean, the shift comes down now, I have to imagine.
Yeah, there's probably not a better time to use it. The only reason that you would consider not using the shift is if you were going to Crusaders Assault here, but that feels just empirically wrong because you sacrifice your board just to draw. You want to develop, so...
Yeah, that's so low tempo. I mean, you don't want to just let the Dagoth back in onto a board state just for a couple cards.
Yeah, you're a turn later, but you're kind of in that same situation you were before, where now you either fight down this Ward Crafter or you have to abandon and go to the Shadow Lane. Looks like they're just going to fight down the Ward Crafter. They value field lane intensely, it would seem.
Yeah, definitely so. The Black Dragon, though, you know, I mean, massively overstated at this point at a 6/5 for 4. You can't really argue with that too much. Certainly does put you at risk for certain types of reactive plays, though. I mean, Harpies, and I would have been interested to see go wide, but you can't argue with a beefcake like that on the board.
Believe it or not, there are actually arguments to be made. The longer this goes, I actually think the more it favors the Dagoth list. Because if you are not kind of consistently pushing the damage with this Halalu deck, if you don't get out of control before Dagoth can deal with it, something like a Resolved Hand to Dagoth that you have no answer for in Halalu will just lose you the game. This Dagoth list is aggressive, but it is still a bit more top-heavy than Halalu. So I'm not saying that what LMAO is doing is incorrect. I'm just saying that there is an argument to be made about, maybe being a little bit more antsy with trying to get that damage in.
Yeah. Now, I think the Orc Clan Ash Oppressor looks really cool here. Ash Oppressor, a very rarely seen card. It's a 1-buy in this list, but the ability to have a solidly statted 3-drop that also can shackle. Very, very nice here, especially to deny that big 6 points of damage. And, of course, the Rift Thane can go face, and actually, I imagine the Cloud Rest will probably come down now.
Yeah, this is a great time to utilize that Cloud Rest.
Yeah. It's a very solid pickup. You know, one thing I want to kind of ask about, I mean, we're looking at LMAO's hand. We see a Crusader's Assault and a Divine Fervor. And both of those, like, they're kind of sitting around and looking for the right time to play it. Now, obviously, the Divine Fervor feels pretty good next turn if all 3 of those creatures over there are still around. But at a certain point, LMAO needs to draw some more creatures to just keep slamming. I mean, Halalu typically loves to just go wide on the board and have lots of options for how they want to take trades. And
yeah, I mean, at this point,
Cliff Racer.
I was gonna say at this point we've kind of we've come to the conclusion we knew what LMAO was going to do, right? LMAO, through his actions, has telegraphed that he very, very much values fighting for this field lane far more than the go wide aggressive strategy. So, again, I'm a go face kind of guy, so I'm with you. I say go wide, and I think that math is for defenders, right? Let you figure out if I've got enough to kill you or not. That's the way that I operate. So
that is That is an
In my
excellent
mind-
quote for this game.
Yeah, in my mind, I think that's the way to go. But LMAO, a bit more measured. He knows that there's high stakes in this particular event, wants to kind of be methodical, and he's valuing fighting for this field lane that much more. So not surprised that he went the Cloud Rest route. And it's, again, something I think we're going to continue to see here. He's going to likely take some sort of trade here. He's trying to work out what the best way to do this is. Do I want to use Crusader's Assault now or develop bodies? Probably valuing bodies.
And we do see a Hand of Dagoth picked up for Empire Oathman. Now, you know, you can't really play it this turn. Well, actually, this 6th house amulet, being able to potentially protect this guard, absorb 2 trades.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Belligerent still kind of wins out. And the reason why is because if Belligerent goes unanswered, Swift Strike wins you the game.
That's definitely true. That, you know, that's what's really interesting here, I think, about Dagoth. They have so many cool ways to get reach, right? You have access to the Swift Strikes. You have all of the amazing items out of red and blue, right? And then you've got the Chargers from green with Cliff Racer. It's one of the things that makes Dagoth feel really potent when you're in this position where it's real close back and forth. And if you've got a creature on the board, they just cannot underestimate the amount of points you can put down from hand.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about before, where I said if Halalu doesn't get the pressure, I think the longer the game goes, the more it kind of favors Dagoth because they've got these, you know, better tools at the top end if they can just survive to get there. Hand of Dagoth is certainly one for recuperating your health and kind of getting control of a game. But it turns out 7/4s with breakthrough that attack twice also will get the job done.
Let's see what we're looking at here. Now you can Candle Hearth and Crusader's Assault to remove the Belligerent Giant, which I think you kind of have to do, right?
No, I think that we're going to see Bruma and then a Candle Hearth perhaps, or a Marked Man, or just something to like chip at the damage Belligerent's going to do, maybe. Like Marked Man and then maybe the defense is over there just so that you're not taking all of it. But this makes sense because of the health. Yeah, well, more because of the health from the Bruma, right? So I think that this is perhaps the best play.
I mean, I think we're still looking at, well, the 6th house amulet could have given one more, but that would not have been enough. Would it? 8? No.
There was a very like close shot at lethal if you perfectly high rolled off of Pawnbroker and you know, played the amulet and the Swift Strike and so forth in the right order, but it's such an outside shot that I think being conservative here was correct.
Certainly. And so this gives LMAO 8 points currently, needs 3 more. We can see that does exist. And so what we're looking at here is Empire Oathman relying on a prophecy to get by this turn. Prophecies do exist in this list. There are Shrieking Harpies, Covenant Plates, Morkel Gatekeepers, Lightning Bolts. There's quite a few things that could pop up off of these runes to potentially save him.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the case. However, it is only going to be one shot at it because the presence of that Crusader's Assault does mean that Garnag can skip this last rune. And unfortunately, it is not found. So we're going to see the Candle Hearth into Crusader's Assault, and that is going to be a game win for LMAO. He is now up 2-0.
Wow. That one was a bit of a nail biter at the end. Let's be honest. That's one of the most exciting kind of aggro mirrors I think I've seen in a little bit, because I mean both players were kind of chipping away at each other. I mean, we looked at that last turn going in. It was what 11 or 12 to 11, right at the end there. I mean, it's kind of fascinating too when you sit there and look at like the amount of thought going into, okay, I've got to read how much damage does my opponent have in their hand, you know?
Well, I mean, it took a very specific play path as well for LMAO to stay alive in that. If he's not playing the Bruma and those additional creatures and the defenses to kind of chip in, then, you know, we know through caster vision, Oathman had enough to get in for the lethal, right? So things were certainly still being decided in those final turns. And now comes the mirror. Now, in a previous qualifier, we did see somebody go 2-0 on Halalu, lose in the Halalu mirror, and then somebody reverse sweeped. So are we again going to see one of those series where Halalu wins every game in the series?
We may indeed see Halalu be the most dominating deck. Once again, there are some distinct differences between these two lists that I think, bear mentioning, right? So there are actually no Rift Thanes in Empire Oathman's build. There's Firebrands where there are not Firebrands, but instead raiding parties in LMAO's build. So like there's some very distinct differences, and that's one of the interesting things I think about Halalu, right? Is that you actually have a good amount of choices when it comes to building your deck. And how, what kind of utility cards do you value? The Shining Saints? Do you want the raw damage from the Rift Thanes? There's a lot that goes into that.
Yeah, it's amazing because there are a lot of choices, and somehow both of these players managed to get it wrong by not bringing the maximum amount of Firebrands and raiding parties possible. It is always time to fight. How dare you?
Empire Oathman is quite close, actually. It has 2 raiding parties and 3 Firebrands.
Yeah,
so it's
but I
almost
can't
time
root
to
for
fight.
him. I can't root for him though, so.
That's true. You've already made that declaration, so.
Yeah. So leading
Firebrand.
off, I was gonna say leading off here. Let's get some analysis in. Pretend we know what we're doing. Oathman here does start with a strong 5th Legion trainer. Does kind of keep it semi-alive over there in the shadow, but the rest of this is a bit clunky, right? You're gonna lose this 5th Legion trainer to the trade in the Broom of Profiteer. The Trapper is kind of, holding up field lane all by itself. I mean, a 1/3 doesn't seem very oppressive, but it's certainly getting the job done. And then you have to play this East March without drawing a card because the rest of your hand is equally as clunky. This is not a great start for Empire Oathman.
Mm-mm. And you see the Earthbone Spinner, which is actually a little bit of an aberration in Halalu these days. You see it every once in a while, but typically favoring the 3 Halalu sharpshooters. Here we see 2 sharpshooters, 1 spinner. Not that spinner is a bad card, but when you look at the Candle Hearth and the spinner, like it gets a little clunky. Does manage to take out that Bruma though.
Yeah, and it's going to trade favorably into this Trapper potentially. So spinner has its uses. As you said, the sharpshooter is traditionally favored, and that's for a couple of reasons. One, the 1 Magicka cost is completely relevant in these aggressive decks. And another reason that it's favored is at 3 health, it means 1 Divine Fervor takes you outside of Ice Storm range. And that's also incredibly relevant when you're playing an aggressive list. So sharpshooter is favored more, but Earthbone Spinner has been around since, the beta for a reason. It's still a clutch card in the right situation.
Oh yeah, it was I remember getting first started in open beta and everyone telling me it was a must craft. Let's take a look here. Like what 4-drop or 4 mana play are you seeing? Because very close to getting that big Halalu Oathman high roll, but doesn't quite have 1 Magicka off being able to play the Vanguard into the Oathman. I'm almost wondering how much you want to get a green down to try to prioritize that.
I personally really like 5th Legion into Vanguard and then trading with one of these threats. And it does look like that's the route that they are going. There is an argument to be made about maybe you clear the Earthbone because that means you have full control of field for the rest of the game, and we know LMAO certainly likes that. However, losing this Trapper is not a huge deal, simply because you get the Shackle on the spinner, and in theory, your 5th Legion trainer was meant to survive there, and you could then further develop with a raiding party and potentially a 2-drop if you drew it. However, Oathman shuts that down, and now you're back to basically 0. You're back to your starting point if you're LMAO.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but looking at Empire Oathman's situation, down to only 2 cards, has not gotten LMAO's life total particularly low. All ring charges expended, 2 creatures on board, 1 shackled, threatening. The Divine Fervor can certainly carry a lot in Halalu, but at a certain point, you need that resource extension that really has kind of vaulted Halalu up into the upper echelon in terms of like deck tier, right? Because right now, looks to be running out of steam as LMAO is holding a lot of reactive cards.
Yeah, if you're Empire Oathman, you're just praying for something like a Crusader's Assault. because based on the hands that we see right now with caster vision, LMAO has enough resources in his hand that he can still play lots of threats and doesn't need too much more gas. So he can comfortably play Varen. Varen is a bit of a double-edged sword. A lot of people like to say Varen just auto-wins aggro mirrors, but that's actually not the case, because he slows down the game plan, but he shuts off your ability to get prophecies, and he also kind of makes it so that you can run the aggressive opponent out of resources if you just plow through it. So like right now, Empire Oathman has such a board lead that, yeah, Varen slows things down, but you need something else, right? So LMAO has the tools right now to make Varen worth his time, in my opinion, and I think that's going to be a difference maker here.
Now, I just want to rewind just for a moment, because can we talk about that cruel Fire Bloom pickup with Swims at Night? Gets handed the Swims at Night, plays it, gets the cruel Fire Bloom off of it. Marked Man gets the makeshift grows Swims at Night. And then the Cruel Fire Bloom removes the 5/5 Stormcloak Battalion, and now all of a sudden that quote-unquote weak board that Noob DBN was talking about is no longer a weak board.
Oh, not at all. I mean, it helps when you high roll on Swims at Night. That's why it obviously needs a nerf. Leave Pawnbroker alone. Pawnbroker can win me games all day long, but I don't want these random zero costs winning me games. So yeah, no, that was a huge play. And it certainly allows Empire Oathman to stay in this. He still is in hunt for some cards to give him some resource extension, though, because he's only got LMAO down to 21, and he has an impressive board, but that is all he has at the moment. There are no more tricks up his sleeve other than the Shadow Shift, but that's not going to be enough to get it done by itself.
Yeah, we're looking at, and again, I mean, let's talk about this, on the flip side, right? LMAO's hand, all things considered rather clunky, no ones or twos, right? And so you're looking at either establishing a 4 and a 3, but your 4s don't feel great in the situation because they don't actually help you that much. Excuse me, that much, right? The Candlehearth can charge a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to clear anything. You would effectively be utilizing the Candlehearth and the Nord Firebrands from the raiding party just to clear one of these two guards in field.
Yeah, the
Unless I
Candlehearth
am
has to be part of your game
mistaken.
plan one way or the other, because you also just need the speed bump that field lane a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the idea of playing the Withered Hand Cultist, just because while Empire Oathman doesn't have much of a hand, if they did have a Crusader's Assault, you would want to mitigate how much this game gets out of control. And it also gives you a sizable body for, trying to trade in here.
Mm-hmm.
The downside, though, is it means now you kind of need to trade and kind of purposefully kill your own Withered Hand Cultist if you wanted to take advantage of that raiding party for more value trades. So
we're going to see that Shadow Shift take Swims at Night, the 5 power unit, puts it over there in Shadow, establishes the 5th Legion Trainer. That's not too shabby. And the Shining Saint there is actually a nice little thing here, because I got to imagine you really like the idea of saying, okay, my resources here on board are limited. I want to protect them as much as I can. Yeah, you probably would have liked, maybe a Crusader's Assault, but Shining Saint, not too bad, especially now that you've moved over into the Shadow Lane and can take advantage of its cover removing mechanic. The question here, unfortunately, for LMAO is, God, now we're split into 2 lanes. What do we play?
yeah, I was gonna say, now the real decision they have to make here is how do I best survive to get things going back in my direction? I have all of the tools if I can just survive, and that is not looking great, because you have 2 lanes that are pretty threatening. Hive Defender, I think, has to be part of this game plan, but there's nothing else that you really want to pair it with. So here into Oathman to draw a card, and knowing that you're still going to have Magical left over makes an awful lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look.
See a Dawnbreaker, but
Yeah. Speaking of cards that need nerfed, Dawnbreaker will be part of the balance patch. It'll be coming with the next set in just 4 days, mind you.
Is that 4 days, really?
Yes, 4 days.
Wow, okay. That is a Corner Club pickup. We were just talking about the need for resource extension here. A little speed bumped, right? That Hive Defender is sort of locking out that channel lane, but hey, The Corner Club doesn't have to discard a card if there's no card to discard. One of the really advantageous things about top decking it when you're in a winning board state position.
Yeah, it kind of takes the gamble out of the gambler. So
Mm-hmm.
you take these trades. The ordering might seem suspect there, but LMAO isn't running things like Javelin, so you're fine playing the gambler before breaking a rune. If you're a new player watching at home, traditionally you want to break runes and then develop stuff, but in this case, because it's a tournament format and your opponent's deck list, that is okay.
Ooh, I mean, this is. I imagine the Shadow Shift has to dig for a guard of some sort.
Yeah, so you're
Or
essentially looking
silence.
at. The Shadow Shift has to send something over so that you can continue trading with the field lane, and then you also have to find something that deals with the gambler in the shadow. And it
that's
does
just not
look
going
like
to do
it's
it.
found.
What was that about a reverse Halalu sweep?
I mean, I was simply saying that we've seen it before. So
a fine display indeed. The Halalu mirror is wrapping up now. And then Alameo will be forced to go over to one of the other lists that were not banned, the Telvanni control or the Rage Ebonheart. Both of which are an entirely different tact from this aggressive Halalu deck that he's been playing the last 3 games.
yeah, absolutely. So congratulations, Empire Oathman. You've made this, to quote a friend of mine, we have a series on our hands now. Stealing Costa's line. But you've made this a little bit more interesting, right? We're going to be going into a game 4. LMAO does have to go to a much slower list now. And of the two, I think that the Rage list has more blowout potential. If you draw the right half of your deck, it's going to be insane. I think that the Telvanni actually has a slightly better just consistent or overall. And he agrees with me and decides to bring that. So we're going to...
So we do have that matchup with Telvanni. That's not a bad opener. Well, the Fervor might be a little early, but the Bruma, always a very solid card to play, and you don't mind playing it super early because you're not so worried about your life total against Telvanni.
Yeah, Telvanni's not going to let you draw cards, and actually, Empire's looking for some help in these first few turns because he's got the Bruma on 2, which is fine. A 3/2 is great. The rest of these plays are pretty clunky. Oathman is your only 3-drop and continues to be so. And then on 4, I mean, as of right now, Varen is likely the play if you don't have something better by then, just because of the stats.
Wordcraft is going to challenge this Bruma. Ghostface gets the 3 damage in. We're going to see the makeshift defenses come down just to try to protect the attack points for the next turn or 2. Comes back over to Alameo's side, picks up a Fighters Guild recruit, which is something that, you're always happy to see. I keep saying it, but speed bumps. But this is a particularly potent speed bump because it has lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, I think that the Telvanni list is just slightly better equipped overall to deal with Halalu because you've got a much better early game, like consistently between the creatures that can test things. You've also got, and we just pick it up, Queen Baron's Eye. I was going to say more access to life gain.
Wow.
You've got guards in the Piercing Twilight here. You have Ice Storm. Right now, LMAO is got a much better hand, I think, overall than Empire Oathman does. Oathman, again, as I said, a bit clunky, kind of tripping over his early turns. LMAO is hitting everything right in stride.
And I really like that the Piercing Twilight went there and hit the Marked Man. Marked Man opens up so much in this deck because of the ability for Halalu to go wide, buff their boards with things like Divine Fervor, additionally trigger plot effects utilizing that free makeshift defenses. Marked Man is something that really gives Halalu a lot of steam. Go ahead and saying, all right, I'm done with these Marked Men and their silly little makeshift defenses. The turned over cart is not going to be, enough. All right. I'm Telvanni. I'm going to get rid of this.
Yeah, and I mean, the reality is, if you're playing Telvanni, you could care less if your opponent plays Bruma Profiteer against you. Like, all day long.
Yeah.
If you're just playing a 3/2 that does nothing else for you, then I can deal with that 8 ways from Sundway. Yeah, this is, again, a very good hand for LMAO. He's now found a Sorcerer's Negation. Has that finish off, so if something like Varen does survive Ice Storm, you can clean it up next turn. picked up the Shrine, which is not relevant now, but later on, as the game goes on, it's going to be very, very relevant. So,
How do you feel about Queen Baron's Eye just coming down? Is it too early? Is that tipping the hand a little too much, or do you think that it says, "Wow, you just recommitted over to Shadow. Show me what you got"?
I think that it's too early for a couple of reasons. The first is you've got that Ice Storm in your hand, and so if you're planning on using that in the next turn or two, you're basically saying, I only care about Queen for one turn. The other reason that I think saving the Queen is important is if you do get a couple of smaller creatures along the way, a 1 or a 2-drop, being able to play her and get the guard out of it is a bit more relevant. But LMAO says, hey, I want to trade into that Varen more than anything else. So plays the Queen. Makes a liar out of me.
Yeah, well, hey, you know, if it's any consolation, I was thinking about putting it field anyway. So, the Giant Snake, though, oh man, I absolutely adore that card.
Yeah, Giant Snake is one of those cards that feels really bad in some matchups and absolutely blows out others. In an aggressive mirror, in my opinion, I think Giant Snake swings games far more than Varen does. I think it's a very powerful tool. It's usually not that impactful against Telvanni. However, if you're just going to blind faith a Queen Baron Zaya out there, then Giant Snake will punish you for it.
Mm-hmm. Although, you know, to be fair, I think one of the things that is interesting about Halalu is they don't typically have tons of ways to remove things, right? I mean, you can sharpshooter the Baron's Eye, but it's not going to get rid of its stats.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I don't know. I guess on my end, I would have been more afraid of like a Shining Saint.
Very true.
And I mention it, and then it comes up. Good old caster stuff. But you know, there was not direct removal, but there were still enough ways I think to interact with Queen that I didn't feel super comfortable doing that quite yet.
Well, and let's be real. This Shining Saint's going to be amazing.
Yeah, the Shining Saint is going to make it so that you don't lose anything into the lethal creature. You get the basically value trade. Trading the snake into the Queen and not having to sacrifice something larger is a pretty big deal.
So imagine we're looking at this Ice Storm here, and it's starting to feel necessary.
Yeah, it's not necessarily going to fully clear your board, but this is one of those cases where had you saved the Queen, you might be at a slightly lower life total, but you could consider Ice Storming here and then redeveloping a 2-drop or using the negation just to also clear off another threat. And then on the following turn, you know, you could play the Queen to also give that guard, protect the Queen, start your drain train. Just, I think, would have felt a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
But
decides to use the
get
Sorcerer's Negation to full clear. That does, however, leave LMAO a little vulnerable when it comes to the hand. If Empire Oathman can reestablish, which a dry pass will not do.
Wow, I mean, the dry pass shocks me.
I'm a little surprised too.
That says that I'm really afraid of support removal. Because if you're not going to do anything there, then playing something like a Fervor is at least Magicka efficient, but
which actually shocks me a little bit too, because there's only the one Shadowfen priest in the list. I'm looking.
Yeah,
what else are we looking at?
That's
here?
what I'm saying. You're really afraid of support removal at that point.
Yeah.
What have we here?
All right, depending on what this Thieves Guild draw, and oh, it's over. It's done. Not only does this Galen go on this Barrow Stalker, which is massive, but this is also the 3rd playable card, which means you'll get to draw 2 more from the shrines. Speaking of cards that are, again, going to be nerfed in the near future, Shrine of Namira will require 4 cards, which would have been very relevant here.
Yeah. Well, and Shrine has been a enabler for so long. I think it'll be interesting to see how people choose to play these control decks without that kind of really consistent, hard to deal with resource extension. It's definitely going to reshape the way I think people look at a lot of these classes, at least when it comes to card draw.
So I will say I'm a bit shocked. LMAO did not immediately draw a buffed up Barrow Stalker, which goes against everything that I believe in Galen. But jokes aside, things are certainly tilting in his favor now. He's got that Barrowstalker.
There it
Hey,
is.
there it
There's
is.
the one. There
I
he
knew it
is.
was
Just
coming.
need a little help from his buddy the camel.
Yeah. So you're going to start chipping away at the health total here so that you can recuperate. Now, you do have Dawnbreaker, again, speaking of upcoming nerfs, available to at least get rid of the big Barrowstalker, but this board is wide. 2 shrines means that LMAO is not going to run out of resources. Oathman is in desperate need of some help here.
Well, we'll be able to play everything thanks to the Halal Oathman's Magicka Regeneration. And a Paralyze is actually... That's actually really interesting, right? I mean, you don't want to be hit, you don't want your opponent draining because you're basically on your last push. Like, this is your last big tempo push here. If these creatures get removed... And I think that's why we saw Empire Oathman taking the time, saying I can't just like put out one thing at a time and let it get picked off, right? I gotta have multiple creatures pushing down one of the lanes, enabling a situation where it's not clean removal lines.
Yeah, this
Uprising though, oof.
This is a massive uprising. You get to Galen another Barrowstalker. You get to remove cards with the Twilight. You get more Magicka from your Tree Minder. You're gonna get 2 cards out of it. Camel and
a
Thieves Guild.
Gatekeeper.
And if it wasn't bad enough, most of this board is going to survive, and then you've got a second uprising for next turn.
Repel the Outlanders.
I mean, I think Sanctuary Pet and another Barrowstalker will probably come down. That's presenting more healing. That's going to lock down the biggest threat that Empire Oathman has. That 8/8 needed to connect with face this turn if there was going to be any chance.
Yeah, I mean, you've already Galened 2 Barrowstalkers. You don't need to keep it in your hand for a third one. And in fact, you can just put it on that Gatekeeper and still feel incredible about your Galen value. So LMAO is doing whatever he wants at this point.
Well, we are going to be able to see the Withered Hand into Oathman for the cycle. The Paralyzed does come in very handy.
Just tell me who to stab.
So finally
Follow
gets to
Oathman,
activate this Oathman. Again, speaking of cards going to be adjusted in 4 days.
Oh, Anasi is so big. Anasi is absolutely huge here. It's going to steal the Drain, the Guard, the Lethal. This is the time where Empire Oathman might have a shot at turning this around.
Yeah, it would be massive if you could get any value out of it. However, the problem is you still have plenty of ways to deal with this board if you're LMAO. The Ulfric's Uprising alone is still enough to shackle something with your own Sanctuary Pet that's over there. And you've also got the Sanctuary Pet in your hand that can shackle something. You've got Ice Storm. Doesn't clear the board, but gets you that much closer to clearing it if you just Ice Storm again the following turn. Like, all you have to do is not die this
does
turn.
box out the double Ice Storm.
Yeah, it does box out the double, but you know that all you have to do is not die this turn, and then you essentially clear again. So you can trade in to the field lane, and you can use 1 Ice Storm and then a Sanctuary Pet from your hand to lock something down on the Shadow, and that should be more than enough to keep you alive, you would hope.
All right, let's see what happens here. It's going to be the Sanctuary Pet. It's going to
All right,
shut
that
down the
means
8/8.
Not an Ice Storm play. This is interesting. Maybe
Might be the
Gatekeeper is going to
Uprising.
come down.
Yeah, that's going to allow 2 more shackles. It's going to another Galen Shuffle, which is just amusing at this point, and a really big Dragon Tail Savior for the kicker. So
Yeah. Yeah, you still trade with field lane. You lock down everything but 1 creature in the Shadow. Like I said, he just had so many options that it was kind of comical.
all right. So Empire Oathman really needs to find a Mud Crab into a Dress Renegade here. Let's see what happens. Comes back over to Oathman's turn. If that was a Mud Crab, I was actually going to be really, really amped up.
Well, you could still find one here off of this Crusaders Assault and have enough to play both. Yeah, now you're shut
not
out
anymore.
because even if you use your Shadow
Yeah.
Shift and draw the crab, you won't have enough.
No.
It was worth a shot.
It was. Valiant effort. I mean, I imagine you still Shadow Shift. There's probably something we're not thinking of that might bail out. But that raiding party is certainly not it. Looking very dire for Empire Oathman is basically sitting here accepting just massive death from his board, or depending on what the removal looks like on the side of LMAO, potentially even a lethal push. I don't think that happens here. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Is there 3 more in hand? Not that I can see.
Yeah, even if you play the conscription, there's nothing that's going to burst for 3 out of that. But you don't really need it. You're going to answer most of this board, and you also still have 2 harpies in your hand. You've got 3 guards in your hand.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen all 3 ice storms show up this game, correct? There is the double harpy now, the double pets, I mean, and then all of these barrow stalkers, the infinite barrow stalkers.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is here, like, you can try to set up an ice storm. This is entirely fine. You also could have played 2 harpies into 2 gatekeepers and completely shut things down.
Which would just feel absolutely filthy.
Yeah. 2 harpies into 2 gatekeepers would have shut down the majority of the board, while also certainly setting up a threat of lethal the following turn. So, again, LMAO has all of the options to do whatever he wants. He's just kind of picking whichever one feels the best to him.
And there comes the gatekeeper, slamming down Shadow. Just, I mean, that's just brutal. And look at these pickups from Empire Earthman. They can do nothing. They just don't help. I mean, you can remove the gatekeeper, but you're spending all of that charge damage. I mean, don't you have to take the firebrands into the face? I mean, I don't think clearing the gatekeeper with 2 firebrands, that doesn't feel like a winning line.
Well, gatekeeper only allows 1 attack in a lane.
Oh, there's that too, duh. So
you're not clearing a gatekeeper, but also, I mean, if you're asking me, of all people, where a firebrand goes, I'm going to tell you face every time.
Yep, there goes the gatekeeper. Good news, everyone. There is a danger noodle on the field, and it's going to remove that last vestige of hope from Empire Oathman. We've got a Flesh Atronach at 22-22, and the Harpy comes down. I mean, that's going to be a quad rune skip swing from LMAO,
Wow.
and Empire Oathman will bow his head in defeat. LMAO has taken this win 3-1 and will be advancing into the semifinals. Well played from both parties. Empire Oathman, it is going to be sad to see you go. I'm sure Charmer will have some words with you about your lineup choices there.
Bring Empire next time. I mean, the good news for the community is Empire Oathman's helmet has not been revealed. He can continue to remain anonymous, but bring Empire next time, and I will be able to root for you. I was so let down. But congratulations to LMAO. You are moving on. And that is very, very important, very relevant. 1 step closer to a trip to Texas and QuakeCon. Did I lose you?
That'll be lethal for Super Thanks with triple Battle Mace.
An Ice Spike pickup and a Spoils
Oh,
pickup.
wow.
That is insane.
This is over.
The first person who will qualify for the Master Series in QuakeCon. Congratulations, Thuldir. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get into match 3 in just a minute, but first, Silverfuse, how do you feel about new cards?
I like new cards.
Do you wanna just take a little peek at a new card?
All
Just
right,
a little one?
yeah. Let's go take a look at it.
All right, cool. Let's take a look at it. We'll talk about it later. So don't go anywhere after the next match is over, because we got an angry kitty to talk about before we go into the next break after this match. Speaking of which, the next match is going to be between Fafal and Turquoise Link. Two players that we've seen do really, really well so far. Turquoise Link, really well-known player, both for deck innovation, being a member of the listeners team. Fafal has done very well in the qualifier tournaments as well. So two people who I'm incredibly excited to see go head-to-head. Fafal, you can see, started playing August 2016. Favorite deck has been Control Tribunal, which makes sense because if his favorite card is pre-nerf Manticore, then that would make sense. He also says that he has beaten Contra and Crash Bandicoot without a single death, which is very, very impressive. I don't know if you try that, Silver, but it's not easy by any means. On the other hand, do you want to tell me a little bit about Link?
Sure. Link is from Australia. He has been playing since the beta release in July of 2016. His favorite card is Dawn's Wrath, and his favorite deck is Mid-Mage, and his greatest accomplishment is his Twitch stream.
Yeah, I can see why he'd like Mid-Mage. It managed to get him into the Last Chance qualifier through the tiebreaker tournament that we had a couple weeks ago. One that he was the only one to bring in all of the tournaments so far. So yeah, good on him for bringing that one. Nice innovation there. Let's take a look at the lineups they're playing today, however. Turquoise Link will not be bringing that Mid-Mage back. Instead, he will be on Conscription Telvanni, Control Tribunal. His Aggro Halalu has been banned away, and the Rage Ebonheart. A couple decks that we're seeing a good amount of. And then the Telvanni Conscription, he is the only one to be bringing specifically the Conscription variant of it. What do you think about Fafal's list, on the other hand?
We see the Rage Guildsworn again, which we saw two players bring earlier. One was Bo and one was Immortal August. The Burn Assassin, the Aggro Halalu, which is just been dominant, so we see that all the time. And then the Rage Pact, which is brought a lot. Really, the Burn Assassin, he's the only person that brought the Burn Assassin.
Surprised or not that Link decided not to ban that. Link is going to be on 3 slower decks, which the Burn Assassin tends to have a match in. That's one of the reasons you brought Burn Assassin in the first couple weeks, was specifically to counter queue or to ban bait. So how do you think these two lineups are going to play off each other, given that the Burn Assassin isn't banned?
I'm a bit surprised that Link didn't ban the Burn Assassin. Maybe he was thinking the Aggro Halalu wouldn't get banned and he would just take care of the Burn Assassin that way. But leaving 3 control lists against Burn Assassin is incredibly scary. And then Link decides to ban the Rage Ebonheart, which makes sense against his list at the same time. That list can do pretty well, and Link has made it very well known that he thinks that Rage Ebonheart is the best deck in the game right now, and that makes sense why he would respect and ban that. But I do think that Burn Assassin is incredibly scary to leave up in his lineup.
Too. Meanwhile, Fafal banned the Halalu, which I think ban right. It has this absurd high roll potential. Even when it doesn't high roll, it's an incredibly strong deck. So even if it may not be optimal, which maybe it is, maybe it isn't in this case, I still think it's always a very respectable ban choice, and I don't think I can ever fault anyone for deciding to take Halalu off the table.
Yeah, and I think the reason for the ban was hoping that his Burn Assassin would be kept up, because really the Burn Assassin's a favorable matchup in a 3 of Link's decks, so Link needs to take care of that quickly or else it's going to go very poorly for him.
especially so because he doesn't have a deck that can do it quickly. God, none of his decks are particularly beat down capable. If it manages to draw a lot of its conscriptionable cards early, you can maybe get that ball rolling a little early, but rough.
Yeah,
Who's
you
going
go
to
for
start
an
off with
early
what?
Minter's Ring on Barrow Stalker and heal up out of range too would be an argument.
It's true. Up with that quote best deck in the game according to him in the Rage Ebonheart. It was on Halalu if I checked before.
Yes, he's on Halalu.
Joran in the opening hand, little expensive, and also Halalu is very creature based, so probably not a keep there, I would imagine.
Gastard's incredibly nice. Link does want to find some of those lower cost hard removals, like finding Gambit is just absolutely huge in this matchup overall. Joran's very... It's really something that I kind of would want to keep just because of how strong it is, but at the same time, Hello isn't... It's creature based, so you don't really... It's kind of a 5-mana 5/5 that can't be silenced. It doesn't actually do that much against Halalu, so I think tossing it is better.
So we're having one small settings issue with Fafal's hand. We'll get that to you in just a moment. Link looking for a little bit of interaction tools. He is running a lot of them, actually. He has and crossbows, good amount of those activators, as well as the bog standard 3 copies of Archer's Gambit. And any of those alongside Astrid, then some completed contracts are coming his way. Fafal's hand, a little clunky. Now that the fervor is drawn.
Yeah, that's no 2-drops, no 1-drops. How have we seen this so much with Halalu? It's happened a lot. All these decks are just jam-packed with 1s and 2s, and then we're just saying people draw Penasasaki Lotus Agent, like at the beginning every single game. Except for, I guess, Mayo. Mayo drew fantastic.
That was god tier. Fafal? Remember, anyway, try and maybe mind game a little bit, or could be communicating about making sure he has spectator mode on. Shapes up time-wise. Link doesn't have much to do in the early game beyond the Astrid. Draw with the Shadow Shift?
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have kind of a little standoff here of, hey, can you play a card? No. Alright, can you play a card? No. Alright, can you play a card?
I can stare at you harder than you can stare at me.
And Link has gotta just be like, really, like, he has to be like, oh my gosh, Halalu just didn't play anything on turn 1 or turn 2. Like, you get a really good read of what his hand is. You know, Divine Fervor and Pit Lane is often assumed. Of course, you know, the 3 cost as well, but wow. Link's still just gonna go ahead and say, alright, I'll take the field lane. You can't take the field lane, I'll take the field lane. It's mine now.
I mean, if you don't want it, I guess I'll pick it up. I can't see a reason not to. Penitus Oculatus Agent can steal the lethal away. It could. Not sure how much that really buys you.
Yeah, I mean, it denies a contract if a trade were to be made, but that's not super relevant right now. Still, like, it's crazy because this Thieves Guild recruit in a rapid shot contest this 4-2 so well and get a cycle.
Link has plenty of cycling options available too.
Yeah, it doesn't even necessarily need to play. It could even think of just playing the camel here, saying, alright, you're gonna give me the time to find my resources. Alright, I'll take that time. I'm okay
I
with
will
using this
never
ring
complain
charge,
about that.
but we'll see. I think the double cycle is good as well.
Starting off with rapid shot, always the wise play.
Wow.
Draw first every time. Vigilant Giant.
Do you like 7-mana 8/8s with guard that draw cards?
Like revealing new cards. This in hand now. Quite very amounts relative to his cards. We would really love
No.
one more to be able to drop a pit lion alongside one of those twos, because the odds of him keeping both lanes filled are very unlikely given the current board state. Away in Shadow now, and then develop into field alongside pit lion next turn if that's his goal.
Yeah, overall, this hand is just incredibly rough. It's it's very painful to watch these very brick hands that we've seen throughout the tournament, and we even saw a lot in the playoffs too. It's weird seeing games like this.
It is. And that said, I actually enjoy these games because I think it's really, really interesting watching players able to navigate these really awkward situations. You're not always going to get exactly perfectly, and really being able to figure out how to navigate those sorts of situations, in my opinion, is one of the best ways to indicate piloting skill. Bafal is going to find an improvised weapon from a Surin pawnbroker, and just throwing that down onto the East March now, which is, in my opinion, a great call. That means you can keep that out of range of the Thieves Guild recruit. What do you think of the squish? Too early?
There's a chance you do it here. I mean, the Shadow Shift and Squish clears almost the whole lane except for the 1/1. Because you could just Shadow Shift and then squish into the Pawnbroker and the trade. You get 2 contracts that way, which sets up the Giant next turn, which is disgusting.
Oh god, you're right. That's disgusting. How do you like turn 5 8/8s with guard, draw a card?
I don't like them.
Draws. Also, another Thieves Guild recruit can get even more draw going now. Thieves Guild recruit is super nice too.
I think he's gonna save the Squish here. I don't.
Probably. You don't have a need for it quite yet. No, he's gonna go ahead and use the squish.
All right.
Yeah.
Like
2
I
contracts.
said, the contracts are they're so good.
Yeah, it's really hard to disagree with a turn 5 Vigilant Giant.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to use the ring charge too. I mean, cultist would be painful, but as we know, there is no cultist.
Bafal can get a pit line down. Decides for the Divine Fervor. I think that makes sense. Take the turn to go ahead and develop a little bit. It's so hard to say no to a Vigilant Giant here.
Yeah, in the future too, you have follow up with the Cicero into the Gambit. Not quite enough Magicka, but will so in the
But
near
soon.
future. Yes. It's
Yeah, you can go ahead, dump your hand now. Say, if you can deal with this, then you're not going to be able to deal with my follow-up. Also, Link is really not under a lot of pressure right now, so could also say, I'm going to save the Giant for when I actually need it. Just depends on if Link wants to be a little bit more proactive or reactive, but again, really hard to say no.
Oh yeah,
So
well,
he is going to go ahead and slam that down.
when you see that just Hollow deck just hasn't really done anything, at some point you can be like, all right, I'm just gonna set up all these bodies, and you're not gonna be able to do anything about it, and then I'm gonna, 2-turn or 1-turn you, and that's going to be the game. That's what we see with a lot of the control decks, and the game was made pretty easy just because of the variance this Halalo deck has experienced. I mean, it's not done yet, obviously.
We've seen Halalo do
Was-
some ridiculous
Yes.
things.
It is a bad spot for sure, though.
It's going to be an uphill battle.
Seeing what Link has in hand, the crossbow and the gambit, and then on top of that, this Mage's Guild recruit could just make a 0-cost Archer's Gambit.
That's kind of
That's-
ridiculous. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand.
Just because I'm like, that color doesn't belong there. That's not supposed to happen.
You do get the Moonlight Werebat for Fafal, which is really just there to make sure Link doesn't get it. Because Link being able to have access to even
Oh,
more
yeah.
healing than Ebonheart already has would be way too much to deal. The other thing to note is that if Link wants to clear off the Vanguard in the Shadow Lane, he is going to end up giving Fafal a card. So we'll see how he feels about that. I'm looking at the Fighters Guild recruit being able to ping off a whole bunch of stuff this turn, though.
Oh yeah, it's just looking at it. It's like I said, seeing Link's hand is making me feel a little bit gross right now. There's a yeah, there's just so many options, and he has so many resources that it's just like, hey, what do you want to do? Try to find the most optimal line.
What about Gambit, and then you can trade into the Pit Lion?
I thought about this, but I think you want to keep this guard healthy because it locks him out of the shadow. Of course, we do see the Penance Oculus agent, but instead of you can clear things and like why lose 6 health on your 8/8 guard when you can just easily kill it in other ways?
That makes sense. A Rune Destruction for fall. And Fervor, that is kind of relevant.
I think it's actually really bad for him to find that because these tall threats is what Link wants to see. If he's taking the time to develop the Divine Fervor, Link's like, alright, well, here comes the Gambit.
Yeah, that's true.
Does play I think the Dragon Tail Savior was something he decided to play at the very end. Misses one attack on that. I don't believe that'll be relevant, but still, it was more of a, hey, my turn timer's out and I do want to develop something in the field.
Finding the House Carl means that he could get a couple more draws off of breaking, I think, just the one draw.
Yeah.
Mana for Fervor as well as anything. Fervor would be the only place, so that's a little rough. Oathman.
Yeah, the Wherebat being somewhat useful. I mean, 0 mana 2/2 or 3/3, draw a card. It's pretty nice. And Link is 1 off of Rage, so at the time he can play in the Shadow and not have to worry about Rage. Of course, TGR, he's already seen that the Village Giant became the lower costed creature.
To play the Orc instead of the Mages Guild recruit. Available this turn. Not lethal, close to it.
Yeah, we'll see if this Oculus agent takes away this lethal from the FGR. Because that actually hurts Link quite a bit here, although the Gambit is still going to be very relevant for clearing.
Will
With
end
this
up
giant.
taking those keywords.
Or Ulfric Stormcloak.
Bro, still
They need to.
1 Magicka short of being able to proc here.
Does find the Venom Tongue, though, and getting rid of a 5/3 is incredibly nice. And ramping, too. Ramp is nice.
When we're playing Ebonheart, at least. The Fall does have the Black Dragon's immunity to lethal that he can rely on a little bit next turn. But Turquoise Link says, you know what? I can go ahead and just start smacking you around, keep you from gaining any life, look to win next turn. The Fall, ball's in your court. Let's see what you can do to answer my threats.
Yeah, no green card here to activate the Hello Oathman's Magicka, bonus Magicka. Could check the Mud Crab and see what there is. I mean,
Might
Mud
as well
Crab
see
has a
what's in
funny
stock.
thing of finding cards that are useful for you.
Adanasi took him way too long to decide so far.
And also it would be nice, but still most likely it wouldn't be enough with this rage in hand. Well, I guess there would be no breakthrough, but wow. Giving Link a Cliff Racer. Or
Hard
a
choice.
Sharpshooter.
Bad of those, and Link loves both of them just as much. Oof.
I'd argue that the Cliff Racer is better though, because you can clear the shadow that way, and the shadow's what's threatening you a lot right now, because silencing the lethal doesn't really do that much. So I kind of think you'd want the Cliff Racer. I mean, he does have the Nords to clear it too, but doesn't use the Sharpshooter.
Or Ulfric Stormcloak.
Very interesting. What a mud crab, though. Hello, Sharpshooter or Cliff Racer? 2 things you normally have in your deck anyway.
Yeah, really though.
Ooh, this finish off, the Cliff Racer, the Rage. Oh, can we just see a Rage, please?
All of the mana that you have available, please, and thank you. follow up with Smack and Fall
Doesn't-
just a little bit can avoid destroying a rune as well.
Really, he doesn't need to use a rage here as much as I'd like to see it. Just because he can.
Fine.
It would be satisfying, but he has a full clear without it. And that's kind of
Clears
disgusting
are
to
good.
say.
We like those when we play Evan Hart.
Yeah, we got the Dragontail Savior into the Cliff Racer into the finish off for Magicka efficiency, as well as, hey, we get a ramp too. But might be
Mage's
setting
Guild
up a
recruit.
lower cost.
You can.
Doesn't need to play the Dragontail Savior in all honesty. Ooh.
Rage for
More
an
ramp.
extra Magicka after playing that. Ends up getting 4 off of that. Now has more Magicka than anyone has any right to have this early. Has a second Mud Crab, so you know what? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out. I mean, Link does have Camel to dig and a bunch of Magicka. I think the Camel here is actually a really big deal.
Talking mud crab.
See what Footfall finds this time. Hopefully for him, it's a little less complicated of a choice than the previous.
Yeah. With 2 fervors, though, you can make a huge board here that Link has to deal with, and this being immune to lethal, this Black Dragon, although it does
Big
die
deal.
to finish off.
That's what I thought Link would go for with the this turn. Helpful here. Joran could come down as well. Actually has enough Magicka to do he wants, as long as he wants only 1 or 2 of the higher cost creatures.
So I'm assuming we see the Camel come down here and search for something.
Yep, draw first is always the correct call. See if that influences your line of play at all. The finish off coming, but question is what comes after that?
Oh, I think it really depends on what you find on this Camel. This Camel is, this Camel kind of decides the line of play that you're going to be in. And well, we'll have to see what he picks and see what he discards. It must be a decently hard decision because it's either everything is really bad and it's taking a bit, or everything's really great and you have to decide what you want to keep. Ooh.
Ooh, that is a very interesting
That does
choice.
hurt. But this crossbow is a nice crossbow. Can't even keep the
Down
Venom
to
Tongue alive.
7/7?
Yeah. Can even keep the Venom Tongue alive. Funny enough, if he really wanted to with the Cliff Racer finish off, although this reach is super relevant for Link in this game. We'll go
He's
ahead and just
getting-
use the finish off. Yeah.
Very close to having lethal. Turn set up at this point. 6. Yep,
Or he just kills him next turn. Yeah.
Racer. No way to guard. Silence down one of the shadowed creatures in order to avoid lethal next turn.
Yeah, the sharpshooter has to be used, is what it looks like. There's... I mean, he could also play Ulfric's Housecarl, see what he draws, find a guard of some sort. But at the same time, that's like, eh.
And then a trade as well. Not going to be preventing lethal, and at this point, I believe there is no way to. Potentially a prophecy, but I don't believe Fafal has any prophecies that could stop this.
Just tell me who to stand.
Right now, Link is 1 off?
One
Yeah,
short
Link is
after
1
Cliff
off.
Racer.
And
One
Wow.
person's trash is another's treasure.
a crossbow would do it. Kiss Mage prevents a swing back, at least. But these double Divine Fervor is doing an incredible amount of work here.
Absolutely, they keep everything out of efficient trading range. And they have been threatening a lot of damage for several turns now.
Yeah, because at this point, Link is definitely on the back foot now, where before he had a very, like, it was looking really good for a bit, but it's changed a little bit. We'll just be able to develop quite a bit of stats.
Mm-hmm.
and
like
kind
we
of
were
see what
saying.
happens in these room breaks and what the draws are.
So Jordan plus
But-
Cliff Racer next turn represents lethal.
Yeah, but I think he has to clear here.
Mm-hmm. And then you can throw down the Thorn Hist Mage to block off a little bit as well.
Yep.
Or do you... Yeah, I think you have to. I was going to say you could try developing Cicero, but that seems way too greedy.
Very greedy. Have to decide too is drawing more cards your winning line or not though. Because right now there is 11 damage on board. Halalu usually is pretty known for being able to find 5 damage. We know from hand that
Yeah.
there's 2 extra damage right now. And we see the House Carl, which is very likely to draw into more damage. So the safe play here is definitely playing the Hiss Mage and then hoping you find some kind of other answer, essentially. Ooh.
Cliff
That
Racer
would have
is
been
a
it
great
if
response.
yeah, if there had not been the Hiss Mage, that would have just been the game most
Exactly.
likely.
And Fafal does not have a way around the guard in hand, so gonna have to do it the honest way.
I mean, could just look with House Carl too. There's not really something that punishes you here.
Use the dagger half of Cloak and Dagger onto the Sharpshooter, get 2 rune breaks.
Nothing personal.
Roll.
Mine.
Has to go for the trade. Says, you know what? I
Yeah.
don't think I can lose if I push a little bit of damage and my opponent can't trade back. A crossbow ambit to try and reload off of Cicero.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to not see the House Carl come out, because the likelihood of finding lethal is extremely high in Halalu, like way, way, way up there. And leaving a 5/5 on board, and Link is going to have 3 cards. That's still scary. It's yeah, it's not going to do anything for Link, but wow.
Game 1 for Fafal after Link does his due diligence. I do not believe there are any prophecies that could stop this. There is recruits that could do anything, but I do not believe it would be enough.
Pretty flowers.
Dawnbreaker can offer a very ew and the Nord Firebrand. This would have been lethal last turn had Fafal gone for it. Up that down, offering not enough protection onto any of these creatures will be able to skip the rune. B going to Fafal. Can do really, really nuts things. Even being able to get that Vigilant Giant out on turn, what, 5? 6? I think it was 5, right?
Yeah, that was turn 5, giant, yeah. And yeah, just not much else happened. Link didn't quite find the draw. I questioned the rage turn still, I would say. I think needed to save the rage for a time where, like, the fact that he could deal with those with creature-to-creature combat, and he wasn't ramping into anything fantastic. I mean, he had a camel and a prayer, more or less. But
Right.
I think I would use the resources differently and then try to foreshadow and then play that rage, and then I would have got just more out of it. But it's hard to say still. Link definitely had a thought process behind the rage and ramping. Alright, looks like we're getting into game right now, where Link is now playing the Tribunal, which is definitely the list I would have brought into the Halalu, knowing that it is against Halalu. That is the favored matchup for Link. So Link really looking to get the next one here to make a 101. And it looks like, let's see, it's actually pretty crazy with that hand last turn that Buffalo was able to come back from that, and Link having a really good start of not having to react to the board at all. This time, it's already a better start, where he is a mulligan, but has the Corner Club Gambler and the Nord Firebrand Divine Fervor. Soon the Divine Fervor gets pitched. On Ring, I think you keep the Gambler, although there are answers such as Channeled Storm in the deck of Link. We'll have to see how this goes. Once again, I would say that the Tribunal is favored against Halalu, but it's not a huge, like, I wouldn't say it's by a huge deal by any means. It's still pretty close just because of the strength of Halalu, but I generally would say I'd prefer the Tribunal over the Halalu in most cases. Just have a Mud Crab Merchant to start. We'll see what we get from it.
Mud crab merchant. Read my lips.
And I assume next turn we'll see the Gambler, maybe throwing out the Fervor. Although Fervor can be pretty strong against the Tribunal list overall. And there are 2 Shadowfins in the Tribunal list. And of course the Edicts to remove the support. We see a Shadow Scale Hunter, which, if you don't know what it is, it's a 3-mana 4/3 green, and the Veteran is moved. Veteran is activated when the creature attacks and it lives. So shifting into a different lane could be relevant against this Tribunal list, which has a lot of guards. Although this Barrow Stalker is just going to be in the way. So I assume that we see a Cornucopia Gambler in the shadow, and it's a hard choice on what you would pitch here. A 3-mana 4/3 from Resource Extension is not bad. The Aspirant gets dealt with pretty easily overall by the Tribunal, so I could consider pitching that for sure. And that is also what he decides to pitch. It makes sense because of the Nordfire brand, its reach, it can be buffed easily, make trades, get rid of guards. It's just a really good resource to have, more so when you have Divine Fervor in your hand as well. Link, on the other hand, has a Shrine and has no way of dealing with this Gambler on turn 2. The Firebolt is not enough, only doing 2 damage, no Channel Storm in hand, and the Shadowfin being too high costed, so we'll contest it with the Pointy Wall of Spikes. And once again, a little bit of an awkward hand here. We do have the Brawler that could go into the field and make the trade, and then he could make the attempt to take the priority back in the field lane, since Link has put in the Pointy Walls into the Shadow lane to protect himself a little bit. The Crusader is not going to be activated anytime soon, unfortunately. He does decide to stay in the Shadow, which is a little bit surprising, but if this connects with face and moves, and then the Brawler comes down, then the field is retaken back, which is quite cool, actually. The movement mechanics are quite fun. Link does find Arcana Surioni, which is an incredible card, and if he does develop a big creature at some point and is able to get the value from Surioni, that could just swing the game. Oftentimes, one of the stabilization tools of Tribunal against aggro can be Surioni, just because it does a lot. Like, it gives on 7, or it looks like he might just be drawing cards here. He does have the Barrow Stalker up, so not necessarily too scared about healing here. Hand is a bit clunky, so I can see just searching for a card here. Don't think you'd ever buff. Because 3-mana... Oh, it does go for it. Just saying, alright, we're gonna play the Drain game. Here, Halalu Oathman can be triggered by the Nordfire brand. Actually, is this really... You can play Nordfire brand, Halalu Oathman, and Divine Fervor all in one turn. That's absolutely disgusting. Get rid of the 2/2 as well. This is a gross, gross turn, and we can see why Halalu Oathman was one of the cards on the nerf list, because even here, it would still be good as a 3-mana 1/1. This Divine Fervor is absolutely nuts. Ooh, that's a fun little animation. So now we do have a 5/4 in the field lane, staring Link down, is against a 3/3. So it can be taken care of. The board for Buffalo really isn't where he wants it to be quite now. And on top of this Shadowfin is just incredibly good. It is the perfect answer that Link was really hoping that, hey, maybe they'll take a Divine Fire return and I'll be able to make a free trade. I'm still at 28 health as Link. Really, really good spot for him.
Yeah,
And
being
once
able to
he's-
get that drain on the back of getting rid of that support is a huge pickup. However, still coming down, turning that field lane into Dementia is really, really scary. That can do a whole lot of work over the course of a game.
So
Couple removal options available for Link. He can, with an attack, Channeled Storm, and Firebolt, get enough damage to clear off Syl, which might be the play, might not. You might be afraid of giving Fafal additional cards off of destroying that rune. It's a tricky turn because you wouldn't be able to play anything behind that either.
yeah, it's big to say that Syl, Cultus, and Garnag are some of the just banes of control, and this now puts Link on a timer. It's either, I mean, if there's something in the field at all, someone's taking damage, unless it's a tie. So it's saying, all right, well, one of us is gonna die. Like, it makes it where Tribunal can't just sit there forever and just slowly remove, and then develop a little bit. It now puts them both on a timer of someone's taking damage. And
Yeah,
right now, at this health, Link is okay with taking damage.
Yeah, getting some more cards. He is playing a very reactive build, so being able to get more reactive tools into your hand and try and control that lane as much as you can, at least for the next couple turns before Link feels like he could be in a position to capitalize on the field lane, makes a lot of sense.
Link
Plus-
is having a really hard time finding his removal.
Yes.
He needs it bad. Very, very bad. Like, the first hit, alright, you can deal with it. 18 health, you would have liked to be in the 20s still, but after this Syl cannot live anymore. That is a fast way to die, is letting the Syl continue to live.
7 plus the lane condition damage every single turn is enough to close a game out in, what, 2-3 turns at this point? So getting rid of that is definitely going to be a high priority. Thankfully, the Firebolt or the Divine Fervor can make that pretty easily accomplished next turn. Just a matter of what Fafal decides to do this turn in order to try and disrupt that.
Yeah, it has
It's like, go ahead.
gonna say, might just look for East March Crusader, see what the draw is here. Playing Black Dragon and Aspirant together feels a little bit subpar, so I think the Crusaders make sense. Link wishing at Ice Storm right about now.
Yeah, Ice Storm would be a blowout play for sure. Does
It's
have
22.
Fire. Yeah,
I was gonna
Firebolt
say-
or Channel Storm could deal with one of these March Crusaders.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's one of the few times where you're like, wow, Reverberating Strike instead of Channel Storm would look really nice right about now.
Yeah, how many times have you thought that to yourself, right?
Yeah, it's not often, but right now I'm like, wow, that would be so much value.
Well, if Link goes face with everything, Channel Storm can take out the Syl on its own.
Yeah, and I think he might have to do that. Like I said, he's already on a timer anyway. And Halalu has cards. Like, this isn't going to be one of those games where Halalu just doesn't draw cards. That Syl cannot
Yeah.
live. It just
You
can't.
don't get to grind this game out at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, you can also go ahead and take that
Yes.
trade. Firebolt that away. Ooh, Treeminder is a nice follow-up. I didn't recognize he had enough mana for that, so that's nice.
Yeah, this
He's
is
going
a
to
great
protect
turn
his life
for
total at
Link.
least for a turn. Yeah.
This Brawler, though, is looking pretty nice in the shadow. Could even roll the Pawnbroker, see what happens there. Rogtong, not bad follow-up either. That's a fairly match efficient turn if he takes it.
Yeah, and you can also get control of the field lane again to try and get those damage procs.
Easy as hunting a red skeever in the
Is
snow.
instead going to go Shadow with it. That makes sense. You can go ahead and push all of your damage. Ooh, Pony Ball of Spikes. It's not bad. It's you'll take it.
Well, he has the Divine Fervor in hand, which makes it all really relevant. As we saw in the game of Bo earlier, the Divine Fervor against Immortal August allowed it to trade into a 7-cost card, the Moose, earlier. So instead, there's now value in this card. The Prophecy was actually really big for Link.
Yeah, Pointy Wall of Spikes is infinitely better with each buff you can give it, and the Gatekeeper behind that can really shut down Fafal in that shadow lane.
Yeah, I assume that we see the Dragon Tail Saviors come out, plus the buff.
Yep.
Wow. And the Gatekeeper, the follow-up. The only problem Link really runs into is he is lacking cards. He does have Shrine, but he just... You can't really afford to use... Yeah, kind of are forced to use the activators right now. Maybe he does take the option of only playing one orc instead, and then saving the other orc for a Shrine activator. There is a possibility of that.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like Divine Fervor has to come down this turn, or do you think it's safe to wait a turn? I feel like it probably has to come down, right?
I don't know. I think you could make the argument for waiting on it.
You don't
Because,
feel
like,
the
really...
Key Smart is too important to take out right now?
It's very safe. I will say that. It's extremely safe, but at the same time, Gatekeeper is actually... It feels pretty safe, too, with development. It's an extremely hard decision.
It really is, because you only get to play one of your 5 costs. It is going to be the Gatekeeper, which we're going to see ends up getting punished by the Dawnbreaker in hand for Fafal. Can even get another Morag Tongue Aspirant out of that trade. And then, ooh, this Sharpshooter also? I don't know which target is better. Probably the Gatekeeper?
I think... I mean, you could get the Aspirant back.
Yeah, so the Dawnbreaker will not be able to use its effect to kill the Gatekeeper, but it does offer a nice way to trade. Because Daedra does not count as an undead.
I mean, there's no single... I mean, could Shadow Shift and just get the other Sharpshooter too, which we might as well see. Is there with... I mean,
Double
getting very
Sharpshooter?
close to lethal, but just not quite there.
If you double Sharpshooter, I think that opens up lethal next turn pretty safely, except for perhaps an Ice Storm. If Link draws an Ice Storm, he will be in decently good position. However, Fafal will have 9 points of burst next turn, which is enough for lethal. Cast into Time won't do it. Link would have needed to find some sort of AoE at this point.
Yeah, just finding no AE is painful, and that's the first hard removal we've seen too. The Gatekeeper getting punished was pretty rough. Baron is just useless at this point. There's no outs for Link here.
No, he is going to do his due diligence. Go ahead and throw down the Divine Fervor to at least try and trade away as much as possible. You can always hope that Halalu doesn't have, what, 2 points worth of damage? 1 point. 1 point worth of damage. I guess you're hoping now. Varen.
Well, the Baron, it's a little bit more, but we know what the hand looks like.
Yeah,
we cheated.
there's going to be... Dawnbreaker offers rune skips on all but one of these creatures. That is going to be a nice second win for Fafal. As
Just
soon
play
as
the
he...
Dawnbreaker onto the 2/3. Jeez.
You can, Fafal, you can do this.
Yeah, go, go, go.
There it is. There it is. 2-0 for Fafal. Halalu getting work done. Tribunal doesn't really do very well when you don't find any removal, oddly enough.
Man, I was gonna be a little bit disappointed if there was some BM there. That's why I was like, just do it. Don't play the Cliff Racer too. Although, yeah, it does require 2+4, so us casters know that adding is not always the most fun thing.
Oh, when I'm just trying to talk about how things are going, I don't have time for math. As Charmer said, math is for defenders, and I'm a caster, okay? So, Link is going to be on Tullius's Conscription Telvanni, a deck that had a lot of success in a lot of tournament play before. Hasn't been seeing a lot of play in the tournaments up till now for the Master Series qualifiers, but still a strong deck, still a deck that can be very consistent thanks to a lot of draw effects. How do you feel like it will do into Halalu? Do you think it can control it well enough?
It can, but Halalu is still favored, I would say. It's not impossible by any means, but Halalu is definitely still favored in the matchup. We might see a Halalu 3-0, but who knows?
Well, we do see an Ice Storm with Ring. That's always handy. Abner Tharn instead of a Thieves Guild Recruit. Not a lot of summon effects on the side of Fafal to copy, but there are plenty of nice and juicy ones on the side of Telvanni. Ooh, Fafal has Withered Hand Cultist in opening hand, though.
Yeah, the Withering Cultist is pretty devastating. It's really, really good into Telvanni. Arguably, at this point, it might be better into Telvanni than it is against Tribunal, since a lot of the Tribunalists have moved to more creature-based.
Yep.
But Telvanni still has a lot of actions.
But you know, it's nice. Territorial Viper answering your Withered Hand Cultist, one of the very few creature-based answers that Telvanni runs routinely. A very, very strong option for exactly situations like this.
Yeah, and Link is happy seeing this, that he has a play next turn, and it's a getting rid of a Withering Cultist pretty efficiently. Using 1 ring charge, but on turn 3 using 1 ring charge, not too big of a deal.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine with that at this point, especially given that it's answering one of the scariest threats that Halalu can put out against you, especially if you're going to be really leaning into that Ice Storm at some point. How do you feel about just slamming down a Hist Mage first and worrying about removal later? Because I'm thinking getting that extra little bit of Magicka, getting a nice card down that trades favorably.
Yeah, generally you want to be able to play your creatures first, and the ramp is totally worth it, and it trades really well into these, although we do see the Cloud Rest Illusionist in the hand. I mean, you could also play the Cliff Racer too, just develop more. Except when we leave up a 4/1, and the other one... Oh, a little bit different.
Well, notably, the Cliff Racer does not die to Ice Storm.
Yes. Where both Cloud Rest do as well, so it does play around Ice Storm extremely well.
It does, and it leaves Cloud Rest available to trick combat in later turns. I like that play a lot.
Yeah, it was very solid.
Link, not a lot of particularly powerful options available. I'm looking at maybe negation to set up, but that might signal your intentions a little bit too hard.
I mean, it does, but at some point, what are you going to do about it?
His life total is at that point where it's becoming a little bit threatening. Halalu can easily get to 20 damage within a turn or two without much trouble at all. So you are at the point where, okay, 2 runes being destroyed, I think that's enough. I think we want to keep ourselves from having the 3rd one taken out. Looking at Fafal's follow-up, his follow-up, if you will. And it's really just looking like a 2 and a 4, but really, which one do you want to go for? The Balmora Puppeteer probably isn't really going to accomplish a ton right now. You're not going to get more than 1 card to work with. Now that there's an Orc Clan Captain, however, that's suddenly looking like a really nice play.
Yeah, I assume we see Cloud Rest Illusionist and perhaps the Balmora. At the same time, though, we know that Ice Storm has... It's very happy seeing that board come down, so it'll be interesting to see what he decides here. Doesn't really have too many choices, though. Like, at some point, you just kind of have to do it. It's not fun, but hey, Link says this is fun. I like this.
That negation plus Ice Storm is going to offer a nice clear. And then next turn, he is... Ooh, going to play the Thieves Guild Recruit instead of going for the full clear. That makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. With this
Absolutely.
Minter's Ring. Minter's Ring is like the gateway to stabilization. Just being able to find Barrow Stalker and then play your creatures, get a Minter's Ring. If you get to the point where Halalu can't do much, Anasi becomes one of the big answers to a big board filled with drain creatures and guards. But after that, there's not too much.
Also, I do not believe that Fafal's build runs any support removal. So if Link decides to develop the Numira's Shrine, it is going to stick. It is going to be active for the rest of the game. Unfortunately, in hand, not quite the right cards to activate it next turn, but could be a draw to solve that issue for him. Fafal has ways to deal with this board. Pretty simply. Or you could also just push an absurd amount of damage and say, all right, you have AoE or I win. Fighters Guild Recruit Prophecy helps. But Fafal, again, like we see...
Takes away damage.
Yeah.
2 damage, I guess.
Yeah, Fafal is going to just knock that right on down. Only one card in hand. Link very close to stabilizing. Do you dig here, or is there something else you're looking at first? I think you probably open up with Camel.
Gotta get rid of this Cliff Racer is the biggest thing.
Right.
And it is a hard creature to get rid of. I mean, we
It
can negation it, and we go down 4 attacks, so it's not a huge deal. And Halalu is low on resources. You do fear Crusader's Assault. That's always a card that control players really fear, just because seeing your opponent get so low on cards, draw 2 cards, and do a little bit of extra damage to you is not a good time for a control player. We
It
might
hurts so bad.
we might see the Camel here for that reason, but we could see the Shadowfin just because you need to develop to contest this Cliff Racer too.
Mhm.
You can't just be like, all right, well, Camel, please find me another negation or find me an Ice Storm. Like, you still are going to be taking a lot of damage. You can pair it with the negation, but 4 damage is scary. So we'll see what happens here.
And the Camel is going to come down. Oh, Harpy is really nice. Oh, he ditches a Barrow Stalker for it, too. He will silence down the 5th Legion Trainer, which I think is a great play. No extra buffs coming through for Fafal.
Oh, look what I was
He
talking
would have
about.
drawn the Crusader's Assault. Oh my god, finding that Harpy was huge.
Crazy.
Still not quite out of the woods yet. Is going to absolutely have to find ways to deal with the other creatures. And there really isn't a lot on deck for that, except this Abner Tharn being able to copy that Battlecry effect from the Shrieking Harpy is going to be really, really clutch next turn.
Oh yeah, it has a huge amount of relevancy. I kind of wonder if we do need to see that Crusader Assault come through, even though it draws
Another
one
negation
card.
too. This is a full
Ooh.
clear for Link, I think.
If he decides to take it, there's definitely an
No.
argument not to.
You'd still be
Well,
leaving
yeah.
one creature.
One creature up. But the negation is really big, along with the Abner contesting. That's... yeah, this might swing in Link's favor. Remember, too, Conscription will pull Barrow Stalker in the Mentor's Ring follow-up, so he really just needs to live until 2 turns, or 1 turn after Conscription.
Yep, that's really all he's looking to get to.
Yeah, because once the Mentor's Ring hits Barrow Stalker, potentially with a ward on it too, that's the game. And I guess a Nasi plus a little bit of push if Link didn't get to attack at all, but he should be able to attack if he's playing Mentor's Ring.
Yep. If he's able to find the time for Mentor's Ring, he's able to find the time to swing once or twice. Yep, is going to shackle down the Cliff Racer yet again, much to Fafal's chagrin. What is the draw? A Divine Fervor doesn't do a ton at the moment.
A ton.
Especially
It
given-
doesn't do like anything. I think he has a Crusader's Assault here now. I don't think you can just play Divine Fervor and hope.
Chimeric spirit of the sky.
Well,
I
Divine
think you have
Fervor
to
comes
find
down
something.
first. Yep, Crusader's Assault is going to come down. I'm curious that he played the Divine
Wow.
Fervor no matter what. Marked
Well,
Man is a
Didn't
card.
matter. Just draw the 1 drop anyway. No big deal.
That is ridiculous. There are so few cards that he would have been able to play here. Not to mention, that's a really good one.
Yeah,
Being able to
being-
guard up, defend your threats. Territorial Viper is great, though.
Viper is great. That leaves 4 damage. Oh wait, what am I saying? This Shadowfin leaves 2 damage with paired with the Viper.
Do you pair it, or do you pair Hist Mage with it?
Hmm,
Because if you Hist Mage, you can Conscription next turn.
you indeed can. That's definitely relevant, but at the same time, you're at the mercy of where your guards land.
That is true. That is true.
And on top
And
of
that
that,
is-
you have to lose all these creatures in the field then. So if you're going to play the Hist Mage, you need to kill off your field lane. If your plan is to Conscription. So I think it's either you kill off your field lane, play the Hist Mage, and the Viper, which looks like he might be doing that. But I do think you have to kill off your field lane, as weird as it is. It definitely, like, shows what's going on next.
Oh, you can guard up everything.
too. Yeah, that does
Yeah,
it
just
too.
you know what? You can't get through this turn. I can play Conscription next turn after I trade my board away. I get this huge tempo swing, and you can't get any damage.
It's
Nasur and Pawnbroker
very
does
scary
stone
to
cold
say,
nothing.
though. It does, like, this play would have lost to Crusader's Assault and to a Nasi. Like, obviously,
Yes.
you can't play around everything all the time. You have to take the winning lines. But it is important to note that there were definitely outs for Halalu just to win here.
Absolutely.
I assume we'll see the conscription with the Harpy. You have to pull Harpy, though. Even then, well, don't have to, but there's more outs if Harpy is not pulled.
But you really, really want to pull Harpy.
Yeah, you really want Harpy. I mean, you might even... I don't know if you trade in the 1-2 ever.
Viper might come down instead. Yeah, because then you can,
yeah, it's
you can
safer.
go Marshblade and Namira's Shrine, and then you can proc the Shrine, go for Conscription next turn.
Setting up for conscription is why that trade was made, which was a good call.
Shadowfen works just as well. That way, if your opponent has a Crusader's Assault and something like a Cliff Racer, then you're pretty safe. Getting the Corner Club Gambler fall is actually super relevant too. That's going to offer a little bit more draw for next turn, assuming you can live to use it, which in this case is all but guaranteed. Shadowfen being able to silence that down is also
I think you
meaningful.
deny that draw.
I think you deny the draw too. I don't think you can manage to let Fafal
And you get a
have
Shrine
those extra
proc.
cards.
You gotta start cycling with Shrine too, which is something that's been in Link's hand this entire game, and he's finally getting to play it.
Channeled Storm is great. That means he can answer anything that Fafal can put down next turn. What does the crab have in store? This could be...
I mean, there's not many outs though. Because, like, even say, like, let's say he drew Red Deer and played Red Deer, then Link goes, alright, conscription time. I'm trying to think of, like, what would just a high density threat, or a big threat, essentially, is what you'd want. But conscription, I guess, you're tossing, rolling the dice with conscription.
Sails
there's
through
not that much.
storms. Oh, man.
I guess...
How much damage does Link have? Not enough, clearly, but it's getting there. 9, 10, 18, 21 damage?
Yeah, I mean, he can hit twice, not break a rune, and just Channel Storm this 5/5. And then after that...
That's got to be the play, because being able to get a Storms proc would be disastrous. Granted, there are very few narrow cases in which that could actually happen. You need something like a Crusader's Assault, but that's a little freaky.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird too, because in a lot of cases, Link would just absolutely love to close call his 1/2 and draw a card, but that is his guard that keeps things such as Brawler and Cliff Racer from connecting with his face.
He could close call the Shadowfen Priest, which would allow trading into the Mudcrab
Yes,
Merchant.
definitely
so that
could.
Fafal has no options for getting any damage.
Or his mage ramps some more, and you're now a 3/4, so Crusader's Assault no longer does what it did before.
Second Conscription is a dead card, let's be perfectly honest, but that's fine. Shadow Shift offers a redraw. Maybe getting a Crusader's Assault now is relevant if you can draw it. Black Dragon, not quite.
Brotherhood is a pox, and I shall cure it.
Link draws a Necromancer, can pull back a Harpy, keep yourself from being in any danger by Black Dragon.
Yeah, at this point too, you can make the argument that you kill one of these Slay Marshblades to cycle.
Yep, get that draw. Is in fact going to go for that. I imagine this is a Harpy.
I would think
He gets a
so.
Viper off the draw.
Yeah, because now the Harpy, ooh. Seems a
Camel?
bit greedy.
That's ambitious.
Like, I'm trying to figure out what is he looking for and this camel.
Odahving is a card.
Thing is a nice card.
Doesn't take the Harpy. decides to ditch it. Interesting. Is going to get another draw, sacking that. Ooh. Scout's Report can get you even deeper.
2 conscriptions on hand, 1 other card, Namir Shrine.
Barrow Stalker!
Yeah. Barrow Stalker
is
great.
Makes. Oh yeah, great. That too.
There still are outs here with Crusaders Assault into Reach. Alright, or reach, or I mean into
Redraw into Assault into Reach also counts. No. Morag Tongue Aspirant is not it.
This is on your head.
So I assume Odoving comes down, if nothing else, for the demoralization factor.
We don't play the game to play it, we play it to demoralize our opponents. Also, something else Link is looking for too, potentially, is he is running 2 Minter's Rings. So a second one on Barrow Stalker is also more or less just game ending on the spot. So him digging through that as well makes a lot of sense here.
Is going to decide to draw first before Odoving comes down. Give your opponent a glimmer of hope before the big boy Thum comes down, gets a nice clear on the board. I don't think you hit with the Barrow Stalker from here, do you? Because there's no one card that deals 7 damage.
Yes.
A Nord Firebrand. Oh, that is kind of tragic because that's really close to being super relevant. 1 or 2 cards to buff that up. If there was a Divine Fervor or 2 on board, maybe an Orc Clan Captain, there are ways where that could have been frightening. Petidus also can steal the charge away.
Yeah, I wonder if we see a camel dick here. I mean, it is just lethal too. What am I saying?
Yeah, lethal is also
Counting is
good.
overrated.
Counting's for defenders. That is going to be 1, 2, 3, and a nice big 10. Turquoise Link is going to bring it back, getting the victory over Halalu with that Boogeyman deck for today. Taking it 2-1. He is going to be stuck on this deck for the rest of the match. Fafal is going to have Burn Assassin to try and answer this, or the Rage Guildsworn. Do you feel like one of these two is clearly the favorite?
I think you take the Burn Assassin in.
I think you take the Burn Assassin
pretty much every time.
Because I don't believe there are any meaningful prophecies in Link's Telvanni that could deal with this. I think he has
mummifies.
No mummifies. He's cut all the bolts, I think.
Ooh.
I believe there are no bolts to answer the Hex Mages. Because I don't think anyone really expected Burn Assassin to have much of a presence today. So
yeah,
I can understand that. Getting into game number 4 here, Fafal is going to be running the Burn Assassin as we predicted. We'll see if Link can manage to stave this one off. Going to need to find a Barrow Stalker and stick that early, hopefully. Harpies don't offer much, as the Burn Assassin doesn't really do much in terms of creature combat. Link has plenty of dig in his opening hand, which is somewhat nice, but also doesn't really offer a ton in this matchup specifically. There's very little healing that Link has available, and Fafal has found a Hex Mage.
Yeah, having the Hex Mage already, pretty much Link's hope was, hey, there's a brick here, and yeah, that was probably the biggest hope, is just hoping your opponent bricks.
Yeah, if you could just not draw a Hex Mage or Market, that would be great. And speak of the devil, Market has been found for Fafal. Link has a Mentor's Ring. If he can stick a Barrow Stalker the next turn or two,
perhaps.
might
I mean, just
being relevant.
Yeah, still need to develop.
Yeah, that is the name of this game, is get things on board, and hope Fafal does nothing about it.
Second Mentor's Ring. I mean, there's nothing else there to take, but wow, the second Hex Mage already too.
Oh god. Well, Fafal looks like he's going to develop Shrieking Harpies. Interesting. I would think that this would be a Swindler's Market turn, but also Fafal has no 0 cost in hand in order to activate those Hex Mages. Worth noting, Fafal is running 14 0 drops in this deck.
Yeah, also too, you don't want to play Swindler's Market pretty much ever, because Shadowfin Priest will just eat it up for free. Link does run 2 of them, So really just waiting until you get your zero costs and your hex mage and stuff ready. You just play them all at once. You can play one hex mage early just because you have the second one, see if there's an answer to it, although there is Channeled Storm in the deck. This is a bit clunky for him still. Can draw Spoils of War, see what he gets. But the zero costs aren't lining up, and that could just give Link the glimmer of hope that he needs.
Yeah, if he can get 1 or 2 more turns, draw a little bit deeper into the deck, Shadow Marking and Thieves Guild Recruit can get fall deeper into his deck. Along with the Spoils of War, there is plenty of draw available for fall. It's just a matter of time looking for those zero drops. Link is in a weird position. You really, really want to get some kind of draw going, but he has no way to sack off his creatures for Necromancer, has no way to get any other form of draw. It's a weird position for both of these players right now.
Yeah, it's just very awkward overall. Might just... Wow, maybe the Viper? Get the damage?
Well, I think it's because it's more valuable in your discard pile than it is from hand.
Also
this way,
true.
if Fafal ever has a Hex Mage on the field, then you can answer that pretty cleanly. Fafal still not finding those zero drops. Is going to dig with Shadow Marking, the green camel. See what it is that he decides to hand over to Link.
Yeah, he's looking for zero cost here to pair with this market and the Hex Mages. Only finds one of them, gives... Oh, 2 of them were TGRs. I decide, hey, do you want a Thieves Guild Recruit or a Curse? Decides to take one of the zero costs, which makes sense, and give Link a draw, which isn't something he wanted to do.
Negation doesn't offer much for Link. I feel like you just open with a TGR, see what you grab on the redraw. Fafal finds a Shadow Marking. I am baffled that he hasn't found any more zero cost cards yet.
Yeah, on top of this, Link has forced an overdraw next turn. Whatever card is the draw next turn will be overdrawn. So if it's another zero cost, it's going to be painful.
No kidding. Fafal probably looking at Winter's Grasp next turn. There's not a lot of damage represented for Link yet.
I bark and birth. This is interesting.
I think I'm saying...
Look at the redraw.
Oh.
Yep, Winter's Grasp does come down. Link is going to find a Thorn Histmage. That's rather nice. It offers a body that's significant, gets you closer to a Tice's Conscription win condition.
I think you just Lyneth here and find Barrow Stalker, and then you Mentor's Ring it next turn.
I think you're probably right. I think that is
his win condition for sure.
Yes. Lyneth is going to come down. If it isn't Barrow Stalker, I will eat my shoe. Okay, Barrow Stalker it is.
Why shoe on head when you can just eat your shoe?
Yeah, exactly. So I have to live up to last year in some capacity, and that's what came to mind. So thankfully, Turquoise Link does not make me wrong, does find Barrow Stalker. Fafal still has not found more zero cost cards.
There's a chance to go off, but unlikely. I don't know if you can do it. So if you have Hex Mage and Swindler's Market, then you play the Forked Lightning and the Curse. That doesn't... Does that quite go Spoils of War to 0? I think it might with the... I don't know, it's either one off or...
Right. Either way, not going to happen now after the Lightning Bolt comes down. Swindler's Market offers a little bit of extra healing. It would break a rune after using any of those zero cost cards. Looking at either Cursing or Forked Bolting to take care of this TGR, he's probably identified the same as we have, that Barrow Stalker and Mentor's Ring is the win condition. Oh, hey!
Oh!
Look at that!
Wow! Well, what's better than one Barrow Stalker?
So you use one pair of them, right? And you save the other pair for next turn just in case?
Oh, I think you can play both of them just fine. Like, there's been 2 Harpies used, and there's been a Bolt used. What else is going to happen? Like, you just
And there's only
play
the one Winter's Grasp. There isn't a second AoE
Yeah.
in Fafal's deck.
So is there Debilitate still? I mean, but even then, you have a 5/6 Barrow Stalker. Even the bodies left alive, there's no silences. The drain is still there. The second ring is still relevant, no matter if both Barrow Stalkers are played or not.
And just the Laneth being able to attack right now is probably enough to get Link out of range for several turns.
Yeah, well, and knowing that the hand has been bricked now, really, he would be fine with attacking and making the overdraw happen, but doesn't need to. The hand's bricked already in some ways. Like, at least at the point where can't do all that much. This Debilitate really doesn't do all that much. Can get reduced down quite a bit. I mean, a Spoils Chain, although one Spoils has already been played. We'll see what happens here.
Hexmage is going to come down. Are we about to cue Yakety Sax, or are we going to wait a turn? Fafal thinking through this line. Trying to figure out where the Forked Bolt goes. Decides it goes on the Laneth, I believe? Yes, that way if a Lightning Bolt is found, then that can offer a way to remove it. A whole bunch of Lightning Bolts are coming out of those little Swindler's Markets. He's going to find a couple more zero-cost cards to use here. More damage coming down. Debilitate comes down as well, severely hampering Link's ability. And yeah, Fighter's Guild Recruit is going to come down as well. That's nice.
And Link does have a negation here to take off this Hex Mage, which is critical, not leaving 2 Hex Mages up.
And he can even use the second Mentor's Ring behind that. There actually is another line where you Odiniran as well as Mentor's Ring get a charge meaning back, but I agree. I think you always take off the Hex Mage where you have that ability.
Yeah, well, you know that there's nothing else in the hand that's 0 cost, because or else it would have been played last turn. So that is very helpful knowledge.
Link gonna think through this one. I'm liking ring number 2 because you really, really want to make sure you don't get blown out next turn.
No, I don't think you need to worry about it because you know there's no 0 cost left. I think you just develop instead.
Odiving on the draw is an interesting one because that means if you can get that down and then Mentor's Ring, then you basically just win the game. However, that's a little slow. See what Link goes for is going to be ring number 2. The Hex Mage has been silenced, so it no longer proves to be that much of a threat, but is going to get cleared off anyway. Link healing back up nicely. 21 is a good place to be when you know that your opponent's hand is bricked.
Yes.
And Fafal doesn't find any more gas. Gonna have to dig with TGR, Spider Worker, and Shadow Marking.
It's been interesting to see the Hex Mage come out first. It does make some sense at the same time, though. Hoping that you find Spoils of War in a 0 cost card. And saying that, hey, I have a limited amount of damage in my deck. I need to get every bit of damage I can.
Finding Debilitate number 2 is also very meaningful. That means that all of these draining creatures are going to be reduced down even further, because I believe, with a second 0 cost card, that is going to be a very easy activation on the Debilitate. But Link has that Odiving in hand reduced to 11. Going to be able to clear off that Hex Mage next turn without much issue at all. And Debilitate comes down. I believe there's just going to be a little bit left. Yep, that one Barrow Stalker. Oh, both Barrow Stalkers are still left. Look at that.
Yeah, I still think there's a potential of maybe waiting on the second ring. Gotta get rid of the Hex Mage, obviously. So
Always.
Odiving becomes your only play, because there's no point of ice storming your own board.
Link is not running any sort of buff effects, so there is no hope of getting these Barrow Stalkers up to more power in order to drain more.
It's still a scary spot for Link with these 2 markets up. Not finding the Shadow
Very
Fin
much so.
is very scary. I mean, you know that there's not another shadow marking. Or there could be another shadow marking in hand, technically. There's been 2 played. But there is Blackhand Messenger represents some burn damage, and then the Spider Worker could find another 0 cost, another shadow marking, or Spoils of War. It could be pretty devastating for Link.
Mm-hmm. I believe there's also bolts still in Fafal's deck that could provide lethal with the Blackhand Messenger. It's very much not over. What is Link's follow-up next turn? Is next turn just a conscription turn?
Perhaps getting another Barrel Stalker out. Yeah. Full
2 Fire Blooms. That doesn't help much, but it does offer just pushing a little bit more damage. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 point off of lethal right now? No, because he wouldn't be able to sacrifice. Yes, he would actually. So yeah, 1 point off lethal, I believe. But do you pull the trigger on the other Fire Blooms, or do you save those for something else?
I think you wait and try to find another Hex Mage, perhaps.
I agree.
And then if you find spoils, that spoils or debilitate become 2 more damage in some cases. Those spoils in particular. 18
Link has
cards.
1 more Barrow Stalker left, right?
Yes.
He runs all 3?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, he does.
It is worth noting, any action next turn would be enough for lethal for Fafal. If these two Cruel Fire Blooms both are allowed to go off. Fighter's Guild recruit probably going to get binned, and Kano is an interesting pickup. Conscription is going to be the play. I think that is very likely going to be lethal for Fafal then. He has 6 points of damage, is just going to be missing 1 here.
Yeah, we'll have to see when he draws. He drew a lot of his creatures early on.
Yeah.
So,
Just
pretty big chance
from-
of drawing a 0 cost.
Well, any action... Yeah, no, right, just 0 costs. Link is going to punch in for 10. I believe suited up for lethal next turn. A 3rd market! That's going to do it. Fafal is going to have just barely enough damage to squeak by on lethal here. Cruel Fire Bloom number 1 going to do 3. Second Fire Bloom, another 3. Blackhand Messenger offering the last 2 points of reach that Fafal needs to clean this game up. Going to be 3-1 for Fafal in this match. Link, very, very close there. Those Mentor's Rings and the Barrow Stalker almost getting him there, but just not quite. Fafal is going to find just enough. 3-1, moving on. We'll be facing Flo in the next round. Congratulations, Fafal and Link. Great job so far.
Yeah, it was some good games, and I was thinking there was a chance of Link stabilizing there, but I don't know if running the second Mentor's Ring, or not running it, but playing the second Mentor's Ring, I think he needs to
Right.
get a little bit more value, and Fafal finding the debilitate both times after the ring was played was absolutely huge.
Well, as we promised, following that match is going to be a card reveal. So, production, if we could pull that up, it's time for the first of several reveals on the day. Here it is, Tenar Zalvit Night Stalker. At the start of your turn, consume a random creature. If you can't, you sacrifice it. It is a 2 Magica 3/4 Khajiit Vampire, I believe. Silver, do you have any thoughts on this one?
It's definitely a very interesting card, which generally not one you necessarily play on turn 2 unless, like, say, I could potentially see it in Talalu, where if you've played Marked Man, you could play on turn 2, but generally it's one of those cards that it's 2 Magica, but not necessarily a turn 2 card, kind of like how like Orclan Captain is. So my thought is you have really good stats for this if you can consume, so just being able to play strong stats in the early to mid game could be a really big... I could see it being playable for sure.
Yeah, if you pair this alongside, say, a Withered Hand Cultist on turn 5, getting 2, 3, 4 bodies for just
Yeah.
5 magicka, shutting your opponent down. I think there's definitely possibility here. I think you're spot on. Maybe a 2-drop, but it's not a turn 2 play. I wouldn't be surprised to see this once you play either.
Yeah, I could see in some like token monk builds too, perhaps, or maybe even archer.
Well, chat, let us know what you think. I'm sure someone will put this on Reddit immediately. We can have our thoughts over there
It's
as
already
well.
there.
Hey, look at that. I'm a god. So, otherwise, we are going to sign off for now. We'll be back with another game soon. But first, we're going to have DBN and Charmer bring you the first of our semifinal games. Don't go anywhere.
Ahoy there, Elder Scrolls Legends fans. I'm Dead Broke Nerd, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about the lane system. One of the things that makes Elder Scrolls Legends so unique is the 2 distinct lanes that make up the battlefield. Understanding the role each of these serve and the placement of creatures within is very important for high-level play. The left lane is called the field lane, and while important, incurs no distinct rules or effects. The right lane is known as the Shadow Lane and grants cover to creatures placed within it as long as they don't have the guard keyword. Cover lasts until the beginning of the player's next turn and will prohibit the creature from being attacked by other creatures. Although these lanes are simple in concept, they offer an extremely complex dynamic, which must be closely monitored during the course of a game to ensure optimal trade priority. Trade priority is the term players use to indicate whose creature gets the first chance to attack or be attacked in a lane. Generally, players will want to fight for control of the field lane, since it offers trade priority to the player with creatures already present, though that priority can be disrupted by charge units or lane swapping. Conversely, the Shadow Lane offers trade priority to the second player to enter, and will often be used to protect valuable creatures thanks to the cover mechanic. Thanks so much for watching, and stay tuned for more great Elder Scrolls Legends content.
Hey everyone, I'm Lasergician. Let's talk about designing a lineup to bring to a tournament. In preparation for a Master Series qualifier, each player must select 4 decks, each of a different color combination to bring to the tournament. While many players will elect to bring the decks that they are the most comfortable on, or the ones that have performed best for them on ladder, there's a lot more that goes into preparing a lineup of decks than each deck's individual performance. The 2019 Masters Series qualifiers are played using the last class standing format, in which one of each player's decks will be banned before a match begins and decks are played until they lose, at which point a new deck must be selected. This format is important to consider when designing a lineup. For instance, bringing a collection of decks that share a common weakness to a last class standing tournament can be risky, because if an opponent has at least 2 decks that can exploit that weakness, you will run the risk of one of those decks single-handedly winning the match for your opponent. On the flip side, there is some level of risk involved with flexible lineups as well. As an example, consider a rock, paper, scissors metagame, where rock beats scissors, beats paper, beats rock. If you bring a lineup of 2 rock decks and 2 scissors decks, then after bans you will have 1 favored matchup and 2 even matchups against an all scissors lineup, 1 favored matchup and 2 unfavored against a paper lineup, and again, 1 even matchup and 2 unfavored matchups against a rock lineup. So utilizing a 2-2 split lineup in a 3 archetype metagame would result in always having at least 1 favored matchup against a homogeneous lineup, but having a net disadvantage against 2/3 of homogeneous lineups. On paper, the split lineup looks inferior to the homogeneous lineup because if it plays against each homogeneous lineup an equal amount, 2/9 of its game will be favored, 1/3 of its games will be even, and 4/9 of its games will be unfavored, while a homogeneous lineup with the same constraints would have 1/3 favored, 1/3 even, and 1/3 unfavored. However, not all rocks are created equal, and any player considering a homogeneous lineup will have to ask themselves, are the 3rd and 4th best rock decks close enough in strength to the best and second best paper decks? And does that justify making 1/9 of my matchups against homogeneous lineups favored instead of unfavored? In reality, the Tessel metagame is far more complex than rock, paper, scissors, but hopefully this helps reveal some of the complexity and expose you to some of the thoughts players must put into their lineup preparation. This has been Lasergician, and thanks for listening. Now, let's get back to some great gameplay.
Ahoy there, Elder Scrolls Legends fans. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier. As you may know, I'm Dead Broke Nerd, and I have Charmer here with me to bring you the first of the semifinals match. We've seen some really exciting matches so far. So, Charmer, do any trends stand out to you across the different quarterfinals matches?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I noticed, and it might have been easy to miss, is that each round, 1 player won and 1 player did not. Somebody got eliminated every time. Outside of that, it was honestly just Halalu doing Halalu things, and then everything else was pretty diverse, right? We saw some Rage, we saw Burn Assassin come through in that last series, and Crusader was really strong for one of our players that we're about to see. In really Bo. So everything that's not Halalu has been just kind of its own thing right now. You got Halalu doing Halalu things, and then it's a bit of everything outside of that.
Yeah, which is really actually kind of cool to see on this big of a stage, you know, like something like the Rage Crusader, the Burn Assassin. We're kind of all over the place, which makes for really exciting tussle. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at the bracket for anybody who's just tuning in and wants to see how we got here. And that should give you an idea of what we've done so far today. So we had Really Bow defeat Immortal August. That was the first match. 3-1. LMAO took down Empire Oathman 3-1. And that's why those two are going to be squaring off for this match. On the other side of the bracket, we have Flo eagerly waiting in the wings to take on Fafal, who defeated Turquoise Link just a few minutes ago. So those are going to be two really exciting semifinals matches. We also want to do something right now, which is we want to tease another card art for you guys of a card that we're going to reveal after the conclusion of this match. Do we have the art for that one, production? It's a pretty one.
Yeah, this is one of those cards that when you see it, you know it's going to be gorgeous and premium. And it's certainly appealing to my emo side. It's dark, it's spooky, it's doing all the things. I'm intrigued. I wanna see what this card is. But not only are the viewers going to be a winner when they get to see a brand new card reveal from the upcoming expansion, Moons of Elsewhere, but one of these players is going to be a really big winner as well, because this is essentially a match for a spot at QuakeCon, because as we know, there are 2 slots going. And so while this isn't the finals of today, this is a really big deal. We are in a high stakes moment right now, because one of these players, if they win, they advance to the finals, but they're also advancing to Texas.
Yeah. And I mean, like, seriously, because just like you mentioned, we all know what's on the line. I mean, shoot, if you go there and you get dead last at QuakeCon, you still make some good money. So these players are revved up and ready to go for this match. They can get to that big money at QuakeCon. I do want to take a look at the deck lineups for these two. So we've looked a little bit about it before, and we kind of talked about each of these. Silverfuse talked about some of the decks that Really Bow brought, and we have the same where you and I kind of looked at LMAO's list. But this is actually a really interesting situation, right? Because we've got the 3 Rages on the side of Really Bow, and then of course that Tribunal, right? But then over that on LMAO's side, we got a lot of different stuff too, right? Because we got the aggro, but the mid range and a control and a rage. Like, LMAO has a very diverse lineup, and I'm interested to see how the very focused one will go into that very diverse one.
Yeah, Really Bow here might need to change his name to Rage Bow if he's going to keep bringing all these unstoppable rage lineups. It's very clear what he feels is one of the most potent cards in the format. Unstoppable Rage is enough to carry him, and rightfully so. I mean, we've seen it perform very, very well throughout other qualifiers. Historically, it's been a very strong card, capable of just blowing out opponents if you get the right draw. As you said, LMAO kind of playing both sides here. Instead of going with a focus lineup like we've seen a lot of other contestants do, he wanted to bring a little bit of everything, probably in hopes that if people do bring a focus lineup, you're going to have something to deal with them, but it does make you vulnerable during the banning phase. So as we're waiting for the bans to come in here, that is something that could potentially come back to haunt LMAO, right? If you only bring one aggro list, if you only bring one mid-range list, and it gets banned, you're essentially locked out of that archetype for the rest of the series.
Mm-hmm. I want to kind of bring something up here, because we're looking at 2 players, and the major similarity between the two's lineup is that Rage Ebonheart. But as you look deeper into the deck list, we can see some pretty big differences just within, right? So if we look over at LMAO's list, right, and we see that Ebonheart, what we see is the Dark Seducer up at the top. We see the Blood Magic Lord, the Nighttown Lord. This is a very kind of heavy top end, right? But then we look over at Really Bows, and it's definitely a lot smoother. It's got a lot more 6-drops, but it also, like, when it comes to healing, the only healing outlet that is there is that Snake Tooth Necklace. And we've seen those 2 different takes on that Control Ebonheart. Talk to me a little bit about that dynamic, why you would choose that bigger, healier top end versus the kind of smoother, maybe it seemed like it almost cycles a little faster, but can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's going to feel a bit counterintuitive what I say, but LMAO's more top-heavy list is slightly better against aggressive decks. I know that sounds weird, but because you have so many healing outlets, all you need to do is stick one and or pair it with something like a Squish the Wimpy, and you can get a lot of health back, and it'll help you stabilize. The other list is far more prone to just win the game from hand, right? You get that one turn kill potential, the old OTK as they say, and that can close out a game without needing to heal. But we've also seen this particular version get punished at times if you don't find the healing at the right time. So having two different takes is likely just dependent on what you expected to see in the format. Really Bows is more likely going to perform better against slower decks or control decks because you're just trying to build up to that one turn kill. Whereas LMAO, again, it feels counterintuitive, but if you've got more big creatures with drain, then you're going to be able to stabilize against aggressive lists a little bit better.
Yeah. Well, then that's interesting too, right? Because do you find it might be a little disfavored here against Really Bow's lineup, which is much slower, right? Has these big rage combos that it wants to pull off, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're taking player skill out of the equation and we're just trying to be blind about the entire thing, I think Really Bow's lineup is just a bit, more favored than LMAO's. Simply because you've got three lists with Rage, and then when you look over at LMAO, if you ban either the mid-range or the Halalu, you're only going to have one proactive deck. You've got something like Telvanni, which is very weak to Rage traditionally, because you can just let them Conscription or do Telvanni things, and then you just win from hand. And then you get a mirror match, right? So again, taking player skill out, taking, draw RNG, all of those things out of the equation, I think Really Bow's lineup is just slightly favored in this particular series.
So if we look at the bans, right, we're still waiting for those to come in, but tell me, like, if we're looking at Really Bow's lineup, right, we've got the three rages, and then we have that much more control heavy tribunal as opposed to some of the mid-range lists that have become, I don't want to say favored, but we've seen a lot more of them considering the environment that surrounds it. But what I'm almost interested in here, right, is these two tribunal lists and comparing them similar to how we did Rage, but they're trying to do very different things, right? So what is the mid-rangey version that LMAO has? What is that trying to accomplish compared to that traditional control list that a lot of people tend to see on ladder, and some of the players who've seen a lot of that, but maybe haven't seen this kind of tournament heavy mid-range list? Can you tell me a little bit about why someone would line it like that?
Typically, you want a more mid-range focused Telvanni if you are trying to shore up your early game. It makes you a little bit better at fighting for control of the board against other aggressive lists, and if you expect a field that's going to be rampant with Halalu, this is a safe bring. It also allows you to be more proactive against Rage decks, which again, if the past qualifiers were any indication, you could safely expect. So bringing something like that makes an awful lot of sense because you can play one or two singular big threats, force them to attack it. And it does look like the bans are in, and both players opting to take out the Ebonheart. Now, I will say on LMAO side, I am not shocked he took out Bow's Ebonheart because that's the one that wins from hand the most out of his Rage lists, and so you want that out of the way. On the other side, I'm actually a bit surprised that Bow opted to get rid of the Ebonheart list. I would have expected him to get rid of one of the more aggressive lineups. However, we do know that Bow clearly thinks Rage is powerful because he's running it a lot in his lineup. So perhaps he just said, hey, this is the most powerful list. Let's get it out of the way. And that's that.
Yeah, Really Bow has been very vocal about, the opinions on Rage the card, but also Rage Ebonheart the class. And I mean, I don't think we can undersell this idea, right? That Rage Ebonheart has been wildly and probably over, I don't want to say overperformed, but surpassed people's expectations going into the Master Series qualifiers. I mean, there was about a 50-50 split of people who thought it was absolutely incredible and people who thought it was just wildly inconsistent. It would never make it up there. And we've seen the former, which is that it has shaped the tournament scene, really. I mean, it's warped it very heavily.
Yeah, it's not honestly that much of a shock. If you follow the aggressive lists, there aren't many really good fine-tuned aggressive lists, right? Halalu has been strong. Crusader is a good fallback because it's the original Halalu. I do think there are some undervalued aggressive lists out there. Anything that can stick Withered Hand is still viable for sure. I think that there is a version of an aggressive Guildsworn list that is incredibly underplayed at the moment. But the reality is they're just not as refined as the more late game focused control or combo decks are, and Rage is going to be good against them. If you can stall until you can play your big swingy combo, swing tempo in your favor, then that's going to be an environment where it thrives.
So LMAO decided to go ahead and bring Telvanni in for that first match. Tell me about this specific matchup while they're kind of running through those plays.
Well, I think if I'm being entirely honest, LMAO knows that this is probably the worst deck in his lineup, so he's going to lead off with it, and if it steals a win, then he feels really good. And if it doesn't, then he just, it's status quo. He knew that this one was, not in a really good spot here.
Yeah.
And, no harm, no foul, right?
Shrugs it off. GG, go next. Yeah.
Yeah, so this makes sense to me, because this list isn't going to target or counter anything that is in Bo's lineup, realistically, right? That you have to likely play this at some point, so just lead off with it. It's a low pressure, low stress, and like I said, if you steal a win, then great. Then you're overperforming. That's a confidence booster.
Yeah, it does have that Flesh Atronach OTK. I mean, but that's a long ways away. Does LMAO need to play very, very controlling? I mean, I got to imagine. So I've played a little bit with the, Rage Crusader, and it is, from my experience at least, a fairly difficult deck to pilot. One which relies a lot on these big guard creatures, but also has like the yellow removal package, right, with the javelins and everything. It's certainly a very odd and maybe not necessarily intuitive deck to play. So how do you take something like Telvanni, which has a very straightforward game plan, into something like this?
You still have to be controlling and fight for the board, and the reason is because this Rage list is, of the Rage lists, the most mid-range version, if you will, right? There are a lot of just big bodies in here, and those bodies are traditionally used to control the board. Their high health stats, for example, help you fight for control, and we're seeing that now with this 5/5 taking a value trade. We have the Cloud Rest helping to clean up Gatekeeper, but these bodies can still push an awful lot of damage, create pressure when needed. So you cannot sit back and do nothing if you're LMAO, and you don't have the tools to be aggressive. So you're still going to have to play this as a control game plan. The real difficulty in navigating this matchup, if you're Telvanni, is you have to stall to the late game where you can just try to outvalue them, but you have to also find a way to force them to use Unstoppable Rage when they get the least amount of value from it. That is the trick, and it's not easy to do. There's a reason Telvanni is unfavored in this particular matchup, but that is your goal if you are LMAO.
Looks like we're gonna have that Rapid Shot Earthbone Spinner to remove the Fighter's Guild. That's gotta sting a little bit. That would have been a really nice thing to just absorb one of those 5/4/4/3 bodies. What's neat here though is LMAO set up the first shrine so that this second shrine could potentially come down off of the Ring of Magicka double 2-drop triggers. Doesn't even need to play the second one.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's neat, but the downside here is that it doesn't help him. Again, you're losing control of this board. It's almost like Bo is playing a mid-range deck, right? He's just going to keep playing threats, and if you don't answer him, if you don't stall, they'll win the game by themselves. And Bo has a lot of cards in hand. He's in no danger of running out of resources anytime soon. So you can feel free to pressure Telvanni here and have a fallback.
Now it looks like really Bo's deciding between trading or pushing damage. The Ice Storm pickup from LMAO is very, very relevant here, I feel. I mean, looking at Bo's hand, the Golden Initiate, the Bruma, that's all a board that will die to an Ice Storm. The only exception would be the Battalion.
Yeah, this has got to be a pretty juicy Ice Storm because not only does it clear most of the board, but you can follow it up with something like your Word Crafter that helps contest that field lane a little bit. And as I said, you just have to play this like a control deck if you're LMAO, because really Bo's list has lots of ways to continue to pressure you, and this is exactly what he does.
Mm-hmm. 2 javelins in hand, but not really great targets being presented for really Bo. But a Vigilant Giant is a pretty feels-good play on 8. Picked it up off the jaw, didn't have it sitting in hand, picks it up right when he needs it, and it's beautiful. Protects that Battalion and puts a really scary guy in front.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, LMAO does have another path to victory here, potentially, right? So while Telvanni is unfavored, if you can survive through the first rage, which I know is incredibly difficult, but if you can magically survive through the first rage, he does have that piercing twilight. He can potentially eliminate the future threats, and then you can play, to the board freely and flood it the way you kind of want to with Telvanni. So he does have that outlet, but you have to survive until then. And like I said, this Crusader list just has too many singular big threats, and that's something Telvanni struggles with if they don't find Vipers.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I am fairly certain there was not a Viper in the grave. I'm pretty sure that would have come out immediately off the Necromancer. Slime Marshblade gets ditched, as well as another 2-drop. I missed that one. And hey, 2 cards a turn off of the shrines. It's pretty good. What's not pretty good is the 8 damage to the face that LMAO is about to weather.
Yeah, and that silence was clutch because as we see from the draw there, that giant would have been lethal with the Unstoppable Rage.
I mean, that begs the question. I'm going to take the gander here that that Piercing Javelin probably just comes down on the Shadowfen.
It's possible. I think you attack first, make sure there's no prophecies, and then I was gonna say you might actually take a different path where you just put more threats on the board because you've got them down to 8. Still do have the option of Javelin here. You could also, I was gonna say either pass and save your hunger to pair with a rage here. You could just double hunger into the shadow and say, okay, do you have a second Ice Storm?
Yeah.
We know through Caster Vision, LMAO has a lot of defensive tools. He's not out of this. Does not have
the
a way to gain
concerning
health.
thing though is that life total. Yeah. I mean, I gotta imagine he's looking at that Barrow Stalker saying, I gotta find a way to play this. I gotta find a time to play this where I'm not gonna suffer a bunch of damage from a big giant.
Yeah, I mean, here you're gonna take the full clear and set up what you can. Future turns are going to be the Barrow Stalker. We both know it's going to get nuked immediately, but you do have a pair of Necromancers to keep trying to force that. It does look like Ankano is going to be the choice for clearing this meaty boy.
And I think I like that because it gives the option with the Uprising to be able to zap something that goes over into Shadow. Of course, well, we talked about this. There will probably, well, actually, now that there's a giant, does that just come down?
Yeah, I think you giant one of these shrines.
It will get somewhat punished. Okay, goes with the javelin. Because I was going to say, that the Uprising definitely punishes that giant coming down.
Yeah, I mean, one way or another, that giant is going to end up eating a shrine. It's just a question of whether it was that turn or a future turn. Uprising was certainly a concern there, but by also just javelining and passing, now the concern is they get to develop into kind of whatever they want, right? So
it's nice to have that finish off alongside the negation. Or just in general. Finish off interests me because for a long time, people just gave up on it as a card, and we've seen it coming back, which is just really fascinating in my mind.
I think a lot of it just has to do with in the past when we had the open beta and then even through the first couple of expansions, games were far more tempo based, right? You wanted to develop bodies and answer your opponent, and so a card like Leaf Lurker filled finish off's slot significantly better. But now that we've kind of hit this point where you either are dumping your hand by turn 5 or you're trying to go super late game, something like finish off is great because it's much cheaper, and so it's more flexible, and also because it's cheaper, that means it's more likely to pair with other cards and trigger Namira's Shrine. So it's just kind of a difference of, what the meta is like now versus in the past.
That Barrow Stalker is going to get bounced. We do see the Territorial Viper finally picked up by LMAO. Here comes a Vanguard, just going to, get in there for 1 point of damage. And the Ravenous Hunger, this is a big setup here by Rillybo, hoping to get that last bits of damage through. An overdraw there, not a big deal, was a Scout's report. Let's see what is available. Now there's I mean, it's got to be the negation to a certain extent on either the Ravenous Hunger or the Belligerent Giant at a certain point, right?
Yeah, I mean you're entirely fine here. If you are LMAO, you can essentially answer all of these. You do have, for example, the negation and then a trade into the giant. You could, weird as it sounds, you could just use the Viper on the 1/1 if you really want to pull it off, and then you could do something like shackle the 4/1, or you could take another route if you don't want to use the Viper on the 1/1. I don't think it's necessary. I'm just saying, like, if you want the full
Mhm.
clear, it's there. But I think that there's enough defensive options here that LMAO should feel good. I suspect, if I'm being honest, that we're instead going to see this Barrow Stalker come down this turn.
And probably the Harpy as well.
Yeah.
He's got to put the Barrow Stalker field. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, you don't want to. I mean, you wouldn't want to see that rage, that Barrow Stalker. I don't think really Bo would have been happy to use it there, but I mean, you need that to live. You can't take chances with it at 7 health.
All right, now
It's a Dushnik.
that's a pretty big draw for LMAO because the Flesh Atronach is part of his own single turn kill. If you're not familiar, Flesh Atronach and Viper and a Mentor's Ring is one of the ways that Telvanni can kind of pull off the dream, if you will. But
Okay.
Bo answers a shrine and develops.
You know, I think that largely went quite well for LMAO. I think, you know, I mean, we know what was the options, and that was the best play, I think, by Really Bo. But, I mean, I think he was probably concerned about getting more damage ticked into face off of, you know, multiple removal or maybe, you know, a charge or something crazy. But, you know, that's one of the interesting things I think about this Rage Crusader is that it has its plays, but a lot of them are, I'm just going to slam a big body and try to like keep it there and then get the damage after it sticks for a turn, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this was a great outcome for LMAO as well because it means he gets a little bit of health with the Barrow Stalker. And he can still cycle through a fair number of cards this turn. He's got the Recruit. He can use the Sanctuary Pet on the 5/5, which kind of gives him redundancy in case Bo drew Silence, right? Or has removal in hand so that you're not just having the guard there, but you can also, you know, essentially force them to have removal and a Silence in order for that to swing.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Well,
LMAO's considering playing that Flesh Atronach, but it feels early to me.
Well, you do have the Necromancers. You got the 2 of them that can bring back the Atronach.
I mean, you
you
do,
know,
but Cast into Time is still a card that exists and has not yet been nerfed.
Very true. Very true. I'm interested in looking at how many Cast into Times are run in Really Bo's list. Let's take a look here. There are no Cast into Times in his list.
Interesting.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So that, I mean, that's a good call there. Then by LMAO deciding, hey, it's gonna be my grave. There's no Piercing Twilights in Crusader.
Yeah, that is totally a good call then because that represented potentially lethal. So the trick is, if you're not familiar, you can play an undersized Flesh Atronach and then surprise people with an Ulfric's Uprising, which will then re-trigger the summon and essentially double its size. And we do see the Uprising in hand. So Really Bo, you know, recognize that properly, does remove the Flesh Atronach, but with no Cast into Times in the list, and I had glossed over that earlier because it's such a staple. This was the right call by LMAO.
How to proceed from here? I mean, I want to say take that Sanctuary Pet in, but it does give you a little extra use with the Ulfric's Uprising, right?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
I guess with the Hist Mage, you still got guards you can put up.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of defensive lines available to LMAO here. The Shackle with the addition of another guard is entirely relevant, for example.
Oof, and this is a power play here by LMAO saying, no, I'm gonna get the Atronach right back. That wasn't just a tease. He's here.
He's saying, listen, you have to have removal every turn for the rest of the game, or I'm just going to win. So I like this play, and there is no removal in hand, so it's looking like this is going to be a win for LMAO. And as I said before, this Telvanni list, I think, was the most unfavored going into these. And if he could steal a win, he's got to be feeling very happy.
Oh yeah. I mean, are we gonna see like the Ravenous Hunger defensive rage?
I mean, it's the only thing that keeps you alive.
Yeah.
It's a good read by Really Bo. You know, if you're looking at that and saying, okay, like this is the only thing that's going to protect me, but it doesn't even protect you here because you can still swing with everything in the field lane anyway. Pop this Uprising and then skip 5 runes. No big deal.
Yep. And so the Uprising will use the summon ability off the Flesh Atronach again in order to get, oh look at that, 38 points and 5, ladies and gentlemen, 5 rune skips for the big kill play. LMAO going up to a 1-0 advantage over Really Bo in an unfavored matchup. That was really actually very exciting. Because I mean, we were sitting there talking about how much this was going to have to work out, and I don't even want to say that Really Bo had a terrible hand. Now, didn't seem to find much in the way of card draw. I think a Thadon would have been, game changing there. Finding a Thadon, at some point in the game for Really Bo, but also excellent play by LMAO, finding the lines, taking the damage, and then restabilizing. Just excellent, solid play in an exciting match.
Yeah, it was very back and forth. I think Really Bo had LMAO on the ropes there. And again, like I had just glanced over the fact that there was 0 cast into times. I would have thought there was at least 1 in there to keep somebody honest. But that kind of really reared its head in that particular matchup. So we are now going into game 2. And it looks like Really Bo has decided to go with his Guildsworn list, which is essentially Rage Crusader, but with blue.
What does the blue really add to it?
Well, you get some more card draw because there are some decent blue options there, but you do also gain things like Uncano, which is like another potential rage target with the breakthrough, and it can set up some spicy things because I believe this list has Red Year as well. And you also gain the benefit of, Ice Storm gives you some AoE for aggressive lineups.
See, I'm pulling up the list now. I'm really interested. I haven't played. I think Guildsworn is the color I have played the least of out of the Alliance War tricolors, and just not something I've spent a whole lot of time thinking about. Looking at this list, Ancano, yep, is there. We've got the Aaron, which actually is a pretty nice little inclusion when you're running. This one does have cast at times. It is important to note.
Yeah. Yeah, I just completely glossed over that the Crusader one had missed it, so that is my mistake. But this is, again, going to be a good matchup, I think. A lot of back and forth. We do also see that Really Bo has another tool that he did not the last game, and that is Crusader's Assault. That's a fantastic draw source, both in Guildsworn and in the other Crusader list, simply because you can pair it with Rage and gain a ton of cards back in hand. But even just being able to get, 2 out of it is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, LMAO does have access to this Thorn Hist Mage with the ring that will give a little bit of ramp, a nice guard in the lane. I imagine that's the play. Get that ramp while you can.
Yeah, ramping is important because it just allows your powerful late game plays to come online sooner, and in these control matchups, you want to be playing your bombs before your opponent is. So even though you don't have anything in hand that you want to ramp to yet, doing it early and often is just the sort of thing that will earn you rewards later on. In fact, we've seen other great players like Please Don't Hack Me, for example, just prioritize ramping into Oblivion, knowing you'll top deck something eventually.
Yeah. Well, and it frees up a lot of the big combo plays. The sooner you can get those, extra, okay, I need to play a Harpy here to live, but I also need to establish a greedier play like, a Shrine or something for longevity. Getting that ramp early really opens up those lines, which, we saw earlier the value of having those Shrines, being able to draw through the majority of the deck to get to that Flesh Atronach.
Well, Really Bo this time taking advantage of that Crusader's Assault very early on, cycling through, getting some cards, and in my opinion, being rewarded. If I was Really Bo right now, I would be very happy with my hand. I've got big bodies, I've got Rage. I've got answers for support removal. I just picked up spot removal in the form of the Javelin. And then I have a Laneth. Excuse me, as I'm so excited I'm stumbling over my words. I even have Laneth to go find anything that I want in terms of an oh crap moment, right? So LMAO, on the other hand, kind of clunky hand, right? Like you've got some
Yeah.
responsive options, but nothing really jumping out as like a barn burner, like, oh my God, play. And he's behind on health total.
Can I just ask real fast? Did I hear you say that you were so excited you were tripping over your words? This is different for you, man. What's up? What's up? You all right, bud?
Listen, I get excited all the time. I just don't enjoy it. You can be an excited person and still be dead inside.
Fair enough. Well, glossing over the existential crisis, let's take a look at what he's got, because this uprising, is it? Can you just use it now for the? I mean, you get a shackle, you get a creature from the grave. Though I, to be fair, have not been keeping track of what is in there. Bad caster, but you also get that ramp.
Yeah, this. I mean, it's got to be tempting to use this Uprising here, but it's not going to feel great either. Like, Uprising is one of those cards that you want to get a ton of value out of, so I think this is going to be, relatively... Yeah, relatively...
Or actually just the Cruel Fire Bloom, right?
Yeah, I think that's 100% a Cruel Fire Bloom, because Ice Storm hurts you more than your opponent, I think, here. I'm going to ward this up and then sacrifice one of your 2/1s. I really like getting rid of the Sanctuary Pet there, because even though you don't have another Necromancer in hand, you do have the Uprising, so if necessary, you can panic use it and bring that back. It's a far better target for the Necromancer, so it's kind of helping your toolbox out.
I mean, arguably, Sanctuary Pet being one of the best cards you can bring back off of a non-buffed Necromancer, just phenomenal value, especially against all these big, beefy guys.
Or you could just top deck one. That works too.
Hey, man, it was a good read, both by LMAO and you. We knew that we were going to get a Necromancer.
Yeah, this is why these players are in the tournament and I'm not, because these players have mastered the skill of top deck. And it's just not a skill I possess. I'm very good at identifying exactly how I'm going to lose, which is the polar opposite of a skill you want in a card game.
I got to be honest with you. I feel like I would be in the competition if getting your opponent's prophecies on the first rune was a favorable skill instead of an unfavorable one.
So LMAO's taking his time here and just trying to figure out what you do against this 8/8 breakthrough massive body.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I mean, can't you? Is there a harpy in the grave, right? Because you could. No, but that doesn't really help you long term.
Yeah, I mean, your biggest issue here is, like, if you play that Necromancer from hand and that pulls the Sanctuary Pet, now you've just walked into Rage.
Yeah.
And it looks like
just gambling that there's no Rage.
I think he's just deciding, like, even if they have it, I don't have a better play, because let's be honest, you don't. So this is a gamble, but I honestly think passing might have been the correct play there. Just attacking into the giant so that there's not additional value anywhere, and then passing.
Well, and I'm a little confused, frankly, that didn't happen, despite the idea. Like, okay, I'm going to take the pet in, but just to hedge your bets, I mean, how much do you lose there? You lose 5, 11, 19. I mean, you're probably, with a Rage, even with the Wardcrafter dead, you're probably still losing the game after that. But, I mean, this is just going to be pretty...
Yeah, it's looking like Bo is
easy
not
Rage,
gonna go
right?
Yeah, Bo's not going to go with it, it's looking like, but...
Wow, okay.
I would have thought that you take it there even if you don't have the lethal, because you have so many cards in your hand outside of the Rage, and you get him to such a low health total, and he didn't have many cards in hand. You know what I mean? Like,
you also have a Lightning Bolt and a Loneth that can go get another Lightning Bolt.
Right. So I feel like it would have been a safe Rage, but again, I don't fault Bo for taking a conservative play. I mean, this is still pretty anti-risk. But yeah, I feel like Rage there would have been entirely reasonable when you have so many cards still in your hand and you're not in any danger of suddenly losing.
And you have the finish off. that you can use as LMAO. You also have the Uprising, which now, if you are LMAO, did you buy the idea that Really Bo doesn't have a rage? You know what I mean? Did you just like get sold on that idea? Oh, he didn't rage me? He doesn't have it.
Well, I mean, I don't think that whether he has it or not actually matters at this point, because now that you've waited a turn, you have answers, right? Like you can play the finish off on the giant.
I mean, but think about how that informs future turns. If you're saying he doesn't have rage, and you start playing your creatures differently, and saying, okay, he just drew a card. Is this one rage? Statistically, not likely. You know.
Well, I mean, I'm not convinced that LMAO is even playing around rage at this point. I think he took that first gamble and said, listen, if he has it, he has it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. And now here he's flooding the board and feeding even more cards to Bo. I think at this point he's just saying, listen, I'm out of resources. He's got a million cards. One rage probably just wins in the game anyway. I got to go for it, right?
Yeah, he's been listening to you all day. It's time to fight. And LMAO's gonna swing some Hist Mages and stuff in. Really, but overdraws there. I mean, the Javelin takes down this Hist Mage, and thus LMAO's board takes down a few pegs.
Yeah, I mean, you have a trade in the Shadow Lane. You have a Javelin for the Hist Mage. And then even still with 5 magical left over, if you really want to, you can the Lightning Bolt and Rapid Shot something, right? Like if you really want to get rid of that other Necromancer to reduce the chances of them getting some other Uprising play. Not that it would be amazing because your board's basically gone at that point, but...
We're going to see the Rapid Shot here. It's going to remove that ward, and then...
Snapped it. I was going to say so fast I didn't see what the top deck was, but...
Yeah, there. Okay, so there's the Javelin. Are we gonna see like a Daggerfall come down here? I mean, that absorbs multiple trades. It does stuff your hand full of tomes, but which you don't need.
Yeah,
but...
I mean, oh, interesting. He wants to keep the Skaven alive over there, and I guess that's fine because that still eats up at least one trade over there. Now, this Death Priest top deck by LMAO does eat Laneth when it comes down, and there's no reason for him to not play it at this point.
Yep, there goes Laneth.
Wrapped in toilet paper.
Let's see. There's a Belly Giant. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that Belligerent Giant's going to be flipping the Death Priest anytime soon. I imagine...
I don't think
Bo,
so.
I was going to say Bo might be either playing this Moose because, it's a big body, or might have just flooded the board with all those smaller creatures, right? Like you could have also played 2 Daggerfalls there instead, but one way or the other, you just wanted to get some sort of presence here.
Oh, man. I mean, that's a feels bad moment, I think.
Yeah.
If you want to get rid of the Moose, you can double Ice Storm, kill all your stuff too, and then have no cards.
Yeah, this Ice Storm pair, this Ice Storm duo that LMAO is sitting on is not what you want for this particular matchup. So trying to decide, do I attack and then play it anyway? I mean, it does clear everything, and if you just trade your priest in, you're effectively getting the Moose down to 3 health and clearing everything else. If you do want to play one of them, you could just play both and fully clear, but now you have no cards in hand, no presence on the board, and your opponent has initiative and a fistful of cards. Essentially, everything you do here makes you unhappy.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose what you can do is, go for the full wipe, and then basically say, all right, put some things on the board, hit me in the face a little bit. Maybe I'll draw into card draw and be able to create a cycle or something like that. I mean, if you can get a shrine and a couple triggers, it's just you had to take that aggressive tack. We talked about that. The hand was bad. You just had to make a move, right? Goes ahead, bounces the own Ward Crafter, right? Why not? Get a big 7/4 down. Oof.
Yeah, the problem with LMAO was his opening hand wasn't great in terms of long-term value, and really Bo with the, you know, just quality of cards that he was playing over there was not going to run out of cards anytime soon, so you kind of had to become the aggressor. But as I said during the last game, Talvani's just not very good at being the aggressor. Like, you really need the perfect storm of things to go your way, where your opponent kind of bricks their draw, and you get some, you know, big hist mages that are kind of pumping up each turn. But didn't happen. LMAO, unfortunately, right now is also at a disadvantage because he doesn't have any, you know, sources of like big burst to draw, right? Your Talvani draw engines are the sort that give you value over time. They're Namira's Shrine style card draw. You don't have something like, you know, the Wild Incarnate, which wouldn't help you now anyway because of the 2 runes drawn, but you're just missing that spike and like, oh, I just drew 3 cards.
Yeah, it's not like Cicero's going to be doing a bunch of, you know, lethal pinging, and all of a sudden you go from 0 to hero. You don't
have Rage plus Crusader's Assault.
No. Giant's going to bounce. Looks like that's going to be... I mean, really, Bo can just bash face. Tome comes down. That's a 4/4 over there in the field lane. Hitting face, LMAO is down to 7. That Shrieking Harpy... I mean, this is just damage control at this point, because you can go Harpy, Abner. You go Ice Storm.
You can just double Ice Storm.
You just double Ice Storm and then pass. Yeah. Oh, you said
if you
that.
really want to use if you really want to use a ring charge, you can also develop a Piercing Twilight there.
I mean, the ring charge is you still got 2 left. I guess you might as well, right?
I mean, if you wanted to be cheeky and save the Ice Storms, and I don't know why you would, but you could, you know, Harpy something, Abner on a Harpy, and then throw the Twilight in front of like the Daggerfall, but then that's allowing your opponent a chance to respond or react.
Yeah, no, I think this is the double Ice Storm. And the thing is that like you're not even getting much out of it. You know, really, Bo has so many cards in hand. You're down to 7. You don't have any life gain right now. He's thinking about playing that Piercing Twilight, and I feel like don't you kind of have to? I mean, I guess you can hold it to see where they put something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised by it. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think both plays are bad, but you don't have to, because the reality is, what are you going to do? Like, race him with your single 4/4? He's got all those cards in his hand. You know this thing isn't going to survive, so saving it to be reactive is just a guard to go in front of something as you try to claw your way back from the depths of despair is also reasonable.
There is the Daggerfall. The Great Viper Brigand did get 1 draw.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to see Bo kind of play all of these smaller threats because you saw 2 Ice Storms used by LMAO. You're not fearing it any longer.
Yeah, you do have the Abner here for double healing off of the Blackhand Messenger. And I guess that probably gets used to remove the Grey Viper Brigand.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you could double shot the Brigand and then also Harpy the Skaven, or Harpy something in the field lane. I mean, if you're really worried about lethal, you would have to Harpy something in the field lane, just because you know, Lightning Bolt is a threat. I'm pretty sure Bo has Encano.
Well, you heal yourself up to 9. No, only up to it's 9. Yeah, because Abner won't get the heal, but you do remove 3 from the Brigand theoretically. If then you assume, okay, I'm gonna take the 4 from the left lane, unless you probably shackle one of them. But the point is, if you build everything into Shadow and there's no rage, then you do have a decent amount of damage actually kind of coming your way.
Can you use Abner for shackles instead?
The Night Mother will guide us.
And this is also fine. This theoretically blocks all of the damage on the board. but I say theoretically because
Well,
with the draws of Really Bow here, this opens
That
up
cloud
plenty
rest.
of lines of pay.
that cloud rest though.
Cloud Rest enables execute, and then you can attack with the Skaven if you want. It gets them back down to 7. Lightning Bolt gets them to 3. So you're almost there, but not quite.
A little distraction might prove
If you had any way to give something breakthrough in that Shadow Lane, you could maybe try to set up some sort of rage play.
And that execute does not feel good. That was a 5-5. That was your main beat stick at this point if you're LMAO trying to get the last 16 points. And it was a long shot anyways, but this, I mean, that does not feel good at all. Ravenous Hunger can't come down. That's, I guess, it's just four damage. You don't really care about the drain so much. I mean, if worse comes to worse, you could always pair it with a rage, but
Yeah,
throwing Hist Mage.
I think holding onto it to pair with a rage if necessary just makes sense. While it's not likely LMAO has a path to come back here, there's no reason to risk it either. You're not, if you're Bo, you're not in any hurry to win this because you know that LMAO essentially can't.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
you just
we're looking at the Hist Mage Shadow, which slows things down, but the Lightning Bolt can remove it, and then you're looking at 6 damage to the face with another 2 from the Daggerfall. So you're 1 off right now, if my math is correct. And I would always be suspect of DBN math.
well, Really Bow has now picked up a second Ravenous Hunger. But there's plenty of potential trades here to still force some damage through if you want it. You can also just take the rage
Oh, yeah.
and take the lethal.
There we go. Definitely the smart choice. Well done.
Yeah.
And that is going to
Turns
tie
out
up the series.
winning is a good play.
I hear winning
There
is
we
a
go.
favorable line, and people should take it. 1-1 here in the semifinals, left side of the bracket, and we're really excited to see what happens next because we talked about it. LMAO got the win that he probably shouldn't have had statistically. I mean, just looking at the matchup perspective, right? And so now, I mean, it's all tied up. The players are down a couple of their lists. Right, but I think that definitely favors LMAO. I mean, we talked about this, right? Him being down the Telvanni list was going to happen, but the opponent being down the Crusader list is a nice thing to have too. There is a Tribunal left, I believe.
And an aggressive Halalu list, and I would be, I'd be surprised if LMAO doesn't just load the Halalu list now. Because this Guildsworn list, I mean, don't get me wrong, it can beat Halalu. Any of these Rage lists can beat an aggressive lineup. But as we just saw, it is a bit top heavy, right? It takes a bit to get online, and Halalu can certainly get underneath it and kind of punish it where the Telvanni list could not. I mean, he was pressuring the health total with Telvanni. So if that was almost working for you, I think loading something like Halalu here makes an awful lot of sense. But your mid-tribunal list is also a proactive deck. It can get the job done as well.
And let's see what happens here in game number 3. It's going to be Tribunal here. Okay.
Making a liar out of me. All right.
Well, at least you weren't like Laser, who threatened to eat his shoe. Luzra, okay, let me ask this question, right? Luzra, it's a 2-3 for 2. Do you keep it in your opening hand, considering your effect isn't really going to get much value?
I think that you do. If anything, I would consider throwing back that Firebolt in the Black Dragon. That's exactly what he did, because you want to find a better 2-drop. But if your game plan is to be proactive and you have at least something that you can play, I think you have to hold on to it for insurance.
So okay. Comes back over to LMAO. Can put down the Luzra. And then has some good options at 3. I really like seeing the Onde clan. Onde? It's confusing how to pronounce. But I really do like seeing that vampire, both in lists and also just, I think that it's one of the most interesting kind of aggressive 3-drops in that, like, you end up having to, you get heavily rewarded for trading, but it doesn't necessarily have a stat line that's favorable for trading at 4-3 instead of a 3-4. Very interesting card.
I mean, it's the kind of card that rewards you playing for control of the board.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have other creatures that can make value trades and then that survives, then that's great. And that's, in my opinion, I think that's why it's perfect at a 4-3, because that card stays aggressive. You don't really want to trade with it. You want to trade with your other cards, kind of 1-for-1, and then chain your value. I do want to go back and highlight, I'm very surprised LMAO did not play Luzra. You kept it in your opening hand. It was the only like proactive 2-drop you had, and I understand getting Luzra value is important, but you kept it and then opted to not play it on turn 2, and now considering it looks like playing it with the Harpy here. I'm very, very surprised by that line.
Well, now really Bo has the opportunity to trade into either Luzra or the Golden Initiate. We'll see which one gets valued there. I gotta imagine Luzra, right?
Yeah, I think you take the trade with Luzra. There was also, if they didn't want to go with the Brigand, potentially a Skaven Pyromancer plus Rapid Shot line. Just to kind of cycle through more cards, put more bodies there, but you can still play Skaven this next turn, assuming the Harpy's still alive, or maybe they play more and you get even more value out of it. LMAO is kind of struggling here. You want a bit of a faster start, and by skipping playing a card on turn 2, your 3-drop was something that their 2-drop could trade into, so you were kind of falling behind in tempo there, and then they played a Hive Defender that you didn't have an immediate answer for. Things are clunky. Now, you do have Javelin here if you want to, but then you're still going to give up a value trade to the Viper. If you opt to not Javelin, you can develop a Dragon Tail that would be a 4-3 for 2, which isn't half bad, but that Hive Defender is not going to go down in that point. So,
and gonna trade both of those in. It's a fresh board, and we'll see how really Bo wants to attack it, if at all. Considering that hand is, I mean, why play anything, right? You don't need to play the Skaven, and everything else is too expensive. So just chill out and see what you can do next turn. LMAO has the ability to play down at least 2 creatures. I think, the Unday is nice to get down for the aggressive stat line, like we mentioned. And then I suppose you play the Ward Crafter. It is nice to have the Moose as the backup, though. And I think if there's any saving grace in this kind of clunky or start, or maybe we'll say low tempo start to the game for LMAO, it's the fact that Moose is here, ready to come down, give him an aggressive creature, and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, I'm glad that you highlighted the Wilds Incarnate, because I was just going to say last turn was defined by Incarnate. So LMAO decided to trade both creatures into the Brigand as opposed to just going face to get the damage secured and letting Bo kind of set up those value trades over time. By taking the creature off, you're saying, I don't want any risk at all of me taking damage in the interim, because I want to make sure I draw 2 cards from this Wilds Incarnate.
And that was the fastest time, I think, in this tournament so far. We've seen somebody just automatically slide that Moose onto the field lane, knew exactly what he was going to do, no questions about it. I'm going to play this Moose, I'm going to get my cards. And Archcannon Sarioni, really exciting pickup there.
Oh, what an
Abner Moose.
Darn.
Did you see the little antlers on Abner?
Yeah. He's trying to establish dominance over there. Well, both players now have a pretty full hand of cards with a lot of options, and things are going to be interesting from here on out. I think we're going to see some back and forth turns. The unfortunate news for LMAO is the longer this game goes, I think the more it really favors Bo, really.
And I do really like getting that Javelin now. Aaron comes down, you get the Javelin, but it also helps that Channeled Storm, which I don't know if we've seen a lot of Channeled Storm today in the gameplay, but we see it in a lot of lists. And, just being able to discount that, you see the aspect come down, grabs the charge on it. But hey, Aaron's still up. There's plenty of ways that you can deal with it. You got the Channeled Storm. But I'm also really interested by this Archcannon Sarioni.
Yeah, I think it's a bit early for the arch cannon. Personally, I think here you're going to want to try to develop at this point. You ideally you want to try to get to a point where you've got like 1 to 2 reasonable threats in each lane, so that they can't defend both lanes and they can't like blow you out with a rage in both lane. Um, we're seeing the back and forth that I was talking about, right? This is going to be a slugfest, but again, I feel like the longer the game goes, the more it's going to ultimately favor really Bo, because his top end is just better. It's a better deck at kind of getting that long-term value. And we're on turn 9 now for LMAO, and Bo has all of his runes at 32 health, more than he started at. So not really where you want to be if you're on a proactive deck.
Now, the Tribunal Oathman, that gives you ramp, if I'm not mistaken, or is that the one with the action? I always mix that one up. It's the ramp if you have the purple. Okay. Very cool. I mean, you can almost get that down that Dragon Tail. You've got all the covers, all the colors covered. There we go, found it. And the Grey Viper Brigand, which, you know, is fascinating, right? Because, I mean, I think Grey Viper Brigand as a card is one of those ones that's like, okay, you know, if you get through the deck quickly, or you get through most of your deck and you still need card draw, he comes down, he gets you 1 card or 2 cards, depending if it's your second or third copy. I'll always find it very amusing that that card ended up being a tricolor card in many cases.
So Bo has a lot of options here. Going to take some time to kind of figure out what the best course of action is. And decides, hey, he hasn't broken runes yet. Maybe he's never going to break them. I'll just rage my way up to 44 health.
Yeah, and, you know, no Piercing Twilights in the list, so doesn't have to worry about the rages getting removed from the deck. No worries there. And that's pretty devastating too, right? I mean, we're looking at the fact that LMAO at one point had this massive card advantage from Moose, and then there was a fake Moose played by Abner, and now after that huge swing of 3 creatures for the price of a rage, is kind of boxed into this corner once again. I think, like, if there's another rage, it's great. It would be crazy. Ah, okay, doesn't pick up rage. I saw the 8, and I was like, "Is there another rage?" Oh no, it's a giant.
Yeah, again, as I've been beating this horse to death, right? Bo's list just has better ways of getting value over the long term, right? So that rage was a perfect example. Even if it doesn't win you the game, it still set LMAO back pretty significantly on the board, and you end up with you know, a reasonable to the same value board state as LMAO, but you've got more cards in hand and you've got significantly more health, so it's a perfectly fine rage. Now, LMAO here can develop. I'm curious to see if he stacks this field lane or if he decides to split some threats. Because like I said, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, I think that going, you know, 1 to 2 reasonable threats in each lane is the way that you're supposed to attack this list. The question is it too little too late? Because we're on turn 11,
Yeah.
and Bo still has 40 health in all of his runes and has way more cards in hand than you do, and that Thadden says, I'm going to continue to have more cards than you do.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the stat lines, right? LMAO is able to drop 2 young mammoths, very respectable creatures, but compared to the Phalanx Exemplar and Thadon, I mean, just the level of which, like, really Bo is in his element now, because all of those big creatures are online, and a lot of them get that additional value. Belligerent Giant with the bounce, Lonith to get whatever you want, you know, and these, you know, proactive tempo plays with the mammoths and the Varans, they're nice, but you're right, it a little too late.
Yeah, this is the kind of board state you want on like turn 7, right? Not turn 12. If that Exemplar came down on 5 and Thadden was on 6, and meanwhile, you know, these Mammoths and the Dragon Tail were early, and then you played Archcannon on 7, and this was your resulting board state, a little bit different story, right? But we're on turn 12. Bo's at still positive health and all of his runes. This is a rough spot to be in.
Now that Channeled Storm is at 5 now. And 4 damage, and having to get aggressive, playing out all these creatures, and yet really Bo is only at 28.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good news, right? You have him under his starting health. They're now sub 30. You're
Mission
up to 35.
accomplished.
You're establishing dominance a little bit, but Thadden still very much in control of the field lane, drawing extra cards for Bo. Lots of great options. He has now not 1 but 2 Crusaders Assaults that he can use to get additional card draw. He has the Rapid Shot to cycle.
And I've got to imagine
we're hitting that point where it's Bo's game to lose, right? Bo just has to not lose to himself at this point.
I mean, this Loneth probably goes and, you consider fetching a Rage with it, right? Considering the Belligerent Giant and all that. Now, you don't have enough to play the 2 of them together, but... Because I suppose that's the consideration, right? If you get a Rage here, then your target would be the Loneth for the next turn, which would clear out that lane, but it wouldn't really push any damage. But I don't think you care about pushing damage, do you?
No, I don't think so at all right now. I think that you just consider playing the Belligerent just because it slows down LMAO and maybe makes him think, okay, he might be setting up the Rage. It might change his play pattern. Not that there's anything to change there because you're basically going to win or not. But I think that Javelin plus a Giant here is just your best answer.
Well, and if you do Rage and do a bunch of damage, if Varen's on the board, that won't be card advantage he's getting. That will be health, which, as we've already established, isn't that important for really Bo. What's more important is the card advantage.
All right, runes are broken. We have started the breaking, and that's actually a great high roll on that Mighty Conjuring. That's potentially, arguably better than even hitting the Lava Atronach, because being able to hide it in the shadow lane so that this Giant can't trade into it with any sort of tricks, like a Rapid Shot plus Crusader's Assault, for example, that's relevant.
Oh yeah, but I mean the Belligerent Giant number 2 is gonna come down.
Yeah.
It's going to say, no, sorry, bud. Go back to the hand. You can try again next turn. And just kind of creates that space. Notably, too, the Rapid Shot was available alongside the Ancano, should that have been the play. But at this point, really, Bo, setting up for lethal push next turn, right? 11 plus 7 and 6, 13, 24. And the Ancano, yeah, that would be a lethal push for next turn, plus Crusader Assaults. So,
yeah. I was going to say, if Ancano doesn't get there, and it does, double Crusader's Assault would potentially help, but I still don't think that's what's on Bo's mind. You're just kind of setting this up for, future trades, and, well, now that Lightning Bolt as well, that gives you 9 points of reach in hand. That kind of changes things.
Start breaking the runes, which, again, don't grant cards, and this is the situation, the sticky situation where Varen can sometimes be a little frustrating.
Yeah, I said it earlier in the cast for a different series, but Varen is a double-edged sword. He is not always a benefit. There are plenty of times where I've had opponents play them against me, and I've said, "Oh, thank you. I didn't want to give you more cards. I don't want you to get prophecies, right?" Another thing that I think people sometimes miss on the Varen is that if you skip runes, his heal never triggers. So you can kind of play around him that way as well. But now, LMAO can push 7 damage if he really wants to use a cast into time onto a 1/2. But I don't think that is in his best interest. The downside, though, is
the alternative. Yeah,
I was gonna say the alternative is, like, you can use it on the 1/2 and you can push 7 damage, or you get rid of that Giant. But as we know through Caster Vision, that means you lose your 7/5, probably to Ancano.
Oh, now you've upset me. Your fear betrays
And we're gonna see some attacks come in. Ancano come down, and then likely I think the Viper. Probably in the shadow lane just to
and
short things
LMAO
up,
is
or
going to
not.
go ahead and tap out of this one. That's going to take Really Bo up 2-1 in this series. The Guildsworn doing some good work there. And we're gonna see the Halalu come out. We've talked a lot about this, Char. We talked a lot about Halalu, but what we haven't talked about is Halalu going into Guildsworn Rage. What's up with that?
Well, I said before, I actually thought this was the list LMAO was going to bring next because I think that of the two, this is more favored against that Rage list than the Tribunal was. Mid-Tribunal can get it done if you get those threats early, but LMAO couldn't get him to stick. Here, this is strictly a race. I honestly don't think you're even really playing around Rage if you're playing Halalu because you're trying to win before it ever matters. And you just need a good quality opening draw and pressure. This Rift Thane is exactly the kind of card you want to see opening, right? It doesn't die to execute. It represents a lot of damage early. Might keep the Shadow Shift, but I wouldn't be shocked if Shadow Shift and Cloud Rest both go away on the mulligan here. But Rift Thane is certainly the kind of card you want to see in your opener.
I just want to reiterate to the viewers, this is game point for Really Bo. Another win here. It doesn't just win the match. It also takes him to QuakeCon because the top two from this tournament do go to QuakeCon regardless of the outcome of the finals match. So this is big pressure here for both players.
And LMAO looks to be rewarded for keeping that Shadow Shift. We'll be able to protect this from the Ward Crafter. Would like to find a green creature before next turn, preferably something like a Deepwood Trapper so that you can get the Oathman active.
Oh, what a pickup.
Mordhold Trader will get it done as well. He is looking to open up beautifully if these creatures can stick. We're still waiting on the Hand Spectate to come through on the other side, but...
Oh, no. And that Golden Initiate, though, that's not going to do the trick because the Halalu Oathman is going to come out for that free 2/2 cantripping character. Gonna draw. And a Deepwood protects the threat so well.
Yeah, the Deepwood kind of changes things up here because I think that you're fine with sacrificing that if it means they only heal 3 and you can't stop it.
Oh, but he just ran into a prophecy. A Guildsworn Apprentice comes down. Okay, that's gonna get a card for Really Bo. It is a Shrieking Harpy, so that will definitely help us staunch the aggressive flow from LMAO here because that Deepwood protects so well. And now
LMAO has a great answer though. Because you can trade into the Trapper, you can use the 1/2 to go into the Rift Thane, you can use the Rapid Shot on the Oathman, and then you can Skaven and you clear everything but the Mournhold because you can trade in the Shadow Lane even. Or you can make me a liar and just execute and take some body trade as well.
Well, it looks like it'll work pretty similarly here with only the Oathman living. And so your idea was it was just the separate ordering, but it evened out to the same thing. And look at that. I mean, that was a fortuitous turn of events. That was looking like a pretty scary board, and all of a sudden it is completely flipped over.
Well, Skaven Pyromancer is an incredible tool in the Halalu matchup. It can really turn things around, as you saw right there. Even if you're playing creatures that don't have 1 health, if you're running Skaven, you're also running Rapid Shots and things like that. There's just an awful lot of ways to get the health totals down. And just like that, LMAO needs some help. He needs to find something that will let him refill his hand. This would be a great turn, for example, to top deck Crusader's Assault to run over this guard.
And I kind of want to highlight one thing that I think has been a big deciding factor in like 2 or 3 of the games that we've seen against Halalu. That Ward Crafter dumping into field lane early is absolutely devastating for Halalu. They get pushed into shadow so early. And like the Rift Thanes and the Mournhold Traders, the best 2 drops that Halalu really wants to play are terrified of the Ward Crafter.
Yeah, and this Ravenous Hunger, potentially with a Dawnbreaker, can really shoot that health total back up to reasonable amounts.
Do you think you go Crusader's Assault Harpy, though?
Yeah, I was just about to say, you could opt for the Crusader's Assault if you just want to draw more cards. Wow, and he's going to take it right there on the Hunger as well. Interesting.
Yeah, there's the Harpy. That poor 5/3 Cloud Rest. Not going to get a whole lot of work. Syl actually... Syl's really nice to have.
Yeah, Syl's a great pickup for LMAO. I'm very surprised that the Hunger was the choice for Really Bo there. only because you still could have kind of eaten that 5th Legion trainer if you reversed it, right? The Skaven could have traded in, and with leaving the 4-1 behind, you know that they're going to trade into it to get rid of it, but then you would have kind of proactively eaten the creature. I mean, it's not a huge deal because you've got Cradle Crush that's going to come down and just kind of destroy this lane, but...
Yeah, Cradle Crush serving as a really nice answer to Halalu as well, but it's basically like the Ice Storm with a body attached. And in this situation, I mean, that's really what this Rage Guildsworn prefers. It doesn't run the Ice Storms. Instead, it runs all 3 giants just because of, hey, I want to be able to deal with some small creatures, get that AoE damage, but I also want a big beefy boy who's going to be able to drive some damage. And now with an Occultist and a Scimitar, oh man, I mean, really Bo's going to pay 6 for a Lightning Bolt more likely than not. Oh no, he'll pick up a Vigilant Giant instead.
Yeah. I was just about to mention that Really Bo should not fear attacking here. Not only do you want the drain, but that rune and future runes are going to break anyway because of Syl making that a Dementia lane in the shadow where you have this 8/8 giant. So you're going to do damage to LMAO either way.
LMAO is in a pretty desperate situation here. I mean... you clear the 3/3, right, and then put the Hive Defender in front of it, and just pass, take the 3. Oh man, that just doesn't feel good. I mean, the card feels good. The card feels good, but having no way to deal with this Vigilant Giant.
I mean, it doesn't feel good, but you don't have any other choice.
No, yeah.
You know, this is like paying your taxes, right?
You can Dawnbreaker and pay for a 3-cost Rapid Shot, and then everything's dead.
And just like that, you can pay for a 1-cost Rapid Shot.
Great Viper Brigand. Draw first. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the first one?
I think that was the first one. So
I
little...
thought I saw a second one. Oh.
Little misorder because if you play the Bruma first, theoretically you get 1 extra health, but other than that, very solid turn for Mr. Bo. He's wrestled control of this game. He has 2 rages in hand, and that's the place that you want to be if you're Really Bo right now, because Halalu doesn't have a great way to deal with Giant other than just attacking into it. And if you leave Giant alone, you're going to lose to it. But if you play into the lane, you're going to lose to it. So,
this is a, yeah. I mean, looking at the hand here, you can Pawnbroker, but even like, because right now I can't quite make it out. I believe the Vigilant Giant is at 6 defense. Or yeah, the Vigilant Giant. I think it's at 6. But like you could Cliff Racer Scimitar, but then you're still taking the 6 from the Wardcrafter, the 3. I mean, you're still taking 12.
I was gonna say you're gonna have to trade into it here, is what it comes down to. This Cliff Racer has to get it off the board. You cannot let it survive. I think Marked Man probably comes down here, and you just save the defenses to trigger Pawnbroker. Maybe not, but that would be, I think, ideal.
Well, if you play the defenses, you're saving yourself 3 damage. You're still taking 9, but I suppose it's much less likely that there is the reach. And the Lightning Bolt in hand would have done it if you'd saved it. So, ended up making the right call there.
I mean, and Bo can smell blood in the water. You can see him, he's mousing over stuff. He's saying, all right, how do I get there? How do I get
He's
this
not just
done?
smelling blood in the water. He's smelling a ticket. And that rage is going to remove most of the resources that LMAO has left. Now, Orc Clan Captain raiding party is promising, especially once you find out what that Pawnbroker gives you. A calm. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't
really help against the Wardcrafter, though. No.
There's not... There's not a prophecy that's going to save LMAO at this point because of the presence of Lightning Bolt. A single creature attacking will result in Really Bo winning the game, and just like that, it's going to be 3-1 in favor of Really Bo, and he will be heading to Texas, heading to QuakeCon to compete in the Masters Series Finals.
That's got to be really exciting. And LMAO is just thinking like, okay, if this, running through all the progressions saying, do I have something that can save me here? There are Cloud Rest Illusionists. I think he's already used one or two of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's going through
Oh,
the
the 3
here,
damage
but...
from, oh, that's right. The 3 damage from that lane is going to do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
everything...
Well, that is GG. Reallybo takes the series 3-1. LMAO has been eliminated. He'll actually drop down to the 3rd and 4th place match, which could potentially be really important. If one of the competitors who are going to QuakeCon cannot make it for any reason, that would be how they would fill that slot. So he's got another tough game ahead of him. So you will need to keep an eye out. So best of luck to LMAO. And we actually have a really fun thing now because, Charm, I think we get to show a card now. Is that right?
I mean, we had better because we teased that we were going to, and if we don't reveal it,
we'll
chat
put
will
it off for
riot,
later.
so...
They can chat can deal. No, we're gonna show an awesome card here.
Yeah, we need to show off my emo Khajiit tier. Bone Weaver. So this is a 5-cost endurance card. It's a 5/5 with guard. And on summon, you consume a creature, and you draw a creature with the same name from your discard pile, which I think is a very interesting mechanic.
Yeah, you know what's one of the things when I first read this, I completely read it wrong. But looking on it now, the way it's going to work is you'll need at least 2 creatures with the same name in the grave to get that max value. So you'll consume it. Now, granted, remember, guys, there's a lot of cards that, when consumed, have additional effects. So just being able to consume a creature is very helpful. But let's say you have 2 Sanctuary pets in the grave, and you play this here Bone Weaver. You'll consume one of the pets, and the other pet will drop into your hand. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure Charmer has much better analysis of this than me, but it seems like it might be a really nice tool for like a dual color, grindier deck. Maybe a dual color control could make some use out of this.
Control certainly could. There is also the consideration for like a dual color mid-range deck where you're just trying to use it to be a 5/5 body that draws you a card. In the past, now it's been a while since that meta existed, but in the past there were certainly metas where a 5/5 for 5 that just draws you a card was completely playable. This also has a keyword attached to it, so whether or not this will find a home, we will see. It's going to depend on how many consumed targets you can kind of take advantage of, and how much of a punish it has to be of the same card, right? It has to be the same name. So sometimes you're going to play this and you're not going to draw anything, and that's going to be not that great. A 5/5 guard for 5 is honestly just not enough to get it done. So whether or not something can be built around this is going to largely, I think, depend on the other cards in Moons of Elsewhere.
Yep, I think it is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. There's still a lot of cards left to be previewed, so guys, keep paying attention to all the spoilers across the community. There's going to be a lot of fun stuff, and we'll see how Bone Weaver can work out with some of those strategies. Big congratulations to Reallybo. Worked his butt off to get here and will get a chance to go to QuakeCon. Very excited for him. Great work from LMAO, who's got, like we mentioned, another match ahead of him, so best of luck there. We have got the other side of the semifinals bracket. It's going to be Fafal versus Flo. It's going to be an awesome clash that will be brought to you by Silverfuse and Lasergician. We will be back later for the finals. But until then, guys, don't go anywhere. There is so much good Tesla ahead.
violence into the lightning bolt.
The Falcrete Defiler.
Oh my.
And the heal.
my.
This is why I wanted to see the Evan Hart mirror.
Flesh Atro comes down, improvised weapon onto the Flesh Atronach. It has been his honor to punch his ticket to QuakeCon. Welcome back for the other side of the semifinals. We are going to get into the match in just a little bit, but because we like irritating all of you, we're going to tease one last reveal that you're going to get to see after this match. This one is going to be the last reveal on the day. If we could just pull that up real quick. That's a very angry kitty with a very big sword.
Yeah, who doesn't like Khajiits with swords?
Khajiits with Swords is the name of my band when I was in high school, so it's gonna be great. So for the next match, we have Fafal going up against Flo. Fafal, we just saw take the match over Turquoise Link, and Flo, one who has been in the top of Legends ladder all the time, has been doing very, very well in these qualifier tournaments, getting high rankings either in or just shy of top 8 for every single week, getting all of those points. Well-known mid-range battle mage and Dagoth player. Silver, do you have any opinions on how these lineups are going to look at each other?
Oh, first I did want to say too, also, Flo was the only person that got points every single week in the QuakeCon qualifiers. No one else did that. There's many people did 3 weeks, but he received points every week, and that's a pretty big feat on its own. As we can see, Flo is the champion of mid-range decks, essentially. So he brought the mid-range Battle Mage and the mid-range Dagoth, which are decks that I'm pretty sure he brought every single round, so very well known for playing those. He also brought the aggro Halalu, just like everyone else. Yes?
I was going to say, I think he has more games on mid-Battle Mage and mid-Dagoth than most people have in the game, period.
Most likely. Maybe even more wins than some people have games.
Yeah.
And then also the Aggressive Crusader, which is shown to been a very, very strong list as well. So I like this hybrid between the mid-range and the aggressive, kind of giving him some more versatility.
Yeah, Flo is known to... Yeah, he prefers proactive builds, which is why we don't see him running a whole lot of control in many of these tournaments. Just sort of his style, things he likes to do. Fafal, on the other hand, we saw that Burn Assassin do a whole bunch of work against Link in the last series. His Rage Guildsworn has been banned, but he has the Rage Ebonheart that he can lean on instead, and he has his own aggro Halalu, as almost everyone brought today, so we'll see how that one fares up. Hopefully it can get under Flo's mid-range builds. I'm really looking at whether or not Flo can get off the ground early enough in the Burn Assassin matchup.
Yeah, I think generally he can. I mean, the ban against the Rage Guildsworn, I agree with it in pretty much every aspect, because the Rage Guildsworn does have a lot of creature base, has a decent number of prophecies and such. His aggro can generally get under it, and his mid-range can deal with it in various ways. And the Rage Pact, for example, the aggro mid-range can generally get under it, and also mid-BM has a pretty good matchup into the Rage. And Burn Assassin overall, he's running Cultist in his decks. So he even gets to keep the Crusader, which has the 3 Witherhand Cultists and 50 cards, which is really good for him overall. So I think that ban for him was excellent.
Yeah, I agree. You have I think you were saying during the break, highest density of Withered Hand Cultists in the deck because you have 3 of them in a small deck, which means you are the most likely to draw it. We're going to get into game 1 in this match. Remember, just as DBN was saying in the last match, people in the finals, both of them punch a ticket to QuakeCon. So whoever wins this is going to be going to Texas. So this match is very important. Flo, starting off with the mid Dagoth, has a wonderful opening hand. Fafal on Halalu will have the ring. Let's see what this game is going to shape up to be. the mid Dagoth is a very proactive list. It oftentimes will try and get an overwhelming board presence in turns 1 through 4, and then somewhere around turns 5 through 7, try and close the game out with large, beefy threats like Blood Dragons, like Hand of Dagoths, all those sorts of creatures. Halalu, we all know how that works, and I'm looking at this Deepwood Trapper in Flo's opening hand, and I'm thinking I'd be really happy with that.
Flo's opening hand is absolutely fantastic. Deepwood Trapper and the Mournhold Trader. The Awakened Dreamer is nice too, but the 2 cards alone of the Deepwood Trapper and Mournhold Trader, just being able to get onto the board first without the ring, the 1-drop is so important, especially against an aggressive list like Halalu. Getting a guard into the field from the start, it's a dream.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a matchup where field lane control can mean everything depending on the density of charge, creatures, and things like that. Flo looks like he's going to decide to be reactive with the Deepwood Trapper, say wherever Fafal opens, that's where I'm going to follow.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see that, not trying to knock him to the shadow right away, but he has played this deck way more times than pretty much anyone else, so
easily.
I do not really question it.
Fafal finds a Spoils of War, one of those cards that, when revealed, everyone thought was going to find a slot in Halalu already. Didn't end up working out in most lists, but finding one for free is really, really nice.
Did you hear that?
Marked Man coming down as well. You know what lines up really well into a wide, small board? A 1/3. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess you do play the Studious Greybeard as well. I mean, you have a weapon to attach to it in the future. That's super relevant, but this denies... Fafal was definitely setting up the Spoils of War here, and this Deepwood Trapper completely denies that if it is played. There is the option of playing the Mournhold Trader and racing, but that becomes scary if, say, an Orc Clan Captain is played into this field.
Flo is going to open with the Mournhold Trader. Yeah, I like that play. It lines up into the guard really nicely. Means you can try and get that cleared off pretty well. But here's going to be some damage going to face and a very early Spoils of War. Low tempo, but it is a really nice way to refill your hand. And early on in the game, having this many resources available is really, really meaningful.
Yeah, here as well, this Hand of Dagoth and Swift Strike in the future is probably going to be... will probably end up being pretty devastating. Just being able to drain for 10. I know it's still only turn 3, but Flo's got to be so happy having that in his hand, as long as there's not a Cultist played.
Or as long as there's no Petidus Oculatus agent to follow up in response. What I'm curious about is, are we going to see the Petidus come down? Now we are! So this Hand of Dagoth is going to be unanswerable in a couple turns. That is potentially huge.
Yeah, Flo is running quite low on resources though, and doesn't really have a turn next turn, for lack of a better way to say it. Right now he's got a Scimitar, so he needs to pick up something here that is playable.
Crown Quartermaster means Awakened Dreamer can proc itself.
Yeah, and then also, yeah, that is, like I said, playable card.
Absolutely. Plus, getting that Awakened Dreamer snowballing the board presence this early in the game, turn 4, there's very little in a Halalu list that can stand up to a snowballing Awakened Dreamer.
Yeah, they're not much at all, and even more so with the Swift Strike in hand, and then later a Hand of Dagoth too. The threats and what they do are going to become pretty hard for Fafal to be able to deal with overall.
Question for me is, does the Crown Quartermaster go field or does it go shadow? I imagine field, just maintain that control as much as you can.
I think I like field in general for the reason being, you know he's running Cloud Rush Illusionist, and Cloud Rush Illusionist needs to have the field lane control generally, or you have to play it a little bit later than you would like to in a lot of cases. So being able just to say, all right, this field is mine, you go to the shadow now, is very helpful. The shadow shift for Fafal can be really good too, though, in this future.
I also really like Flo's play for a couple other reasons. Not putting the Steel Dagger anywhere gives him the option to buff up the Studious Greybeard if he happens to need a wide board. And also, putting the Crown Quartermaster in shadow allows a slot for the Hand of Dagoth to occupy in the field lane, because the Hand of Dagoth is an insanely powerful field lane capture tool. So if you can get that solidified into that lane, get a nice little niche for it where it can't be disturbed, then it'll be doing really, really well. Do you keep Ancano? Probably not.
No,
I agree with
gotta
that.
find lower things. Yeah, would have loved to find found some kind of silence there, but it is another Crown Quartermaster. But really, the Ancano, you don't need the reach here. You're going to have the Swift Strike as your reach, and it's just going to be a dead card in your hand multiple turns. That's something that I think a lot of people would be like, oh, it's Ancano, I gotta keep it. And Flo being like, no, I need cards to play right now. I can't necessarily just wait for turn 8 and hope that all of a sudden Ancano is worth it by, you know, missing out on multiple turns, potentially. So digging deeper, definitely the right call.
Fafal getting that Corner Club Gambler activation is going to refill the hand very, very well. Picks up some really strong cards. Getting that Mournhold Trader, getting the Orcling Captain, and the Marked Man, all of which can make this nice, big, wide board. And being able to assert dominance in the field lane with the Shadow Shift and the Cloud Rest Illusionist. Really powerful turn for Fafal so far.
Yeah, seeing Flo's hand not getting the value, he needs to find some of the late game value pretty soon, and it is a very strong turn for him as well. Probably deciding if he wants to use the Snored Firebrand or not, just because the shackle effect onto his Gambler, that's a lot of tempo to lose, and instead you're just losing a 0 cost. He does have the Orc Clan Captain in hand, so you could also decide to Marked Man. There's a lot of options here.
He also has the ability to coin out the Marked Man, and I think he's figuring out where that ought to go. One needs to be guarded, decides that Corner Club Gambler should be kept defended. Dagoth Oathman.
As a 5/5, so
that's a good one.
Not surprising to see that. This Marked Man, though, is causing some problems for Flo. Being able to break the ward that way is so good for Fafal here.
So at what point does Flo transition to being the beatdown? He has a nice board position. He has the ability to drain for 10 points this turn if you really want to. And he has a 5/5 that can come down behind that. I imagine that's probably not quite enough to feel comfortable becoming the aggressor just yet. What do you think needs to happen first before Flo is comfortable just racing face?
He needs to draw cards. That's exactly it, because really, the Hand of Dagoth gets the value from once your runes are broken, and then you're draining and healing back the damage that you already took. Right now, doesn't have that necessarily, just does do some damage, but really needs to find a way to draw cards, essentially, even if it's by taking damage. Because the longer the game goes, generally the Dagoth is going to be favored, but right now the Halalu hand and 2 Eastmarch Crusaders in the future too, that is just so much resource extension as we go.
Well, Mudcrab Merchant may offer Fafal a tough decision again. May find something that he doesn't want to have to give Flo. We've seen that happen before today.
Yeah, I personally question the Mudcrab here a little bit, just because you see Flo has 1 card. It's kind of scary to give him a card. Won't be punished for it, seeing that it is indeed a Soul Burst. But say if this was between 2 decent creatures, all of a sudden Flo may have a better turn by a long shot next turn. And I guess the reason would be to contest this field lane, because the Gambler being shackled does hurt quite a bit. And does have more options to play after this. Probably will see an Eastmarch Crusader that isn't activated here, actually. And at 2 health, the Crown Quartermasters, that is pretty tough overall.
I really actually like the Studious Greybeard here, because, like you said, Flo really needs to draw cards, and the reason for that is you can either draw more cards or draw better cards in order to find what you want. You don't have an option to draw more cards right now, but the Studious Greybeard does offer a way to try and draw better cards on every turn. Make sure you can get something you really want. Corner Club Gambler is fantastic for that, because guess what? Soul Burst, really not something that Flo's going to be looking at with any serious intent anytime soon.
Yeah, this This wonderful studious graybeard has done a lot of work for Flo.
Yep.
It is pretty nuts being able to get these favorable trades in the field lane too, and then as of now, I guess the Hunter Killers does kill the Gambler, but that's a very, very low tempo turn. And really, Flo's getting rid of a Mudcrab card from his opponent. It's not really that bad, and he'll be able to use the... Actually, no, the Hunter Killers kills the Graybeard too. Poor Graybeard.
It tried so hard.
I assume that's what we see. This is actually a really big turn for him.
Yeah, getting a nice 2-for-1 on the turn, as well as being able to get that value trade in Shadow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, really, if Flo can find a Candy Crush Giant here, he turns the whole game around very quickly.
A Mighty Conjuring would also be phenomenal.
Indeed,
Awakened Dreamer, that's pretty good too. That will be active. It can start growing thanks to the Halalu Oathman. And next turn, 5, 8, 13 damage potential from Flo.
Yeah, Flo's saying, alright, hey, you're gonna have to give me cards and I'm just gonna play them, or you're gonna slowly lose this race. So really forcing the attacks here to be able to grab more cards. Ooh, this Cliff Racer is really, really nice.
Yeah, that does value trade over the Awakened Dreamer. Oh, that really helps with a fall there. Let's see what Flo can grab. A Mournhold Trader of his own. Not potentially that bad. That does offer racing potential through Shadow. Is a way to activate the Surin Pawnbroker. But now you start to be worried about whether Fafal can get lethal of his own. He has, what, 2, 7, 15 damage? He's missing 7. That's pretty easily achievable for Halalu.
Yeah, we see in his hand right now, that's a lot of damage. There's 4 right now, and there's East Marsh I can find as well. But Flo's saying, this is the line I have to take, and I do agree with this line. A Prophecy, Harpy, or Bolt could be absolutely devastating for Fafel here, so we'll have to see what happens, too.
Dwarven
and if there's any reach front.
Dwarven Spider's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd say that. It's actually pretty good here.
You never played Dwemer decks before?
I've played Empire, so I know how good a zero drop can be.
Well, we'll see where he decides to play it.
It's a weird decision because field, you slow them down, but they're gonna... Both creatures die anyway. I do like putting it in Shadow. That means that despite if any like Shining Saint shenaniganry comes through, that Divine Fervor very well could have been lethal if it weren't for that Dwarven Spider.
Yeah, counting. Gross.
That's been the theme of the day, right? So 4, 6. Flo has lethal now. If a fall doesn't find any guards, any silences, any way to interact with Flo's board, Swift Strike plus Vanguard.
That's it. Wait, Cloudrest Prophecy.
Cloudrest Prophecy could do it. I don't know if Fafal runs more cool Gatekeepers. That could also potentially do it. But I believe he does not. Yeah, I don't see them. All I see is the 3 Cloudrests as potential outs.
Cloudrest for sure. So we'll have to see.
All right, Flo. Are you feeling lucky? Cradle Crush means that
even... good a long time ago.
Well, it even would be really good here. That would be a 3-for-1. No Prophecy there. I think you Swift Strike first. No Prophecy, Swift Strike, and the Vanguard is going to be 1-0 for Flo going up in this matchup. This is, I think, the first time we have seen Halalu come into a match and not get a single win.
Is that the case?
I believe so.
Didn't August lose with Halalu? I think August lost with Halalu.
You're right. Man, I thought my stat was going to be all cool. I could seem all knowledgeable, but no. Look at that. Silver, smarter than me, as usual. I'm the pretty one in the group. It's okay. I feel comfortable with that. So Fafal, Burn Assassin and Rage Ebonheart. Both of these feel kind of bad against the Dagoth list. I don't know how I feel about which one should come out first.
I'd have to.
Yeah, it's a tough
He's the
one.
mid-range Dagoth.
Yeah, do you think that you have time as Burn
I
Assassin?
feel like I think you don't have enough time as Burn Assassin personally.
I think I agree. But also,
think
Evanhart doesn't feel
You have
great
to
against
do
it
the
either.
rage. Yeah, I think you have to take the Rage Ebonheart still, but Burn Assassin, I don't think it has the time, but really, I feel like that was against most of the decks.
Right. Well, Burn Assassin is going to be the cue for Fafal. Flo opening up on the ring, which is really huge in this matchup, I think, because if you're Flo, you just want to go fast. You want to get onto the board. You want to hit the face really quick and really hard. Awakened Dreamer is a fantastic card to make that happen. Tel'Vos Magister is an interesting one in that you feel like it would be good, but realistically, they're doing a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. So the Tel'Vos face ward would be so easily disrupted. Doesn't play the Deepwood Trapper on turn 1.
It makes a lot of sense in this, because you know that Fafal is running Harpy, so you want to contest the Harpy with that whenever that comes down.
2 Halalu Sharpshooters in hand with nary a card to activate them anytime soon. Could next turn, but really how much is that going to accomplish?
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit surprised to see the Dreamer pitch back so early. I would have thought he would have kept that, especially on Ring. This is a weird matchup, though, where you don't necessarily just bash face the entire time. You have to be careful on the amount of cards that you give your Burn Assassin opponent. However, we saw last time that he had issues drawing his 0 cost, and we're kind of seeing that again here, so that could give Flo a better positioning, potentially.
Oh, there is a Forked Bolt to kind of alleviate that problem. We can get a Pawnbroker activation off of the Harpy. That Harpy was from Shadow Marking from Fafal. That is not one that Flo is running, so any Harpies Flo is running are still available. Finds an Improvised Weapon. That one's actually a kind of interesting draw.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty good overall. Just the extra damage is helpful, and it's damage that sticks.
Yeah, you don't really need any particularly interactive tools off of your 0 costs. So getting one that can just push a little bit of damage, maybe like a Daggers in the Dark would have been nice also. Fafal is going to drop a Harpy. That can be taken care of with many different things from Flo, but if I'm Flo, I'm looking at jamming a Hand of Dagoth.
Oh yeah. Healing is your best friend against Burn Assassin. Although, when 2 Hex Mages are out, it's very hard to kill past that, but currently there's only 1 Hex Mage in hand. A little bit surprised, or I guess maybe we will see the Swindler's Markets come out, or at least one of them, because there is no support removal, there's no Dushnix and this mid-range Dagoth.
Are there Belligerent Giants?
Oh yeah, there is Belligerent Giant, yes.
Yeah, there's 2 Belligerent Giants that can act as support removal.
2, yes.
Flo is going to get shackled down. Yeah, I know, right? Because the tempo gain from that is so nice. Flo is going to put out a Tel'Vos Magister, another 5/4 ward beater. Really nice card to be able to get down here. And Fafal only runs the 1 Winter's Grasp, so there is no more AoE for that.
Yeah, after seeing those 2 supports come down, it's pretty scary. I would be... Wow, the damage between this Improvised Weapon, the Battle Maze, and the Swift Strike in the future is just absolutely nuts. I think you try to... Wow, it's a hard call, though, because you don't want to give him a bunch of 0-cost cards that win him the game.
Flo is 1 mana away from completely dominating this game. Do you think you can wait 1 turn? Oh, I'd be so tempted to pull the trigger, but I don't know that it's correct.
Well, it's unfortunate, too, that the Battle Mace, if played onto Hand of Dagoth, that it breaks 2 runes instead of 1. It'd feel really great to be able to just only break 1 rune with a Battle Mace. It does play into Harpy, although you got one of his Harpies already, and one of them's been played, so he only has 1 Harpy left in the deck.
Yeah, Flo is really thinking this one over. I agree.
It's a really tough choice. In some ways, I kind of say you have to go for it, And if you get harpied, you do have a sharpshooter at least. We'll be doing all the damage.
Yeah, taking Fafal down to 15, and he draws 2 0 costs off of that, one of which is a paralyze. Not going to go to 15, maybe just sticking at 20? Yep, not going to go for the last attack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
did
he
not
doesn't
mean
know
to
either.
break that last rune. Or meant to break one, but not the second one. We'll see if he gets punished for it or not. There's a good chance of just breaking here. I mean, not finding debilitate from spoils or not finding other spoils. Can't play Gnarl right now.
Yeah, Fafal does have to find more. Also, no second target for the second lesser ward.
Oh, well, he could still lesser ward his opponent's stuff if it comes down to that. If it comes down to that, that's wow. I get lethal if I do this. So
Spoils finds a forked bolt and a lightning bolt. Lightning bolt not going to help right now. There's no more draw available, so this is all that Fafal will have available right now. Paralyze can come down on the hand of Dagoth. No more healing for you. Flo has 2 sharpshooters in the gas tank right now to try and silence down one of these hex mages, prevent any more damage from coming through. And Fafal really doesn't have a lot to work with next turn, going all in right now, saying, I'm just going to go for lethal with Lightning Bolt next turn. And he's at 34. And I don't believe Flo has any way to heal right now.
no, and there's no way of lethal even with silencing his own hand of Dagoth. That's
No.
7, 9, 10, 15, 20. And yeah, I couldn't play the battle mace then. Needs the Drace Renegade.
That would be a phenomenal inclusion. I don't think he runs it though, unfortunately.
No, it makes sense. Especially since the Village and Ancestor changed, but I'm trying to think of anything you can find with the Shadow Shift. And it just
That's
doesn't
not gonna
seem to
do
be
it.
there.
Yeah, Flo right now just going to have to hope that there is nothing from Fafal, but we can see there is going to be that lightning bolt in hand. Soon as the turn is over, Fafal is going to tie... Oh, wait! Oh, no. I was going to say Telvaska do it, but there's no ward on it. There is now... Ooh!
Yeah, does live another day.
Yeah, Fafal doesn't have a
Unless-
way...
Oh, what am I saying? It doesn't matter. His Blackhand Messenger kills itself both face.
Yep. Blackhand Messenger can get the 2 ping.
You got
or
me
go
all
away.
excited that there was a way to prevent lethal.
I missed the Blackhand. What can I say? That is going to be lethal for Fafal, tying it up 1-1. That was such an enormous health swing on turn 6.
Yeah, that was a Hex Mage and two markets together do a lot of damage. Who knew?
Yeah, turns out 0 cost cards can be pretty good when you have, I think, what, 8 of them that turn? Turns out they can do a lot of work.
It was a lot.
Yeah, Flo's going to have mid-battle mage and kind of hybrid red and yellow, no allies Crusader. I'm looking at that Crusader and thinking, yeah, that's what I want to take into the into the assassin.
Oh yeah. You're saying, all right, Crusader, give me all the cultists in the world.
Can
Cultists carry me,
someone-
please.
Someone point me to the face?
As well as no prophecy lightning bolts to kill my cultists.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could just not get any prophecy bolts. Fafal, on the other hand, saying, you know, oh my god, Withered Hand Cultist in the opening hand on ring.
Wow, this hand is insane.
That is a disgusting
Wow.
opener for Flo. Fafal also has both the Hex Mage and the Market in opening hand. So this is basically 2 people saying, can I just choose my opening hand and see what happens?
Time to act.
Do you think the Orc Clan captain comes down before the Withered Hand Cultist, or does the Cultist just come down immediately?
I think you wait on the cultist because you wait until the turn. You don't want him to have any chance of pinging it down one way or the other. Like, you don't want to be able to see a creature contested or even like the forked lightning. Even if it costs more, just pinging it down bit by bit, the Cultist is your win condition. It is
Yes.
it's essentially having Varen in some ways. Vivek even, of, hey, I can't lose this
Yeah.
game.
Well, Flo is going to get some nice buffs down. Has the Nord Firebrand, but that would break a rune, and that seems a little risky at the minute, so just going to hold that back for now. Flo puts down market numero uno. Sorry, for fall that is. Flo has, I believe, no way to deal with supports in this deck.
I hope we do, or at least I think we do see the Cultist here, though. And if it does, it bricks his whole hand. 2 Shadow Markings and Spoils of War in hand is really, really brutal.
Hey now,
My
Spider Worker is still playable, thank you very much.
Oh yes. The
This
good old
Dwemer oppression will not stand. The Dawnbreaker going to come down as well. Flo saying, you know what? I'm just going to go fast. I'm going to see how much I can do now. Next turn, Withered Hand plus Steel Scimitar is a nice play. This actually is
this
very...
makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's very close to lethal next turn off the Scimitar as well.
Because, yeah, you have to paralyze here. And essentially... Oh? Wow. Could Ice Spike Spoils, I guess, just a cycle. But once this Withering Cultist comes down, the game's close to over unless there's a Bolt Prophecy.
Bolt Prophecy would do it. Harpy would be helpful by a turn at least. What can Flo grab next turn other than a Cultist that would be meaningful? I think no matter what Flo draws, it's still Cultist.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many other things besides the wonderful Cultist. Let's see.
Fafal
He
gonna
is also running Varen, and Varen definitely has an argument for it.
Well, Fafal finds the second Swindler's Market, which, as you pointed out, becomes basically unplayably bad when Withered Hand Cultist comes down.
Yeah, it has to decide if it wants to do it now or not. And personally, when you see Assassin about to hit turn 5, I get worried about it high rolling me with a Hex Mage into some 0 cost into Shadow Murking. So that tends to be when I start to play it. And then
Ooh, Prophecy for Fafal. What is this gonna be? Looking
It's
like
a
not
Harpy.
a Bolt. Looks like a Harpy. Yep, Harpy it is indeed. So Withered Hand Cultist can still come down relatively safely.
It's actually really nice for Flo that the 7-5 is shackled right now, because that keeps... Well, I guess Raphael did not want to take any more damage here, which makes sense. At
I'm
the
also
same
looking
time,
at
7-5 is really scary. There's no paralyze in hand.
I'm looking at the Steel Scimitar onto the Orc Lane Captain, so it survives the trade. Yep.
Yep.
And Fafal looks like very little to do in response. All of these actions are now too expensive to actually utilize. A second Spoils on the draw is literally unplayable. Magicka just too high. Even putting down a Hex Mage right now, you hope for a Prophecy. Nope. Bows out. Flo off the back of an opening hand Withered Hand Cultist. And honestly, just a phenomenal opener all around. Takes game 2 in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, that opener for Flo was literally the dream for Crusader of, I have 5th Legion Trainer, a Nord, and a Witherhand Cultist. Like, that is, if you were to go to your deck and pick the cards that you wanted, those would probably be that, maybe 5th Legion Trainer and Marked Man and Cultist, but they're so good.
Yeah. And honestly, sometimes Crusader can do that. The same way sometimes Burn Assassin just gets there, sometimes Crusader just gets there, where there happens to be, you know, the facial region. Game number 4 coming up right now. Fafal is going to be on his last deck, which is the Ebonheart Slay. Rage Control Flo at match point, looking to get to Texas off the back of a victory right here. Rift Thane in the opening hand. Fafal, we will see in just a moment. Ooh, finds a Marked Man as well.
Sanctuary Pet, Thorn Hiss Mage, and Vigilant Giant in hand, and we'll see what he mulligans. It is important to note that in the last qualifier that this Rage Ebonheart performed extremely well for him. So this was probably his best performing deck that we saw, at least in the top 8. So we'll have to see how this goes. Crusader is often known for having an advantage over against this because it has the ability to go wide so easily. And looking at his hand right now, he's got the Sanctuary Pet, but after that, I guess the Necromancer helps. But not being able to play anything next turn, potentially, I guess the Scouts Report.
Scouts Report, I mean, it helps. It's not a brick of a draw, so you'll take it.
Yeah. I was more, leaning toward not being able to play creatures rough, and
yeah,
looking at a red deer discards it because the likelihood of you getting to turn 10 and you're either very close to stabilizing or you've lost. Like, it's going to be one of those two.
The game has ended well before turn 10 in this matchup. Fafal does find a Fighters Guild recruit. That is a playable card, but he already had the Sanctuary Pet in hand to slow down Flow a little bit. I'm looking at Flow thinking, yeah, I can go wide here and Crusaders assault my way to victory through anything you put down now.
Yeah, so we can see through our caster vision that playing both in the field is excellent. However, as Flo, you are so worried about Skaven Pyromancer because Skaven Pyromancer literally just destroys everything.
It would be awful. Arch and Venom Tongue also not playable yet, and again, through caster vision, we see that even if Fafal were to draw into more creatures to play, he doesn't have anything yet to utilize those creatures. There's no crossbows, there's no sort of the Inferno, there's no Squish, so even if the Venom Tongue does come down, it accomplishes very little. Sanctuary Pet number 2 draw isn't bad. Flow finds Fafal gets a Bringer of Nightmares. I like that, but it's the same as the red year. If you get to turn 7, Fafal has already won more likely than not. So Flo, gonna take something that can smooth out the curve a little bit, gonna say, you know what, this is enough. Fafal forced to Scouts Report.
Wow, it's a lot of Necromancers in the top part of the deck.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards that don't 13. Do much. You know what's great for Flo? A second Crusaders Assault.
Partially. I mean, you're kind of forced to do it because you're worried about Gambit, but it's a really low tempo turn for what he's looking to do. I mean, it works there fine.
Oculatus Agent is really nice as well. Again, the way Fafal is going to control this game is through guards and lethal creatures, both of which Petatus Oculatus Agent matches up with very, very well.
Yeah, I'd say Flo is really hoping for a Divine Fervor soon because this board is looking really good for one in the near future. Still has to be worried about Skaven Pyromancer, but seeing that this has been a 4-1 Rift Thane for a while, acknowledges that it's more unlikely that it's there.
There's a crossbow, something that could be useful in a couple turns. Next turn, after that ramp, the Arch and Venom Tongue will be able to start pinging things off, but only for a turn, as it will be answered by the Pentatus more likely than not.
This Garnag for Flo is very relevant in the future. Not right now necessarily, but I guess still a 4-mana 4/5 isn't the worst thing ever, but the Hive Defender looks pretty nice too.
I feel like Garnag you probably keep at least for another turn or two. You haven't seen any sort of lethal pings. You know they've been drawing a good amount through Scouts reports and whatnot. I'd be a little hesitant, but also there's a reason I'm casting and he's the one playing.
Well, we see this trade into the Hiss Mage.
Ooh, no, we don't.
I'm really surprised that we don't. I guess, as I said earlier, though, we haven't seen any pings onto this 4-1.
Yeah, Arch and Venom Tongue, ping number 1 will come through, takes out the Hive Defender, and now the Petatus Oculatus Agent becomes a little clunky. You either have to choose between doing it on the guard and pushing the damage, or taking away the lethal from the Arch and Venom Tongue. Granted, it does not remove the slay keyword from the Arch and Venom Tongue, so it will still be able to accelerate Fafal's Magicka one way or the other, lethal or not. Flo is going to push a point of damage. Will he push the second? It would break a rune, but there probably aren't too many prophecies you're all that worried about at the moment, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think you'd push the damage here. Decides not to. I think as Crusader, most likely you'd want to push the damage though, just because that's 5 damage on board. That sets your opponent down to 11. They have to find healing. And as far as I know, he has Burrow Stalker, Snaketooth Necklace, and most likely Dark Seducer. So that's not that much healing.
Ooh, this is going to be a rage for Fafal probably. Clear off that entire field lane?
That is a scary rage, and a little bit more sad too, because this 4-1 could have killed the 7-4 multiple times, or at least pushed more damage. Instead, it's been alive, but it's effectively not been alive because it hasn't attacked for 2 or 3 turns now.
It's been alive and accomplishing nothing, much like myself.
Oh man.
Sorry, Derek's not here. Someone has to fill in.
Pepe hands in chat.
Yeah, press F for lasers, hopes, and dreams. Astrid alongside Elena Banach is going to get a contract as well as pinging off the guard. And then the Thorn Histmage can come and clean up. Fafal looking in a really nice position here. You know, Pit Lion plus Gardag does look pretty nice. That turns off.
Lethal pings. Does turn off the rage. I think that's what you're about to say. But
that
we see with our caster vision, there are no lethal, or there are no pings. There's no gambit. There's no crossbow. There's no drain, even.
But you've only seen one so far. You've seen a singular crossbow. So the odds of Fafal not having any interaction at all other than rage, I don't know. That would be.
It's pretty high, really, because there's that's 5 cards out of 58 cards left.
I don't know. How many are there? There's Gambits, there's Squishes. I think he's running at least one sort of the Inferno. Is going to be Garnag plus the Pit Lion. That will be the play. Fafal, no rage for you. Not today, sir. I think Flo is deciding whether or not the makeshift defenses comes down. I would have been tempted to put it in field, protect the Penditus Oculatus, but no harm, no foul.
Yeah, and saving it in the future for potential Divine Forever, just being able to protect something with a 1-3 instead of a 0-2 is important as well.
I'm so sad this isn't Bringer of Nightmares.
You always remember the mistakes.
We can't have it all.
No. Elena Banach is fair. I can understand that. Make the responsible play.
Yeah, this for Brahmin in the future is very scary as well. Overall,
Absolutely.
getting rid of this Garnag, very scary for Flo overall.
Now, Flo can push 5 damage here, which is always nice.
I do not fear death.
Except now that is going to make that a little difficult. Can you find Crusader's Assault 3? Nope.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even a buff of anything, Divine Forever or Clan Captain, 5th Legion Trainer for this Nord, that would have been 5 more damage to face. Instead, just not a very good spot. I'm going to have to go to the field, which there's still, there's just the Red Brahmin there, and it's going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, the Red Brahmin is such a powerful tool right now in these matchups where tempo can mean so very, very much to the aggressor, which is, Dark Seducer. That's
Not
tempting,
yet.
but not yet.
Not yet.
No.
You don't want to take 8 damage for no reason.
Dark Seducer is bait.
Oculus agent.
Let's see what the... Mudcrab Merchant.
There's Renegade time.
Oh my god. That'd be ridiculous. We've seen the Krabby Boy have a couple interesting wares in stock today so far. We'll see what the choice is here. Fafal expressing his discontent at the idea of a Mudcrab Merchant. Flo thinking it over.
Crap. I'll do it.
Okay. I like the grappling hook better. I agree, Flo. The grappling hook does offer, +3/+2, I think?
Yes, it does, and it moves a creature, so it could move a guard in some cases.
Elena Banach going to be taken out. Interestingly, that's actually easier for Fafal now. The Odinir Necromancer can bring that back.
With our Lord.
The grappling hook can move the Dark Seducer.
Indeed so, but it's not going to matter when
No,
we
it's not.
see
This is
Rage
gonna
on
be-
Dark Seducer. Which means the
Those
game is now
contracts-
over.
Those contracts are enormous right now. Fall up to 48 health. Flow. Oh, turn too late. Last turn, that would have prevented it. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, I want the Seducer just going to be alive. And there's nothing else that can be done here, unfortunately, for Flo. And looks like we're going to have our first game 5 of today.
Yeah, Sanctuary Pet can slow Flo down to a crawl more so than he already has been.
Bringer of Nightmares.
Yes!
You're looking at the greatest smuggler.
It is a Swimsit night. Okay, sure, why not? Flo gets a swims.
The best counter to Cultist, by the way, is actually Bringer of Nightmares.
Yeah, new tech, you heard it here first. Last Chance Qualifier, 2019. Hashtag Bringer of Nightmares comeback. And the Hollow Death Priest at insult to injury, taken away the Varen. There's a Divine Fervor, just ever so slightly too late. You know, props to Flo for sticking it out. So Divine Fervor coming down. Sure. The Crusader's Assault gets him a Crusader. We'll see if drawing that is anything relevant. Really just looking for a Penidus Oculatus, maybe a Halalo Sharpshooter. That's not quite gonna do it. Fafal has clean trade with the Hollow Death Priest, or can say, you know what, I feel like I'm in a good position. I'm going to start hitting face now, which, you know, that's pretty fair when you're sitting at a cool, calm, and collected 58 health against your aggro Crusader opponent. And drawing the Dushnik to get rid of the Divine Fervor as well is, well, just icing on the cake.
There is a prophecy for Flo, which is a Cleric of Kine.
Yeah, 2 out of 58 damage is always helpful. And hey, it means that the Hollow Death Priest can't trade into Swims at Night anymore.
But
except
Cradle Crush Giant can.
Well, Flo, sticking it out like a true trooper, finds Dawnbreaker. Sure. I'm happy for you. So I think Flo might just be trying to think over his next match at this point. Take a little bit of extra time, figure out what you want to see in your opening hand, if there's anything you're specifically going to try playing around or mulligan for in that mid-battle mage draw.
I think he just wanted to see the cool Dawnbreaker animation and just experience using Dawnbreaker to kill an undead for potentially the last time in a tournament.
That is true. That balance change, changing it to a slay effect, banishing the undead, is coming very soon. You may not have another opportunity to do it. And Flo will tap out. Rage Ebonheart, very strong deck, will take out that Crusader. We're going to game 5. Fafal on the Ebonheart control and Flo on the mid-battle mage. Mid-battle mage, we've seen do some really, really nice work this tournament so far. This is the second person to bring it. This is a weird matchup, in my opinion, because it really depends on which half of the deck the battle mage draws and whether or not Ebonheart can hit its ramp early enough. And I'm not sure who I feel is favored in this one.
I think mid-BM is favored by quite a bit just because of the warded creatures, essentially. Generally, you do have to draw the right part of your deck, obviously, but that's like that for mid-battle mage in every game.
Yeah, that's how mid-battle mage operates, right? We'll see who has the ring on this one. Flo's had really good ring luck all tournament. Nope. Fafal has it this time. Interesting opening hand. The Sharpshooter is one I would consider keeping, but it is slow. And the only things you're really looking to silence down would be guards and lethals. Which hopefully if you draw a good opening hand, you won't need to worry about because your cards are warded. Decides to full keep. Interesting. What do you think the rationale behind that keep is?
Sorry, zoned out for there for a second. What was the keep that you were mentioning?
Flo kept a Candy Crush, a Halalo Sharpshooter, and a Lightning Bolt. Right?
That is
It's
very interesting.
It's unexpected.
Did you see the whole mulligan?
I
Is there a
believe-
chance that you came into it late and then that was already
Yeah,
after your mulligan?
that's going to be my guess because as I saw, it was a full keep, but I would assume that it was mulliganed into that.
That's what I
Flo
think
has,
too.
yeah, Daggerfall opening, quite nice. Fafal, nothing to do about it quite so far. Barrow Stalker, that's at least something to run into it. Flo doesn't have a way to on board punch through that quite that well.
Yeah, using a bolt onto a barrow stalker does not sound like a good time. Instead, you'd probably just trade in and then tome up. Look for more creatures to play in the future, find more wards.
And plus also that opens Harpy plus Sharpshooter for the turn after in case Fafal opens with anything interesting. Now that you are perfectly happy bolting, I think.
Consider it. Might consider the damage in Harpy instead. I mean, wow. After getting past these first couple turns, Flo's hand is really, really good.
It's a
And
very strong hand.
Still putting Fefel on a timer essentially in this game is going to be super important.
Especially because Flo's deck is tailor-made to be able to take advantage of that effect over and over and over again. There are so many cards in mid-battle mage that can make sure you keep control of that lane's effect. And Fafal has a lot of tricky creatures, lethal pingers, small guards that can buy you time. There are not a lot of cards that are going to be able to have that power requirement over your opponent.
Yeah, and two, like, even see like Elena in the hand, knowing that it really needs to be paired with a rapid shot to deal with some of these creatures. Well, I guess the Mighty Conjuring, the still Cradle Crush Giant could be dealt with on their own, but there's still a limited amount of removals. And right now, really, Elena's the only one in hand. There are lethal creatures, but as you said earlier, the pings just aren't there yet.
Double Barrow Stalker. It makes sense. Guard up. Earthbone doesn't offer a ton at the moment.
Yeah, it's
Flo's
still a very
got
awkward hand.
It is. You're not feeling too great about sharpshooting one of these?
But you might just have to.
Yeah, just get the tempo stats onto the board.
Maybe. It's very odd overall, just because I'm very biased right now because I can see both hands seeing all these lethal creatures. So it's very hard to say, oh, what's the right play right now, just because both hands are a little bit awkward and being able to see them both. Because using the Harpy on a 2-3, and it's not really... I guess it can gain you a little bit here. I think the Sharpshooter play is fine, getting the field. And then you have a Tome to follow up.
And we can see that Fafal, very similar to last game, finds a crossbow. That helps a bunch. I was going to say, has several of these lethal pingers, but no of the enabling cards, no gambits, no crossbows, no squishes. Being able to get this on the field, get this going, goes for Cicero first. Will be punished by the Earthbone Spinner.
If it's played, but seeing this in the shadow saying, all right, well, I know my opponent has Gambit, and more or less, Fafal saw, hey, there was a silence just used. I doubt there's another silence in the hand, but no, and we'll be punished for that, as you said earlier.
Well, Fafal does have the backup with the Archon Venom Tongue as a way to get one Slay proc here, and then get some Magicka ramp for his trouble, and then Rage to follow up if he really wanted, but that seems premature. Fafal could also ring out the Debilitate. It would be a full clear, but you're not really under a lot of pressure yet.
Yeah, and using your last ring charge is still a big deal.
Yes.
And
looks
like he'll go ahead and go for it.
Okay, sure. That goes from little pressure to no pressure. I kind of like the Withered Hand Cultist, but still getting on board, getting that rolling, that can be enormous. Being able to get that recurring damage, and again, like I was mentioning before, your deck is so good at abusing that lane condition.
Oh yeah. I mean, the idea is set up for Mighty Conjuring. We do see the lethal ping, but the Cradle Crush Giant here is extremely nice too, or Onkano is also an option. But Onkano does break a rune, which is important to note.
Yeah, and you're really looking for the Mighty Conjuring as soon as you can, because that is a very difficult thing for Ebonheart to work with. Is going to go ahead and destroy that rune. Fall will be able to clean this up with the Venom Tongue or the Fighter's Guild Recruit, probably Venom Tongue, trying to get that little bit of Magicka ramp off of the Slay effect. That will be the case. He is ramped just the once now, I think?
Yeah, I believe it's only been one time. Yes. Because the first Venom Tongue died to Lightning Bolt instantly.
Yes.
But I think Flo's thought process behind playing the Onkano first was the next turn I can play the Candy Crush Giant and the Withering Cultist at the same time.
Gonna roll for Doomfang. Finds a red card, no ward. That is a shame. A ward would have been really nicer to try and deal with the Venom Tongue cleanly.
Can Rapid Shot and look for a Bolt or a Ward Crafter here.
I do like Flo opening with that, however, as that can influence the rest of the turn pretty well. Goes with the Cradle Crush instead. Throws it field as well. He has control of the field lane condition. Footfall will have one Slay effect and no more, as it will die to the trade. However, the Archer's Gambit can put it back in cover if you're concerned about it.
See what Campbell finds us.
Yeah, gonna go for digging. So on board, at least, Flo will be able to activate Mighty Conjuring next turn, because Fafal can only deal with one of the two 5+ power creatures.
I mean, could deal with both with the Fighter's Guild Recruit and the Gambit, but that would be a weird usage of resources for sure, I would say.
Oh, I guess that's true. You would be able to
I would
manually
expect
trade.
to see the Sanctuary Pet, though.
That seems more likely to me as well.
Trying to decide, too, if Hallowed Death Priest is worth it. But it looks like we might see just the removal here. Denying the Mighty Conjuring is the thought process, I'm sure.
Yeah, and it will be effective. That was what Flo was building up towards. That will take several resources from Fafal. And Flo can get a little bit of cycling with the double Rapid Shot. Can also cycle the Tome at some point.
Yeah, both players pretty low on cards overall. But Flo being able to cycle is very helpful. Having the Tome still to cycle too is nice, although very slow.
Yeah, we'll start cycling. Ooh, finding a Breton Conjurer. Would need 12 Magicka to ping it, and Mighty Conjuring as a follow-up. So not quite there yet, but definitely
Really?
something worth thinking about.
I was gonna say, just really the Breton Conjure and the Rapid Shot and Shadow plus the Witherhand Cultist is really hard to deal with.
Yeah, that would be most of Fafal's Magicka just to deal with it.
I mean, right now he doesn't have a way to deal with it. Because the Withering Cultist makes Unstoppable Rage cost 10.
Abner Tharn being able to copy the
Camel, maybe.
Camel would be nice.
Yeah.
Fafal does find a crossbow. Abner Tharn is going to get taken out of the equation.
The crossbow top deck is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Yeah, being able to say, oh, you made a 5/5? No, you didn't.
I'm going to buff my thing and also destroy yours.
And prevents the Mighty Conjuring in the future as well.
If Fafal would be a couple Magicka short between Tome and Conjuring. Fafal may be debating if it's worth taking out something else instead, but I can't
Maybe the
imagine.
Weatherhand Cultist because of Unstoppable Rage would be a thought.
Mhm.
There's Shadow Shift, Scouts Reports, and other actions in the deck too. So even another Gambit, but with that, not too many cards, and you're going to be able to play the Sanctuary Pet and Unstoppable Rage in the future, I think you just get rid of the damage on board.
I would too. You're only drawing one card a turn as of right now. You need to draw into your cycle, so you can't really depend on it yet. Is in fact going to go for that line. Crown Quartermaster, a draw not all that impactful. I'm looking at trying to get a new draw here.
Yeah, I think you gotta find something to play that's worth more. Push a little damage too on the side.
Bolt is actually really nice. You can ping down the Fighters Guild recruit, have an inkling that you're going to be safe for a turn. Decides to go on the offensive. The Snaketooth Necklace would not be able to be enough to take out the Withered Hand Cultist yet.
Yeah, I don't know if you use the bolt on the 2/3 or not though. I think you kind of have to save that for reach damage. You have him down to 16 right now, which is pretty important. But also too, Snaketooth Necklace and Rage next turn just clears. Because you can make the trade into the other, like, yeah, Snaketooth Necklace and Rage is just disgusting here.
Yeah, you get all of your health back, and then you can trade off the old-fashioned way afterwards, get a whole bunch of health back. It'd be, what, 15, 18? No, more than that. 24 health worth of healing here?
Yeah, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't do that. I mean, I would rather save the Sanctuary Pet personally. You could make the argument for Skaven, but I think the Rage here is too good.
That's going to be 20 points worth of healing off of the Rage, and then trading off into the Withered Cultist even survives the trade for a cool 24 points of healing, up to 40. Now, interesting enough, Flow still very much in this game.
Yeah, mid-PM has the ability to just kind of build a board all of a sudden, and there is only 2 cards in hand right now, so just 40 health, although it looks very scary, with the creatures that mid-PM can play, that 40 health can go down quickly.
And your health doesn't matter if you don't have any plays to make. If your hand is empty for 8 turns, then your opponent gets to just whack on you for free. Now, Fafal's hand isn't exactly empty, but it almost might as well be at this point. The Sanctuary Pet is good to slow things down, but everything in Flo's hand would have ward. So you'd need to do a little bit of extra credit work in order to make any actual removal happen.
Yeah, I'd assume we see the Daggerfall Mage and maybe the Naked Breton as well, just because being able to get things off of these wards is really, really nice. In the future, he will need to take control of the Sill lane. He can take some damage for now, but don't want to go too far on the damage, and would much rather be throwing that at his opponent instead.
Yeah, of course. So can you explain this Breton Conjurer lane placement for me? What do you think about that?
Wants to take care of the Sill lane, is my thought. Because he put in the shadow, it's not really doing all that much, but the Rapid Shot or Skaven takes care of it just because of the lethal. But I think getting that lethal off the board was important to Flow, and it makes sense why it would be. However, this Necromancer can bring back multiple different lethal creatures, including Alina again.
And including Cicero.
In the future, yes. That's... 2 6-costs I can bring back with a 6-cost card? Sounds good to me.
Being able to get all of those draws back would be so huge for Fafal. That would put him in a very, very strong position. However, Flow can get a Mighty Conjuring to happen after trading into the Hollow Death Priest.
Yeah, indeed can.
For everything that's worth. So you bump into that, you tow him up and use the dagger.
Yeah,
that's 12 Magicka with Conjuring.
Because that's just saying goodbye 3 damage.
It is. Okay, Tome achieved. Gonna get a redraw there. Sedanine is an interesting draw because that means that the Cicero attempting to trade would also die in the process.
Yeah, definitely something he's thinking about here. We've seen a couple of pings come off already too. We've seen 2 crossbows used in 1 gambit, and knowing that a couple of these cards have just been stuck in hand, it's hard to say what exactly they are. Definitely not big creatures, but potentially activators, so Flo has to think about that.
Right, and Fafal hasn't really tipped his hand in any way like he did with the Cicero initially. There's been no obvious gambit lane placements. There's been no very obvious signals as to what he's working towards. So Flo has very odd information to work off of here. There's not a lot of good reads to make at the moment. However, Lava Atrioc being big boy is usually a pretty good read to make. Cicero is going to get value. That's a double draw for Fafal, which is huge right now. Doesn't find anything immediately impactful, but a couple of just nice solid cards. The Sanctuary Pet, probably the most important of all, being able to save 8 damage worth right now, just maintain board control and then lethal it down the turn after.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's what we would see here. At some point, I would even consider Gillening the Sanctuary Pet, just because that is having a 5/5 Sanctuary Pet that shackles something. You know, mid-BM plays slower creatures that, you know, they're big, beefy creatures with wards, but being able to shackle like that would be really, really nice. Because, like, Barrow Stalker, you don't need to heal anymore. The guard is good, but I'd rather just keep my opponent from attacking at all. And you don't need the you don't need the Necromancer loops. Although they can be nice.
Cradle Crush will come down for Flo, protecting his investment, bolting away the Cicero. I like that play a lot. I think you can survive 1 round of Cicero getting draws. I don't think you can survive 2 rounds of Cicero draws.
This is that Shadow Shift is once again another just gross pickup for Fafel here, being able to trade in and then play the Skaven, getting rid of 8 damage as well, or I guess getting rid of 10 damage when you count the Crown Quartermaster as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely nuts. And it's very close to trading efficiently with the Cradle Crush as well. Can, in fact, get rid of that with the Galen and Squish, but I'm not sure how much that would really buy. Let's see what Flo draws here. Doomfang Ally is nice and chunky, and Fafal is running low on resources to actually interact with Flo right now, so if Flo can just eke out 1 or 2 more nice threats to maintain board control with, because Fafal isn't going to be getting any Rune Destruction cards anytime soon.
Not anytime soon. Gets the 5 attack again, so that means we might have a Blood Dragon, another Giant.
Dushnik being able to ping down the Cradle Crush is, again, a disgusting top deck. That's what, the 4th one that Fafal has gotten now?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good players with some good top deck skill.
Oh, man. And Flo cannot trade favorably in any way. And Witherhand Cultist at this point, it's a 3/4. Fafal doesn't really have enough cards in hand for it to be relevant.
I love this play from Flo's.
I do
saying,
too.
hey, I want to take some damage here, I need some cards. And has to know that that is a bolt in Flo's hand.
Oh, of course. Fafal's scouting report will find a second Squish.
It'd be tempting for Flo to take the damage one more time.
It really would.
You saw Fafel not play anything at all.
Especially now that you picked up a Blood Dragon, you know that you can clean up the Skaven next turn with its effect attacking across lanes. You might be playing with fire just a little bit, but it also might be totally worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird situation, but I think Do you think you do push the damage and play the Blood Dragon here and just say, alright, you've had no answers, so let's hope you have no more answers, and just keep going?
Another prophecy, that's 2 in a row.
It is a harpy this time.
I
Honestly, he would much rather see the giants, but at the same time, does not want a top deck harpy. He wants to find giants.
Yeah, being able to get the harpy out of the way now
Ooh,
is
that
great.
lethal creature pickup is very, very strong.
Yeah, being
to
able
kill
to
this
squish
Blood
away
Dragon.
a blood dragon, yeah.
And we'll be shuffling more of those in to get a creature to contest, as well as the fact it is a prophecy, so if Flo is going for lethal and hits a giant 4/5 lethal guard prophecy, makes life a lot harder. 2 silences have already been played as well.
Fafal is going to squish onto a not so wimpy blood dragon. Flo finds another Withered Hand cultist that doesn't offer a ton, but it does offer a card
lane
to maintain
presence.
board control.
Yeah. And that's super, super relevant here.
What do you feel about bolting down or just
Glenn?
going for a full clear?
Oh, I kind of think you have to. I think you have
so
to keep
too.
that Withered Hand cultist alive, but
Ooh, interesting. Goes face, doesn't go for the clear. I think he's just saying, you know what? If I can get all of my creatures on the battlefield over the course of 2 turns, I just kill you next turn.
yeah.
Another prophecy! That's
That is
3 in a row
so-
for Flo!
Wow, that prophecy is crazy too.
That makes lethal
Squish
so much more. Oh my god, he
brings
gets
back
squished with
the-
the Defiler.
Brings back Necromancer into Alina to
Either
kill
that or-
the Withered Hand cultist.
That are a pet?
Well, might as well just kill it, I would think.
Right, yeah.
The Defiler top deck. Wow, how have these top decks been so good?
Steal from folks who ain't you.
Man,
That's the key.
this is ridiculous. Oh, he squishes onto the Shrieking Harpy, is going to pull back. I imagine it's going to be Necromancer into Elena, right? You get a nice board presence, get 2 separate creatures, you get 4/4 worth of stats just for killing a creature off. Fafal is so close to having lethal, and so is Flo. Fafal is really thinking about what the correct choice here is. What do you pull back? He's going to pull Elena. Yep. Flo pulls a blood dragon. I don't know that that does it.
Nope.
You have to put it field so that Fafal can't
Yeah.
have the activation from the Dementia lane.
Has already got 3 harpies and 2 bolts too. So
Yeah.
could he do as much as the prophecies? The one harpy was really good, but the other ones he really just wanted to see more of the giants and more of the top end, and didn't quite see that.
Gonna go ahead and push face down to 13. Fafal finds a Vigilant Giant. That's gonna make it so hard for Flo to close this game out next turn.
Yes. What am I saying? The bolt on that actually. The bolt on that does prevent the lethal for now. Wow.
And the Shadow Shift means that Elena can kill the Blood Dragon.
What's the top
Fafal
deck?
has had the correct draw every turn for 5-6 turns? And a
Yes.
squish as well.
Hit them hard.
Squish means a full clear after trading. Oh no, he can win with the breakthrough damage. No, he's 1 mana short.
1 mana off. I was like, wait a second here. There's still a cultist on the board. But it's
Flo finds a
not going
Tel'Vos.
to matter.
That's not going to be enough. Fafal's going to take it in game 5 off of a series of insane top decks. He's going to have a rune skip as well. Flo put up a great effort, made the right plays. I love the way he played around the Dementia lane, but not quite. Fafal, skipping the rune, takes it game 5. He's going to QuakeCon. We'll see what his seeding will look like in the finals. Oh my god, my heart, what a series.
The top decks on that were just absolutely nuts.
know
If
what-
you would
you
have seen that game earlier, you wouldn't have thought, oh, this game's going way past turn 12.
Yeah. You know what the only thing we can do in a time like this is Silver Fuse.
What is it?
Reveal a card. We have a
Oh,
third card to reveal, and this time it's a legendary in the Moons of Elsewhere expansion. Production, let's pull that bad boy up, why don't we? Queen's Captain, a Khajiit non-unique legendary, 8 Magicka 4/4. It uses the Wax and Wane mechanic. Now that is an internal timer to the game. On even turns, you get the Wane effect as a summon effect. On odd numbered turns, you get the Wax effect as a summon effect. So if you play it when Wax is in effect, you get to draw 2 cards. If you play it when Wane is in effect, which noteworthy is on curve, you can destroy a creature. So you get a 4/4 and get to nuke one of your opponent's board presences.
yeah, the strength of this card is its flexibility. Obviously going to be more of a control card because drawing cards later is very nice, as well as destroying a creature. In some ways it's kind of like a conditional javelin, but you also get a body for the late game. So makes a lot of sense.
I am very excited about this card. I think it has plenty of applications. I like that it's flexible, and I really, really like the Wax and Wane mechanic in that it has you planning your turns ahead, saying, okay, if I play this card this turn, then this happens. Otherwise, I really want to get that effect, so I'm going to hold on to it and see if I can utilize it that turn instead. I think this card is really well designed. I don't know how powerful it will be. I think it's going to be powerful, but I don't know for sure. But I do know that the design is something that I am really a fan of.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool design, and seeing a yellow control card I think is fun too.
Yeah, me too.
And it's
Well,
a Khajiit. It's a
yeah.
Khajiit control card.
Yeah, I'm super into all of the cats we're getting in this expansion. Well, we are going to be signing off for the day. Dead Broke Nerd and Charmer are going to be bringing you the finals in our last chance qualifiers. So do not go anywhere. There is one last match up, and it is going to be a doozy. So tune in, give Dead Broke Charmer a shout out for us. And until next time, we will see you guys later.
Hello, my name is Silverfuse, and I'm here to give you a few tips on deck design. Whether testing a deck list that a friend gave you or building your own brew, it's helpful to know the deck's core game plan and how each card advances your strategy. There are several sighting scales that players often refer to when evaluating a deck list, but perhaps the most important ones to understand are fast versus slow and proactive versus reactive. Fast decks want to win quickly, whether by building powerful board states, assembling combo pieces, or something else entirely. Meanwhile, slow decks operate on win conditions that become viable later in the game, such as running the opponent out of cards, or perhaps collecting resources for a one-turn kill combo. Proactive cards are designed to advance their deck's game plan regardless of what the opponent is doing. Proactive plays can range from using aggressive creatures, ramping magicka, or establishing a board state with a lot of synergy. Careful though, proactive does not always mean aggressive. A good example of this is Miracle Scout. Miracle Scout is a combo deck that is almost entirely proactive. It assembles pieces such as Thieves Guild Fence, Disciple of Namira, and a ton of low-cost creatures to create a draw engine on the board. Reactive cards, on the other hand, respond to opponents' threats, disrupting enemies' desired game plan through effective things like Destruction, Shackle, or Silence, to name a few. Tempo Assassin is a great example of a deck that offers plenty of reactive tools, with the help of Prophecies, Sanctuary Pets, and Giant Snake, despite having a fast game plan. All decks will fall somewhere on the axis, with mid-range decks often sitting somewhere in the middle, blending reactive early game cards with proactive mid and late game cards in order to on aggro while still having cards that can threaten control. Whether you're building a new deck or matching up against an unknown opponent, identifying where your list falls on the deck axis will help you play your cards to their fullest potential. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for more amazing gameplay.
What is the top? It's a Nord Firebrand! That's lethal for Super Thanks!
And picks up the second Nereid Sister. These are 2 more Chargers, and they're gonna pick up Drain.
The Drain!
Crazy!
That is not a prophecy. Super thanks. Gonna find lethal 5th Legion trainer. He is our victor today.
Ahoy there, Elder Scrolls Legends fans, and welcome to the finals of the Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Dead Broke Nerd, and with me again is Charmer. Dude, that last match, that was a heck of a nail biter, man. Holy crap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were basically seeing top decks versus prophecies, which one is going to win, which one is better. In the end, it turns out top decks are the way to go. So put no prophecies in your lists. You heard it here first. Top decks are much, much more important, apparently, than prophecies. But yeah, lots of back and forth. Looked like, man, it really looked like Flo was in control. And then suddenly Faffel had turned it around. And then it looked like Flo might get back into the game, find some footing. And yeah, it was a great one to send Faffel to QuakeCon on. So
yeah, that was a match to go down in history. Honestly, all 5 games were nail biters. That was just a really well showcased match for the game. Honestly, it was super exciting to watch, and we're hoping we get just as exciting of a match here, where we've got the finals. The 2 guys who've already qualified for QuakeCon just by being in the finals, Fafal and Really Bo. These guys have both qualified, but they are still playing for pride, bragging rights, seeding in the main event, and the cash prize for today of $200, I believe. So they've still got a lot on the line here. They're going to be bringing us their all. You can see the bracket, how we got here. Really Bo edged out LMAO, and Fafal managed to take down Flo in that heck of a final game. Honestly, that's one for the VODs, guys. But we've got this one here, Really Bo and Fafal. Let's take a look at those lineups one more time and see how they match up for this final series.
Yeah, as we transition to the lists here, if you are just joining us and you have not seen either of these players play as of yet, Fafal, Faffle, Falafel, whichever one you want to pick, brought a couple of rage lists and then an aggressive Halalu, and then the Burn Assassin on the other side of the fence. Really Bo, aka Boom's Life, has really fallen in love with Unstoppable Rage, bringing 3 decks entirely built around that card, and then the traditional Control Tribunal.
Yeah, so it looks like we're still waiting on bans here. We saw from Fafel, we saw the full range of the lineup in the last one, right? What stands out to me is the Burn Assassin. You know, that potent ability, right? To be able to have those amazing combo turns where the opponent is so close to getting that kill, but if they can't get it fast enough, you can just do what we saw in that game, which is, hey, here's 2 Swindlers Markets and a Hex Mage, and I'm just gonna win now. That definitely presents something of an odd situation, I imagine, when it comes to banning, right? The idea of like, do I want to run into this coin flippy matchup?
Yeah, it's a little bit weird because we know that really Bo thinks Unstoppable Rage and specifically the Ebonheart list is the best deck in the game. In previous series today, he has banned opposing Ebonheart lists. It's entirely possible he still does that. However, Burn Assassin is arguably at its best against control lists and against lists that do not have Withered Hand Cultist, things like that. So if Fafel is left his Burn Assassin, and it looks like the bans are coming in. I was about to say, if he's left the Burn Assassin and he bans the Ebonheart list on the other side, that would mean no Joe Run to potentially slow things down, at which point it would just have free reign. But as we're talking, bans are coming in live, it would appear. And the Burn Assassin has been taken away. Makes an awful lot of sense. I like that ban by Really Bo. And on the other side of the aisle, Fafo decides, hey, this is your only list that's not like the other ones. You know, he's playing the game. One of these things looks like it doesn't belong. So he gets rid of Tribunal and says, I'm just going to go headlong into Rage for 3 straight games. And that'll be that.
Yeah, and honestly, in typical fashion for what we've seen from the Master Series, the Rage Ebonheart has been performing quite admirably. Both players have it not only in their lineup, but neither are banned. And I mean, I got to imagine that is going to factor really heavily in how these things play out. It just feels that Rage Ebonheart has this grip on every game where they have outs for every situation. They may not draw them, but they certainly have them.
Yeah, Ebonheart and Tribunal are both as far as like control goes, kind of the boogeyman because they fit that bill. They might not always draw their answers, but they have in their tool set an answer for everything. What I'm most excited about is not just this match that we're about to see, but when we get to the finals in QuakeCon, now that we know that both these players are advancing, what kind of innovations are we going to see? Because we're going to have a new expansion in the Moons of Elsewhere, and we know that there are 9 cards that will be adjusted in a balance patch. Folkreath Defiler, which is a pivotal part of Ebonheart, is one of them being adjusted. Archer's Gambit is also being adjusted. On the other control lists, and again, most tribunal lists are running a Mirror Shrine in some capacity. That's going to be adjusted. So I'm really looking forward to the innovations that we're going to see, because a lot of the lists in their current form will not be making appearances in the finals in Texas.
Yeah, it certainly seems like the landscape for control as an archetype is definitely going to be shifting with all of these effects, because it's not just the idea of Rage getting taken down a peg, but Rage was often oppressive for other control lists, like we've talked about before. Just the ability to be, the better answer in a control matchup 90% of the time because of those huge swing plays, right? And so if Rage gets taken down a peg, how is the rest of the environment going to shift when it comes to what types of controls are gonna work their way back in? Will Journey ever be played in competitive again? These are the questions,
So we're jumping into the first game of the series. Fafel on Halalu. Really Bo is going to be on that control Rage Crusader list. And before we dive into the specifics for this matchup, I also want to mention that, yes, Rage is going to come down a notch, but also because of the influx of the new cards and the balance changes, you're going to have an uncertain meta. And in the past, a lot of times that's where aggressive lists can shine, because you can punish unrefined lists. So for me, I think the Master Series Finals is going to be a phenomenal piece of competitive card gaming to watch. Like, I'm legitimately stoked for that. But
absolutely.
Here we have a great start from Fafel with this Mournhold Trader. Turns
That
out
man,
four fours are good.
Mournhold Trader on turn 1 is one of the juiciest things you can see as a Halalu player. You see that Mournhold Trader and you've got the ring, and it is going to be a good game. You're never sad to see that. We're going to see the Withered Hand Cultist come down too. I mean, look at this. What a start from Fafal.
Yeah, this is a pretty ideal start. Even more so against a list like Crusader, because you don't have to fear things like Fighter Skilled Recruit. In the past, you would be playing against decks that would have agility in it. Right now, really, Bo is just on this Crusader list that has become more popular as of late. I know Aini has been a huge proponent of it for a long time. He's played it pretty flawlessly himself, but other people have been picking it up and having success with it as well.
So it looks like we're going to see the Balmora Puppeteer off the ring for the 4/4 stats for 2. It's almost like a Mournhold Trader with no downside, and we have a buffed up Withered Hand that takes the trade. Look at that board.
Yeah, this is a pretty impressive board. However, Bo is still at 30 health, and Fafel does, as of right now, does not have card draw options in hand. Now, there's plenty to find in Halalu, but... No! This prophecy is a very big deal in terms of swinging tempo away from Fafel.
Yeah, and we know really Bo needed to find something like that, and then has this perfect follow-up, removing the Withered Hand Cultist so that Piercing Javelin in hand can actually find some utility soon. But the Phalanx Exemplar, being that 5/6 for 5, meant that the Penitus Oculatus had to come over, remove the guard. Otherwise, both of those 4 attack creatures were going to have to die in the trade. The makeshift defenses, though, man, is that card good. It's such a versatile card in Halalu. Halalu can do so much with it.
All right, so really Bo decides to go with the Brigand here, along with the Initiate, and I'm not against that by any means. It's certainly a nice big body, and it helps you with potential trades. I'm a little surprised that we might, or that we didn't see the Bruma Profiteer just for 1 health gain if you're going to go that route and play 2 creatures.
Mm-hmm. Well, now the Golden Initiate will be nice over there to have. You have the Crusader's Assault if you want to use it to get a little bit more drain in. It'll take the trade without dying on the Oculatus. Fafal did go ahead and Shadow Shift that Cloud Rest over to deal with it. And there's some nice stuff here. Actually has the Sharpshooter off the Shadow Shift if Fafal wants to get rid of the drain, which honestly I would go for that.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a very good turn for Fafal. And really, Bo now needs an awful lot of help. Now, this Execute is actually fantastic. You're going to be able to take value trades in the field lane. I'm a bit surprised with that. I thought for sure we were going to see the Execute come down on the 2/3 and then trade into the Cloud Rest, but instead opting for the Javelin. So going to save those Brumas for 1 more turn.
Oh, and this Orcland puts really Bo at 1. But now these Brumas have got to come down. I would wager. I mean, well, okay. You got to get healing, but you got to remove things. Is it just the Vigilant Giant? Because you don't have another option like a Shift or an Oculatus just ruins your day. But ooh, I would have loved to have seen the Brumas maybe last turn. But considering the top deck, he would have died. So. Or no, because of the healing, he wouldn't have died. Well, that's a top deck Nord Firebrand.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Speaking of the top decks, so
that was a blazingly fast first game.
Fafel has been watching old tapes of Karakhan Jewel, and he's figured out exactly how to top deck the right card for the right moment at the right time, and is just continuing to do it. So it takes game 1. Not really a surprise, just because Halalu has been performing incredible throughout this tournament. So to see it start this series off with a win makes an awful lot of sense. But still has 2 more Rage decks to go through.
That was one of the fastest games we've seen today. Both players just playing blazingly quick. They see the lines they want to take. They take them. There's only a couple turns with hesitations on it. Both players very comfortable on what they wanted the game plan. I think the two game plans that say, all right, you do your thing, I'm going to do my thing. We'll see what comes out. And that Nord Firebrand top deck was huge.
Yeah, these guys are playing fast and loose. They are hungry. They know it's dinner time.
And, you know, I think there's definitely got to be a weight off their shoulders when it says, hey, we're here. We just made it into QuakeCon. You know, we're playing for the extra prize. We're playing for pride. And, you know, the winner of this match will get the 7th place seeding as opposed to the 8th place seeding when it comes to QuakeCon Grand Finals main event. But, you know, you got to figure these guys are light on their feet right now, you know, just at the prospect.
Well, if really Bo is going to have something to remember after this particular series, it will be that Mournhold traders are immediately followed by Withered Hand cultists. And they will be played as soon as they can be.
Absolutely brutal. I'll tell you, this Dragontail Savior is really nice, though. I really can appreciate the idea that these Dragontail Saviors have worked their way into being a staple in the Ebonheart list. If you remember, like, the Master Series qualifiers, like the first one, you know, I don't think we really saw that so much, but a couple players, I think, I don't want to misquote, but I think Thuldir was using them, and other players started adopting it because it gives you those nice little trades in the early game.
Yeah, you can certainly use it to kind of value trade up because you get the bonus to the attack power. You can also value trade down and trade into smaller creatures and then still survive because of the 3 health. I know that Turquoise Link has always been a huge fan of them as well, Thuldir, a few others. And in lists like this, it's also a great target for Necromancer if you just need a value play, for example, because it is a natural 2/3. And Bo picks up a fork there, because he totally needs more card draw.
The pit line, the big 5/5 for 3. You gotta love that guy. Assuming you can get him down, he's that's a scary lion. Now we got the Gatekeeper trade there. Still gonna live. There are options elsewhere, but I kind of like the Gatekeeper locking out field right now. That probably is okay in really Bo's mind. The question is, you know, with Fafal's reach, the Fervor, the Orc Clan, the Cliff Racer, really Bo needs to get these lanes under control and remove some of these creatures.
Yeah, I would really like to see a Rapid Shot here just to see what comes up, because if you find a cheap lethal activator, then your Archer's Gambit would have come online and let you potentially clear this out and stall. Bo instead is saying, I don't believe you have a sharpshooter. I'm going to put this here and just set up trades for the future. This is in no means him wanting to draw cards off of Cicero. He's got enough fuel. He just needs something with lethal on the board to take advantage of this Gambit.
Oh, and now check out that Forked Bolt.
And now Rage.
All right, well, let's see what can happen here.
That was a great series of draws.
Yeah.
You have Finish Off for the trader.
This is gonna be a full,
almost full clear. You can.
Yeah, it will be a full clear, right? Because you can, now that you have 7 defense, you can remove.
Yeah, now that you have 7.
And then...
Yep. You're gonna overdraw potentially though, but I think you don't care.
Yeah, I think you're like, I need to get rid of these things. I do kind of one more time. I want to highlight that Forked Bolt in Fafal's hand that will very nicely remove that Guardian, right? And that's making things a little close when it comes to lethal in future turns. But this is decides to leave the Pawnbroker.
That's gonna
just
get
lethal.
Punished. That's absolutely punished.
Wow. That is exact lethal there. The Cliff Racer comes down, pushes 4 damage, and Fafal is going to take a second game in this series.
Wow, I thought for sure we were going to see the full clear. You cannot trust her in Pawnbroker. We've found that out time and time again. So, just like that, Fatful is up 2-0, and Halalu, again, is something you have to take seriously in these matchups because not only can it win fast. It can blow you out.
And that just leaves the Guildsworn, I believe, the Rage Guildsworn on the side of really Bo. And oh man, the Ebonheart was very close to getting that stabilized, but that decision saying, okay, I'm gonna leave this here. I don't want to overdraw. I think that's got to be what it was, like the overdrawing. But wow, That Force Bolt pickup, Sir and Pawnbroker. This is going to be match point for Fafal on the Halalu going into Giltorn. Now, Giltorn does have the ring this time. Picks up the Bruma. It's nice to have Bruma and Golden Initiate, I imagine, on the side of Really Bow. He's got to be happy about having some healing ready to get started with.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that you're going to use it, we have seen previously him having some Bruma Profiteers that never hit the board. So he continues that trend and plays a Daggerfall Mage here.
Well, I can't fault him for that. The Daggerfall with the Rabbit Shot in hand as well. That's it's not a bad position to be in. Just a dry Balmora.
Turns out, if you want to earn profit with Profiteer, you hold them in your hand and collect interest.
That's a Rapid Shot ping onto the 5th Legion trainer. The Daggerfall will go ahead and finish it up. Puts a tome in hand. Here's the Bruma. Use the Bruma, cashing in. And the Mud Crab Pit Lion looks like the play.
Goes fishing here to see if there's anything better than a Pit Lion. I find it hard to believe that there is. But a Cliff Racer, oh, it hurts.
Oh no, that's not a Cliff Racer off of the Mud Crab, is it?
Yes, yes, it was, my friend.
That is a heck of a Mud Crab. And as much as I love Steel-Eyed Visionary, you know, it's not a Cliff Racer. That said, the potential for it to buff the Hive Defender is there. I'm a personal fan of the Steel-Eyed Visionary, so I'd love to see it pan out. Don't think it will. I imagine either Divine Fervor or the Orc Clan will help get the trade. Divine Fervor comes down, and the Hive Defender is dead.
Yeah, the Hive Defender does go down, but Fatful still has plenty of options there. What I really enjoy about his hand is that he also has a Nord Firebrand, and I'm a huge fan of that card regardless, but that could serve as a very easy activator for this trash can if the time comes.
Mm-hmm. Well, and we see another Cliff Racer. This one natural, and then a Prophecy, though. The Golden Initiate comes down super fast from Really Bow, jams it field where nobody can disturb it, and it's going to heal up. That's going to be 6 healing, get right back to 22, and things aren't looking so sure anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big-time Prophecy for Really Bow, and it's certainly going to help him take control of the board. However, Fatful still has a fair amount of burst in hand, and if he does, again, get to trigger the Sharp-Eyed Ash Can, a.k.a. The Amazing Trash Can, that's 3 more cards in Halalu, which could represent an awful lot of damage. So he's far from out of this game.
And I love this Shadow Shift here. We're going to take the trade because we have to, because it's a drain creature, but I want this Cliff Racer concealed so that I can keep the damage round for future turns. This Belligerent Giant is going to say, Divine Fervor, not today.
Yeah, that's a very important card to get rid of because it was generating already some pretty crazy value.
And, you know, I'd say double East March feels pretty solid. That's 4-2 stats on each one, replacing themselves. There's another Shadow Shift, which, as we all know, I mean, Shadow Shift is just one of those cards that, despite its small, you know, it's a cheap card. It does a small effect, but shifting lanes and cantripping is ridiculously powerful. That's one of the cards that I find a lot of new players underestimate the value of.
And this Skaven is going to help a little bit over there.
And the Phalanx Exemplar is going to block up. Really Bow is at 18 and is feeling pretty comfortable right now, I think. The Ravenous Hunker still in hand, of course, hoping to pair that with a Rage down the road. A Nazi will come down, and it will take Breakthrough, and it will take Guard, and Really Bow will take 12 damage. Ooh,
Or
but not
not.
if he picks up a Lightning Bolt.
Have you not been paying attention? Really Bow has been getting all of the prophecies this game. However, we saw last series that Fafel can just top deck his way out of any prophecy. He is still not out of this. Do not fall asleep.
That was an excellent Shadow Shift. It pulled the Pit Lion just in time to come down at a 5/5. That's gotta hurt.
A little distraction might prove useful.
Yeah, and if you get either a lackluster draw or just something cheap, you can empty your hand and refill it. We might actually get to see the activated Sharp-Eyed Ashcan, aka
Depends what
Absolute
this draw
Trash
is.
Can.
Hmm.
I honestly think this is a tough one. On the one hand, you want to get rid of the drain. You don't want him going up in health, but on the other hand, drawing cards is awfully attractive.
Yeah,
I think this is a good conservative call.
I would tend to agree. The concern, of course, is like, wow, he's got so much damage. But the question is really Bo planning on pushing that damage? And I'm not sure. Right? There's 11 plus 3, 14 plus 5.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't have lethal, so you would have to put really Bo on like double lightning bolt in hand or something silly like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is a really big Abner, because you can copy your belligerent giant and send one of these back, and that's exactly what he does. And Faffel picks up a Sill. I think he's going to snap play this, followed by a sharpshooter on one of these 4/1s here. Maybe the exemplar, but I suspect he wants to get rid of the drain here.
I only need one shot.
Well, I seem to be having some spectator issues. I'm going to try to reset this here real fast.
Listen, if there's anything that I have proven throughout this series, it's that you don't need to see the game to cast it.
Aha, I can see it now. Wow,
Well,
so much
then-
has changed.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, aka Ian, Really Bo has kind of put a damper on the board here, solidifying his position in both of the lanes. But he still has not been in a position to push for lethal quite yet, but he's setting it up for the following turn. And I imagine we're going to see some sort of draw here with the Ashcan to maybe find an out.
Oh man, I mean, like a paralyze off the pawnbroker might buy you some time. It's definitely tough.
Candlehearth can soak a little bit here as well.
I mean, the odds here, yeah, I think pawnbroker gives you the best odds of generating something you can really use. Daggers in the Dark does not do it.
Prophecies are but words.
Plays the
All right, we
Ashcan.
get to see it. Doesn't help, but we get to see it.
We do. We get to see the Sharp-Eyed Ashcan get the card draw. And now it's just a matter of finishing this off. I think Cloud Rest are the only prophecies available. That is going to split into a Cloak and Dagger. And there we go. That's 7. And Really Bo has said, we're not on game point yet. I'm not going down without a fight. Going to take it to a 1-2 in this grand finals. What was that? What's that thing that Costa likes to say? God, what is that? Oh, right.
We've
got a series on our hands.
Oh,
Oh,
Costa,
man.
we love you. No, but in all seriousness, this is if anything a thing of pride here, right? You don't want to get swept in the finals. That just doesn't feel good. You want at least one victory. So Bo has established that, and now he's going for the ultimate prize, if you will, which is the reverse sweep. If you can reverse sweep, take the finals, it's the best kind of bragging rights.
Yeah, that is the juiciest of outcomes you could hope for. Gonna have to do major work on this Rage Guildsworn, but if I remember correctly in the previous round, this was the deck that put in a ton of work to get Really Bo here.
Watch yourself.
And easy, just Wardcrafter into the field lane play to say, I want control of this. Gonna get there early. I'm curious to see how aggressive Really Bo is, because I don't know if the Guildsworn version of this deck being, Rage, I don't know if it can compete with the long-term value of the Ebonheart version. You don't have the ramp, and you don't have as much burst healing because you don't have the Snake Tooth play. You do still have some crazy healing that you can do, don't get me wrong, but being able to like Snake Tooth something and kind of send your healing through the roof is a big deal. But you also don't have access to Necromancer.
We must protect our stronghold.
Yeah, it looks like he's being aggressive.
Yeah, Dushnik does come down, and with that nice little kicker of being able to do that 1 point of damage, it is 5 magic time, and the Gatekeep will come down to block
off that field lane. That lightning bolt will come in, finish off, and freeze up the Dushnik to attack once again. Breaks a rune, pulls a Necromancer for Fafal. Now Fafal will now pick up a Quicksilver Crossbow. We've got some activators now.
Yeah, that crossbow's a fantastic pickup when you've got something like Astrid in hand. You can use a ring charge if you want right now. Use the crossbow and then replace it with a contract, but instead he's saying, he's just saying, you know what? I'm going to put this here and you'll trade into it, which is interesting because if that was your route, Sanctuary Pet kind of does the same thing, and then next turn you could play Astrid and get a contract out of it, right?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that it was, because I would have understood if it was the Sanctuary Pet, but the Astrid thing, it surprises me specifically because, I mean, with all these pings, you're going to generate effective ramp, right? I mean, that's valuable. And now, I mean, we take a look at this and...
Yeah, you look at the reverse here now, and this giant eats the spider. It's just a little bit peculiar. I'm also a big fan of just getting Sanctuary Pets into my discard pile early, because if I've got Necromancers, they're a great target to reuse.
I can see... Okay, here comes the Valkyrie with the buff.
Yeah.
And
Valkyrie.
squish.
Falkreath is just coming in saying, hey, do you remember that Galen that got played? Well, now you know what it was used on.
Yeah, he's like, I'm here. I'm ready to party. Let's see what he gets, though.
Yep, I was going to say, I hope it's a Galen because you got that Necromancer in hand
Oh,
now.
yeah.
And that's exactly... oh, man.
If you like this before game, Necromancer top deck.
Yeah, if you like this game, if you're excited for this kind of gameplay, then let me tell you, the Master Series Finals in Texas at QuakeCon on July 26th will be right up your alley because with the nerf coming to Cast into Time, I imagine Galen is going to be very, very common at that event. So if this is for you, then you are going to be a happy camper.
You know, I don't even know if Cast into Time really dissuades people from playing Galen anyways. It's been quite successful, especially when you draw it right away.
Yeah, but sometimes there's some hesitancy to play it. That goes out the window.
Yeah. But that is a Hallowed Death Priest that is going to mummify that big old giant. And yeah, I mean, you know, there's plenty of other big things, especially a moose that draws 2 cards.
I was just gonna say, of the expensive cards that are in Bo's hand, I think the giant is the one you're happiest goes away. Moose is still a big body that draws you cards. Abner, I think, has more utility. Thaden is a big body. I think you're okay with that.
I'm almost wondering, you know, how... I can't decide on how important Thaden is in this match, though.
Yeah, well, hold the phone here because that Necromancer in hand is a Galen Necromancer.
Oh my gosh.
So if you're keeping track at home...
I made the joke. What is going on with Galen, guys? Can we talk about Galen? That is a huge Necromancer.
We absolutely can, and we'll be talking about him a lot at this rate.
Have already found the Galen Valkyrie. The second Galen comes back and has already found the Necromancer.
Listen, if you're wondering whether or not you need to start including Ungolem, the answer is yes. And just Galen your Ungolums so that you can just have all of the big things that you want, right? Like, just make that be a deck. Just spam Galen, spam Ungolem,
anything that
always
shuffles.
top deck everything you need.
Oh, man. So the Skaven is okay here.
Yeah, you're just trying to set up a clear.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's still alive. Cicero is one of those guys that, you know, it really feels like Ebonheart can do a lot. But Ebonheart can do so much more when Cicero is in play because, it's, you know, it's that one attack power. Because, you know, it's one thing if you get it and he does some things and then he dies. Well, okay, you're not likely to get him back, you know, without buffing a Necromancer. But, man, with him at what, it would almost be a worse card if he had 3, you know?
Yeah, if Cicero's a 3/3 instead of a 1/5 or 1/6 or whatever absolute shenanigans he is, then it'd be significantly different.
So Varen's going to come down. Abner can utilize either the Death Priest or the Giant. is gonna death breed. Ooh, and it snipes the 6/6 Necromancer. Nice try, Galen. You were foiled again.
It's interesting that of the available Necromancers in hand, that's the one the Death Priest effect hits, right?
It's
Because
karma.
if you go by draw order, you would think it'd be the first one that was in the hand, or the last one, right? Either first drawn or last drawn. But
I think I heard that it's confirmed random if it's tied.
Well, lucky Bo for once he caught a break.
Oh man.
Fafo still has so many things he could do. Like
it's crazy.
This is such a complex series of events that are available to him because you could take 5 different lines of action right here, and all of them would be, fine, right? Like you could do 5 different things, and with each of them, I'd say, yeah, that makes sense. Necromancer with so many options in the discard pile, like Cicero.
Yeah, not enough card draw, man. Gotta have more card draw.
I bet Bo is really wishing he had a Grizzly Gourmet right about now.
Oh man, that's interesting because that's a tech card that I don't think we saw really pop up, but it is like the ultimate screw you Cicero card.
Yeah, it really is, and it also has 2 attack powers. So if you're running your own Necromancers, not that Guildsworn can, but if you're in something like Tribunal, you can get a lot of mileage out of that as well.
And let's be real, that was a big play there.
Yeah, Bo's getting some damage in. He says this is not over.
Now, I believe if he's keeping track, he knows that there is another Necromancer because the one that was... well, no, actually, he probably thinks he's seen the Necromancer because we've seen 3 of them now, one of which was Galen. So this is another natural Necromancer, comes down, is going to probably just bring Cicero right back. Oh my gosh, Really Bo has got to be sick of this guy.
Yeah, Cicero's just doing Jester things, and oh wow, what a huge 2-card draw that was. You get Night Talon Lord and a Snake Tooth Necklace. You are now essentially just on the hunt for an Unstoppable Rage, and then you can stabilize. You could literally Unstoppable Rage your own lane just to get a bunch of health back and still be entirely fine. It's not something that I recommend, but...
Probably not necessary, but always an option. And Really Bo is going to go digging for an Unstoppable Rage. I mean,
he's going to get one himself. It makes sense. You also are low, and they've got an awful lot of creatures on the board, so being able to play something like Ravenous Hunger from hand and then raging yourself is a pretty big deal.
So this is 13 damage with the Snake Tooth 14, unless I'm mistaken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any pings that can do 1? No. So yeah, I don't see lethal. That doesn't mean it's not there. Looks just 1 point off. I mean, I guess you can fell the mighty. You don't really want to draw. I mean, you can't really get a ping, so you fell the mighty here.
Is there something in the boy?
Kills the own thing. Looking for maybe some reach or something.
Yeah,
Picks up the second Galen Necromancer. Fun.
I think he was trying to find something like a crossbow, for example, because you could ping face. It's also a buff on that, and then with the Snake Tooth, that would have been lethal.
Oh no, this is a big prophecy. I mean, it's okay. Well, Fafal can get rid of it with debilitates, which actually would be a brilliant read, denying the creatures that could die for a reverse healing rage.
Yeah, I think we actually might see the debilitate here. It's not even about being a good read. It's just simply your board you kind of don't care about as much anymore because you have the rage in hand now, but opting not to debilitate. Probably just wants to get...
Might have something that can ping face, take them both down to 1 each. Just gets Joran. Doesn't debilitate. Well, that's actually gonna, unless I'm mistaken, kind of let Bo back in here with the Ravenous Hunger Rage, which despite Joran still has enough Magicka to play.
Well, so here's the thing. If you like Rage in the Shadow Lane, for example, you gain, what is that, 20 health? So you're going to be at 23. You can trade on the field lane, so you'll go up to 26, but they will still have 5 damage on the board, and the Rage will not clear the Necromancer or Joran. So that's also another 11 over there. So you're alive, but you're still not out of the woods with this.
Oh no, definitely not. This is definitely the all right. I got to try to stay alive as best I can. You do have the 3 here. I imagine it'll trade. There you go. Okay, gets rid of the Necromancer. That is going to be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 damage on the side of Fafal. And okay, overdraws a couple. What's a couple cards to Ebonheart?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So this Camel is probably looking for
Improvised
what?
weapon.
Yeah, improvised weapon, some form of breakthrough, perhaps, just because then you could push even more damage. Finds a discount rage instead.
Well, hey, you know, bargain rage. You think we'll see the debilitate now?
I don't think you do now.
That would be
because
silly, right? Because
even if he has a second rage, you're in a great position here. Like, make him use the rages on stuff like this, right? You want your opponent using rages to survive instead of to win the game. That's actually a pretty big win for you.
Okay, well, go ahead and rage and heal for, what is it, 18?
It's enough.
No,
the
excuse
answer.
me. Yeah, that's a. I think it's a 6. He's got 6 right now, so it's 12.
Yeah, like I said, the answer is enough. It gets you
yes.
out of range of you dying like immediately, even with some weird from hand play, and with the board presence that you have and a second rage in hand, along with whatever you want, right? Like you've got a defiler.
It played around really Bo's like improvised weapon rage, which would have actually won the game. You know, and you don't, and Fafal doesn't. Fafal's in the driver's seat, right? It was just playing around the possibility of that, and looks like this is close. Doesn't have any lethal triggers again. Hand, you know, maybe a little clunky, right?
I mean, it's a little clunky, but it's not terrible. You can still plow right through this Hive Defender just to get it off the board. You can still clear everything if you want. Debilitates are an option. I don't recommend it, but you could just red year and then play something else afterwards.
You could also Defiler, Rage.
Get back whatever you want, and it looks like that's going to be the play.
Yeah, get 3 cards, remove the creatures. This is going to be absolutely devastating. It has been an engaging hunt, really, Bo says.
Yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense that a Defiler play is the last play that we're going to see in this final series, with that card making an exit soon, at least in its current form.
And with that win, Fafal will win the last chance qualifier, taking home the $200 cash prize for this event. And the two of them, both Really Bo and Fafal, having secured tickets to QuakeCon, where they will be entered into the $50,000 prize pool. They're going to walk away with at least $2,000, I want to say. So it's a great deal for both of them, as well as the pride and bragging rights of getting to play in the biggest, highest profile tournament in Elder Scrolls Legends. Big congratulations to both of those guys.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to that event, because now that they have played head to head, but they're both going, if they run into each other again, there will be, a rematch going on, right? Some bragging rights on the line. So interesting to see how that develops, but you're absolutely right. It's going to be at least $2,000 to both of them. First place at QuakeCon will get $20,000 because there is 50 total on the line. It's a pretty big tournament.
Absolutely. Both of those players qualified. It has been an amazing Masters Series qualifiers, Charmer. This has been an absolute blast. And I'll just personal note, a privilege to get to cast for all of you guys at home, as well as with you, Charmer. Just as we wrap up here, we just want to remind everybody that QuakeCon, July 26th in Texas, with that big $50,000 total prize pool. Of course, the games will be casted and streamed. Everybody at home can tune in and watch these 8 absolutely amazing players duking it out for that big, big money. Man, I am so excited.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how everything plays out. I know last year was a ton of fun, so I expect this year to be as much, if not more fun. Last year had a lot of memorable moments. We had Anasi top decks and TDC Jason going like the extra mile and so on and so forth. So, I know I mentioned it at the beginning of the series, but this will be the first big event with the new expansion set and the balance changes.
yeah.
So it'll be a wild west of a meta. You're going to see the best players in the game essentially brewing and deck building in an unfamiliar meta environment. I am thrilled to see that kind of play.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys, Moons of Elsewhere is going to come out the 28th, I believe. 75 plus new cards that you guys can check out and play with. Some really cool mechanics with all the Khajiit and dragons and necromancers. It's going to be a very theme-heavy set that I cannot wait to mess with. So y'all will be able to get your hands on it very soon. That is actually going to be it for today, guys. Thank you so much for watching and keeping up with the Masters Series qualifiers this year. It has been a pleasure. So from all of us here, we just want to thank you guys for watching, and just don't forget to check out the main event when that comes up July 26th. Have a great night, guys.